Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment open to everyone, regardless of how long your pinky finger is, what color shirt you're wearing, what belief system, what did you eat this morning for breakfast, doesn't matter to me. I hope you feel accepted, comfortable, welcomed here. Namaste, Sky Guardian. Yes, I do have an interview coming up. Round 2 of the super interview on the 8th of June, Friday. Sorry, not the 8th of June. 7th of June, I think. About 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hello, Natalia. Hello, Kills. And thank you, Andy Walker. I trust you are well, too. Radhe Radhe, Magdalene. Thank you, Andy. It is my intention for this space with all of you and all of those who are yet to come. Let this be a welcoming environment for us to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. I think the world could use that. I think we're all just a little misunderstood. Just offering to understand what someone else is going through is such a gift to the universe. Hello, MJ. Thank you. And hello, Living Zombie. Good evening, Painted Lady. Hello, Aquarius Lady. Hello, MJ. And Sky Guardian. Also add a viewer discretion, you share. Yes, it is a little feisty. I'm not sure if everyone is interested in that sort of environment. It'll be a practice of patience for me. That's for sure. Sky Guardian, you share. There might be some real heat. They said they will be using language. Well, I think everyone will be using language, but it is the tamasic form of language that will be used. And I'm doing well, Natalia. Thank you for asking. Hello, Lilo. Hello, blue heart emoji. Hello, Stew Dog. Hello, Chloe Evans. You just got back from work. I'm sure you're relieved to be back. Welcome. Hello, Crybaby. Good evening. Days are well. What's for tea tonight? I guess you'll have to wait and see. Hello, Skip. Now I have a question for all of you. Since you all are very early, some of you know I like to start my lives with a question of the day. So I'd love to hear from all of you. Today I'm wondering, where do you see growth happening in your life? Sometimes we feel stagnant, or even like we're just in survival mode, or that we're regressing. Sometimes we do have to prioritize one thing over another. But always is there growth. Sometimes we have to look for it. And hello, Ragnhildar. And Chloe, you saw some kittens at work? That's so sweet. A good day, BB. I'm happy to have you here, Brandy. Blue heart emoji, you share that you feel like you're slowly getting closer to your ideal self. I believe that. Thank you, Andy, for blessing us so early on with marvelous confetti. Radhe Radhe. And Painted Lady, thank you for your heart, me. Kristen, you share that you feel that you're getting more mature in your thoughts. That's great. Hello, Cryptic. Aquarius Lady, you share that you can reach it with positive thinking. Positive thinking is so helpful when it comes to growth. Absolutely. And thank you, Painted Lady, for another rose as well, and a pair of team bracelets and cheer you ups. Jai Sita Ram. Tainted Aura, you share that you're growing as a person and how you deal with things and other people. Beautiful. Gills, you share that currently you see much growth in many aspects of your life. A lot of it is thanks to me. Yeah. I'm flattered, but I certainly can't take credit for the effort that you have surely applied. I can't take ownership, but I am proud of you. Lunar Consciousness, you share that love has started to seep out. Instead of pouring it all at once, you think that's growth. Yes, if we dump all our water on the beautiful flower, we'll end up drowning the damn thing. But just a little water every day. Oh, that flower will be so grateful. And that's growth. And thank you, Cryptic, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And Cherry Goth, welcome and thank you for your rose. Nalin Souvenir, which is how I try to pronounce that combination of letters. You ask, where are my old videos? You loved them so much. I am happy that you found something in them to love. They are on a business trip. Yes, they're on vacation. Who knows when they'll return, but yeah, they are out for a little bit. Cryptic, you share that you're in school to become an RVT, and you just got promoted at work. Yay, such growth. Love saving pets. Aww. So sweet. Chris, you share spiritually growing and discernment. Discernment is so important. It's the faculty of our intelligence. Being able to distinguish between satya and asatya. Truth and untruth. Reality and unreality, or surreality. Skip, you share that it feels like you're growing every single day. After killing contact with someone, part of me denies, the other part is so proud. Sometimes we do have to set those boundaries where they need to be, so that we can grow in other directions more fully. Speaking of which, Melinda, you share, setting and upholding boundaries. The vital skill. Very funny. Andy Walker, you share that you lost your way recently. My life gives you hope. You thank me. Oh, thank you for sharing your gratitude. I'm just happy to be here with you. Michael, you share, you're learning not to take negativity from others too seriously. Indeed. The positivity we can take seriously. Perhaps. Or we can give that our energy. Because positivity is where differences are made. Negativity destroys. Positivity creates. Cassie, you asked, am I vegan? I am not vegan. I still love my cheese, my paneer, and my ghee, my clarified butter, and my milk. But in every other way, you could consider that I am. But I don't call it vegetarianism, nor do I call it veganism. I don't have a objective name for my diet. I'm just eating what I need for my own path. I'm eating what my body and mind crave, and that's right now a sattvic diet, which is described in yogic scriptures for unlocking your spiritual growth. And thank you, Cryptic, for your corgi. That's very cute. Radhe Radhe. Cracksilver, you share that you're clean from opiates since 14 days, a fortnight, and at a positive job appointment starting new tomorrow. That's wonderful. And I hope that that job provides you with a great, meaningful distraction. It is definitely important to substitute the time and energy we put into our old habits into something new. You are wonderful examples for so many. Sky Guardian, you share that you see growth in our Sangha. Indeed, me too. And thank you, Valentine, for your 11 fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. MJ, you share that you're learning more patience and acceptance of yourself and others. That's so important. I'm so happy to hear that. Ragnhildur, you share that you're having more loving and accepting inner dialogue towards yourself. That's crucial. They say we live two stories. The story of what's happening to us, and the story that we come up with in our head about that story. The narrative. If we are coming up with a narrative, it might as well be a happy story, shouldn't it? Or at least one that moves towards happier and beautiful themes. Cryptic, you share that you finally took out your pile of recycling and cleaned out the fridge. Hashtag growth. Yes. Good, good. Every time we work on something around us, we also work on something inside us. Painted Lady, you share that you've grown as a person. You've learned when to not react to people and situations and when to let people go. Beautiful. I'm so happy to hear that. And thank you, Steffi, for your heart me and pair of balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. Chris, you share always. Discernment is the key to the world and self. I agree. Yadi, you share that your feeling grew larger than the universe. It's good to have our feelings open, spacious. I don't respond to comments. Says, how do I personally deal with the creep in of egocentrism? At some point it collapses. I guess I just wait until some belief system of mine naturally falls over, and then I have to acknowledge that it was founded on some unstable principle. I have trust in the universe of humbling me. If ever I do something based on my ego, which is all the time, the universe quickly reminds me. Hello, Valentine. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. What if it's bulking season? It is indeed bulking season. But bulk not in the nutrients you feed your body. Bulk in the nutrients you feed your mind. Become strong, not in muscle, but in strength. You cannot hold the world on your physical shoulders. but you can hold it in your heart. And thank you, Papeto, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. You ask, how do I love math as someone who feared it in first grade? Realize that you are never taught math. Although they call it math class, no math actually happens. They teach you calculation. What's the difference? Well, if engineering is what it takes to build a bridge, to use it, we just walk across it, drive across it. Math is just using the bridge. At least that's what you're taught. Calculation is just using it. But a mathematician does not use math, they create it. They discover theorems and create these tools for problem solving. We're never taught how to create those tools in the first place. How Pythagoras developed his theorem. How higher dimensional shapes and algebras were discovered in the dark abyss of one's mind. They are not taught what axioms to use, how the very fabric of logic and set theory are stitched together to produce the mathematical universe. Nay, mathematicians are not in their offices calculating the multiples of large numbers or dividing things, taking square roots. Mathematicians are going deep into the confines of their very soul to discover how to put into framework the nature of reality that lay behold. So you are not taught math. Therefore, you cannot fear it. You only fear the tedious calculations according to rules put in place by those mathematicians. But if you were ever taught math, you would fall in love with it instantly. And I think we have diverged from our question of the day a little bit, but, I'm still grateful. And yes, you found the yam stickers. Oh, good. Now, thank you everyone for attending to my question of the day. I'm very honored to have the presence of so many wonderful people that recognize their growth. It's important to see how far you've come. Otherwise, how will there be confidence in what's to come? That's important. And Usha, thank you for your heart me and rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Cherry Goth, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Aaron, you ask, am I going to put another question of the day? Well, then it wouldn't be a question of the day. It would be a question of the hour or question of the minute. Question of the day means we focus one pointedly on one question. And thank you, Charlie, for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. So, I like to begin my live streams with the question of the day, and then a short reading, if you don't mind. I would love all of you to listen with me. And then we can fully open the floor up to questions and answers on anything you want to talk about. I can't promise to know the answers to anything, but I will always take yours seriously and give whatever shred of insight I have relative to my limited experience here on Earth. How does that sound? So let us read from our book, in love at ease. This book is about everyday spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj, who was a spiritual teacher, a guru, as well as a president of a certain organization called the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, which centers around the devotion of a prominent figure in the turn of the 19th century known as Swaminarayan. But this book isn't about the organization, nor is it about Swaminarayan or the tradition. It's just about Pramukh Swami and his life. Specifically, it's about all these beautiful stories of how he exemplified the fact that he was truly in love, at ease. And I think we all could learn from that. I'm not affiliated with this organization, but the viewer who sent this book to me for us to read, Sky Guardian, grew up in it. And so I think it'd be a lovely opportunity to extend my gratitude to that tradition. Here we are reading from chapter 2, In Love In Love. I was going to say the title, but second chapter is just the first, In Love. By the way, all the proceeds of this book go to a tribal education in India. Swamishri never passed up the opportunity to acknowledge others' contributions. In the volunteer assemblies after the 1992 Yogi Ji Maharaj centenary celebrations in Gandhinagar and the 1995 Pramukh Swami Maharaj's 75th birthday celebrations in Mumbai, Swamishri had tears in his eyes and choked up while thanking the volunteers. He expressed similar sentiments after both festivals. I want to meet every single one of you. You have done so much for the community and society at large. I feel guilty that I have not been able to thank you in person. Even if I was to bow thousands of times, it would not be enough to acknowledge your service. Please accept my gratitude and apologies. Thank you, Papetto and Beba. Much love to you both. In addition to volunteers, Swamishri acknowledged people for showing him warmth and kindness. When Nareshbhai Patel went to Limbasi for Swamishri's darshan, a witnessing or a presence, in 1980, he asked him to thank his brother for introducing him to snow for the first time in 1977. Some people have never seen snow. I certainly have in Canada. Your brother had stopped the car and brought a handful of snow for me to see for the first time when we were passing through Littleton, Colorado. It was such a nice gesture. Please do thank him on my behalf. I think of that day often. Though Swamishri was quick to thank others, he never expected a thank you in return. Swamishri loved without expecting or accepting appreciation. Swamishri's love was impervious to personal difficulty and discomfort. Even when he was ill or suffering, it was as if his love was derived from his body and mind. Perhaps from his soul. On the 5th of February, 1983, Swamishri had a heart attack in the small village of Sundalpura in central Gujarat. The doctors swiftly administered treatment and stabilized him. They decided to transfer him to an intensive care unit with cardiac facilities in Vadodara. A convoy of cars departed from the village with a meticulous plan and confirmed route. Nevertheless, everyone felt nervous and their minds were unsettled. Swamishri's car suddenly came to a screeching halt. Sadhus from the other cars ran toward their guru's car, fearing the worst. Swamishri appeared calm, but concerned. He asked for Narendraprad. This is going to be a difficult name for me. He asked for Narendraprasadas Swami, Acharya Swami. Acharya Swami, I'm glad they use an alternate title. Acharya Swami rushed to the car window, and Swamishri expressed his unease. I was scheduled to attend an assembly in Anand at Dayabai Gajar's home. Please go there in my place and address the assembly. Apologize to Dayabai and his family. Explain the circumstances. I promised I would be there. While those around Swamishri were worried about his heart, Swamishri's heart was worried about them. Swamishri's view of the divine reached far beyond humans. It included all living beings with whom he coexisted. Swamishri experienced the divine within each soul. Not only was there a sense of appreciation for God's creation within him, but also deep admiration, respect, and compassion. He was constantly aware of the way he and others treated insects, birds, animals, plants, and natural resources. Swamishri communicated his love for animals and nature so that others could also imbibe a similar feeling of respect and compassion. Nilkant Sevadas Swami shared an experience of growing up in suburban Massachusetts, where he was the only Hindu American in his entire school. One of his classmates was gifted a new pet dog, who was named Shiva, after the Hindu deity. The children at the school mocked the only Hindu boy for praying to a god who shared a name with a dog. One afternoon, while riding home from school on the bus, the children started harassing the boy. Hey, my dog's name is Shiva. Why don't you bow down and pray to it? The young boy wanted to avoid confrontation, so when the bus arrived to his stop, he quickly folded his hands before the dog and walked away. Almost 15 years later, Nilkant Sevadas Swami shared this experience of being picked on for being Hindu. Swamishri interjected, Why were you embarrassed? Bhala Manas, my good man, you should have told those boys that Hindus believe that the divine lives in all living beings, including animals, insects, and nature, even in that dog. There is nothing wrong in bowing down to God's creation. I experience the divine in all of you, in all the world's beings. You should do the same. Swamishri taught a valuable lesson in loving animals, but also in responding to ignorance and discrimination with bhakti, loving devotion, and knowledge about one's faith. Swamishri lived by this practical expression of bhakti every day. The inauguration of the CFI in New Jersey during the summer of 1991 included a ceremony in which white doves and pigeons were released from the podium by Swamishri. It symbolized the integration of Indian and American culture and a message of world peace and harmony. Swamishri released the doves, and as they ascended into the air, he kept staring at them. The next day, when Swamishri went to inspect the campus grounds, he noticed that many of the doves had stayed in the campus. Swamishri turned to Vedagnadas Swami and said, make sure you provide food for the doves. We used them for our inauguration ceremony. Should we not provide for them afterwards? God has given us the opportunity to serve and provide. Please be sure to feed them for as long as we are here. It is our responsibility, especially until they get settled and make themselves at home in this new environment. So lovely. The pigeons of Trafalgar Square had a similar experience in 1995. The BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Neasden, London, was due to be inaugurated in a few days. As part of the ritual festivities, the sacred images of the mandir's murtis were shared with the city in a procession through the center of London. Swamishri awaited the arrival of the deity's murtis and the grand procession with hundreds of dancing men, women, and children in various cultural outfits and traditions. At the end of the procession, Swamishri called Brahma Viharidas Swami and advised, "There is a nearby place where people feed the pigeons. No? We should feed them today. Thousands have seen and experienced Indian culture and Hindu rituals today. Thousands more will be fed and cared for in the celebration over the next few days. The mandir is a house of God, and God sees no difference between souls. I want you to feed the pigeons on my behalf. Everyone should benefit from the festivities. One of God's homes is being inaugurated this week. Every soul in the land should benefit." Brahma Viharidas Swami rushed to Trafalgar Square and had the youth volunteers buy 5 large bags of seeds for the birds. As he was feeding the birds, Swamishri called him. "Do not be miserly, Brahma Viharidas Swami. Feed them like you are feeding me and feeding Bhagwan Swaminarayan. They are Ishta Devata, personal form of God they worship, with love and affection." The video clip showing the sadhus feeding the pigeons at Trafalgar Square captures Bhagwan Swaminarayan's doctrine of Sarva Jiva Hitavaha, for the welfare of all beings, exemplified through Pramukh Swami Maharaj's expression of bhakti. Swamishri did not just see these animals as helpless creatures, but as worthy of life and humane treatment. Swamishri's love was distinct from pity. Swamishri loved them because they too were created and pervaded by God. That is why his love for animals did not stop at the beautiful doves and pretty peacocks, but also extended to insects and bugs that would bite him. Swamishri often instructed his attendants not to kill or swat mosquitoes, but instead brush them away with their hands or a handheld fan. Though in practicality, one may likely kill mosquitoes or other deadly insects, Swamishri's intention was to always respect and appreciate life, even if it was harmful to one's health. For Swamishri, only one who can give life should take life. That's why my mother says, "Put you into this world, I can take you out of it when I'm misbehaving." Radhe Radhe Kishori. Swamishri's love for life can be explained by an imagined conversation that was observed to have unfolded between him and a large black ant. This should be interesting. Swamishri was at a tree planting ceremony in the village of Bochasan. The organizers passed him a small sapling to place in a hole in the ground. When Swamishri leaned over to place the plant, he saw a large black ant crawling in and around the hole. Maybe it was a queen ant. I know the big ones are often queens. When Swamishri leaned over to place the plant, he spoke. "Dear brother ant, come out. We are about to cover up the hole with the plant in some dirt. You will get trapped inside." Swamishri slowly lowered the edge of his saffron garment and tried to pull the ant out of the hole. After a few attempts, Swamishri was able to move the ant to the side and continue with the planting ceremony. A conversation with an ant might strike most as silly, but it was a private moment that illustrated Swamishri's Jivan Bhavna, life ethos. No form of life was too small or negligible in the eyes for it to be saved. They all had the right to live, and Swamishri did his best to uphold that right. Swamishri was in Sarangpur inspecting a new fruit grove cultivated by a young sadhu, a monk. Swamishri was especially pleased because the grove was nourished by refined wastewater. He admired the various fruits and asked to speak to the caretaker. He inquired about the use of the fruits. "What do you do with all the fruits?" The sadhu replied, "Swamishri, we use much of it in the mandir and sell the rest of it in the nearby city of Botad." Swamishri thought in silence for a few minutes and responded, "I think we should only take what we need for the time being and leave 15 to 20% of the fruit on the trees. We are not getting enough rainfall, and therefore the birds and animals are probably not finding enough food in the region. The fruits will provide some relief to the starving animals and birds. Please also prepare water pots throughout the grove so that birds and animals can quench their thirst in the heat. They need water like we do." Swamishri's respect for nature was clear in his primary principle of unity. Only take what is needed and leave the rest for organic consumption. A few days later, Swamishri visited the temple Gaushala, cowshed or barn, to see if the animals were healthy and if they had suffered during the famine. Fortunately, the cattle in the mandir premises were well cared for and healthy. The cattle in the mandir premises... Oh, I just read that sentence. One of the sadhus reiterated the terrible plight of the cattle in and around the region. Swamishri's eyes teared up. He was walking from one end of the shed to the other when he saw a pile of augat, fodder and food left over after the cattle have eaten. He immediately turned around and asked the young sadhu, "What do you do with this?" The sadhu was surprised. "What can we do with it, Swamishri? The cattle have had their first licks. It is usually just thrown out or eaten by stray animals." Swamishri was not satisfied. Why not share it with animals in the village who do not have owners to provide for them? Please arrange for these scraps to be shared with animals in our village and neighboring villages. They are probably starving and eating trash. There is enough in here to provide for animals in several villages. Those poor animals do not have anyone looking after them. It is our bhakti, our loving devotion, to care for them, provide for them. The most exemplary instance of Swamishri's love, and hello A, for living beings was evident in his response to the Gujarat famine during the late 1980s. Gujarat experienced one of its worst famines over a 3-year span from 1986 to 1988, prior to the building of the Narmada Dam. Swamishri was sorrowful. A dam, I just realized. Narmada Dam. Swamishri was sorrowful at the plight of affected people and animals. Farmers did not have fodder and water for their animals and were forced to leave them at government cattle camps. The animals were often packed into tight spaces and lacked nutrition and fodder. BAPS, his organization, under Pramukh Swami Maharaj's leadership, rushed into action to provide accommodations, water, and fodder for the animals. It was the passion of Swamishri's personal attention which left an impression on the region's farmers and leaders. Swamishri was so distressed by the plight of the region's people and animals that he skipped his meals. Swamishri grew upset and responded, "Here you are telling me to eat, when people and cattle do not have water to drink. I am suffering from their pain. How can I even swallow a morsel of food? All I think about and pray for are rains. While I walk, sleep, eat, speak, I think of the rains and those suffering from its absence." Swamishri was so moved by the situation that he personally visited several of the cattle camps set up by governmental agencies and other NGOs. The district collector of Rajkot, Mr. Rajiv Thakru, invited Swamishri to the camp in the village of Bedi. When Swamishri's car pulled up to the camp, he noticed a bull of the finest breed standing in a corner, alone and dejected. His eyes welled up. What a beautiful animal! What will happen to him over the next few weeks? And he is not mixing with any of the other animals. Something seems wrong. The administrators brushed it off as being due to the lack of food and separation from his owner. Swamishri silently disagreed. As he was examining the rest of the camp, several of the calves started chasing after him. He asked the camp administrator why the calves did this. "Swamishri, these calves have not had a proper meal and milk in days. They run after anyone who visits the camp, hoping that the newcomer will have brought food for them. We simply do not have enough fodder for all the calves." At this, Swamishri was devastated. He returned to Rajkot, but continued thinking of ways to help the poor animals. The attendants noticed that there was blood oozing from Swamishri's foot and staining the floor. They immediately checked his foot and asked what had pierced his skin between two of his toes. Swamishri did not register the pain or the cut. He was too immersed in the pain of the animals he met. Swamishri immediately called the senior sadhus in Gondal and instructed them to arrange for 6 trucks of fodder for the government camp in Bedi. He also instructed them to increase the capacity of animals at the organization's own camps. "Good evening, Hexagon." The sadhus hesitated. "Swamishri, we would strongly advise against it. It is too costly and too difficult to implement." Swamishri interjected, "Costly? My sadhus and I will beg for alms to assist these cattle and farmers. I have 300 sadhus who will help me raise funds and serve society. How can we sit by and watch these poor animals suffer? These farmers love their livestock just like their own children. Can you imagine how their owners are feeling when they drop off their quote-unquote children at the government camps? It must make their stomachs churn. Please do as I say. We will cut back on spending elsewhere, but nothing is more important than helping these animals for now. These cattle camps are our only project for the time being. This is our mandir building. This is our shibir, spiritual seminar. This is our bhakti, loving devotion." Swamishri also sent 2 sadhus back to the camp at Bedi to find that lonely bull. He described the bull's appearance and physique. It took the sadhus approximately 2 days to locate that bull in a crowd of nearly 45,000 animals. When they brought the animal back to the mandir, Swamishri took them to nurture it with food, water, and shelter. but also love. The animal was depressed and missed its owner. It could only feel better with attention and love. Throughout those years, Swamishri overlooked and inspired the nurturing and nourishment of hundreds of thousands of animals. He also set up 200 satellite sites to provide meals, cold drinking water, and chas, buttermilk, for close to 1.3 million rural farmers and their families. Swamishri experienced the divine in these rural farmers and their animals. It is no surprise that they too experienced the divine within Swamishri. So thank you for listening, everyone, as we read through In Love at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. I recognize that we read for a little longer today, but I think that it felt right, given the theme of all of these. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. And now we may open the floor to questions and answers, or a discussion on everything and anything, with the aim of attending to those in need, sharing our love, and focusing on self-growth. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read, to allow me the honor of extending my gratitude back to you now that I have a moment. Painted Lady, thank you for that beautiful star, just as we started reading. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ginseng, thank you for your TGIF and balloons. Radhe Radhe. Hello Becky Sue. Much love to you and Stephen. And thank you Fey Witch for your heart me and rose. And Turos, thank you for your heart me and pair of roses. And thank you Masa for your trio of them. Hare Krishna. I'm happy you liked listening to that. The letter A. So, Cryptic, you ask a heavy question. Yam, what does Buddhism say about those who do horrible things? Are they forgiven or viewed as equal? Maybe you would like to hear the story of that time the Buddha did not forgive. There was this powerful man. He had 3 sons who were supposed to be the heir to all of his responsibilities. But one by one, each of his sons rejected their father's life and turned to serve the Buddha, to learn from the Dharma. The father was furious at this. He did not think that this was a practical way to be. So he marched into the Buddha's seminar, right to the front, before all of the hundreds and thousands of monks, and he spat directly on Buddha. Everyone was silenced. And in that silence, the man walked away. But when he got home that night, although he was feeling a little better after having expressed his opinion, he also noticed that there was no reaction from the Buddha or any of the monks. It was total silence. This weighed on him, and it continued to weigh on him until it started to eat him up from the inside. The next day, he went to that same camp, and he reached the feet of the Buddha, and he dropped on his knees and he started apologizing. I am so sorry for the way I acted. I should not have disrespected you thus. You are clearly someone who has attained great peace, and I am grateful that my children are following in your footsteps, for all I truly want for them is to be happy, and it is clear that you can guide them to that happiness. Please forgive me. The Buddha said, I cannot forgive you. All of the monks and the man was in shock. This was the first time anyone heard the Buddha say, I cannot forgive you. What is the nature of this? The man replied, I understand. You are entitled to this response, but if I may ask, why not? He said, because the man who spat on me and the person whom you spat on is not here today. We are new in each moment. If you ever find that person who spat on me, I will give them my forgiveness, but you are not that man anymore. There is a story for you to think about. From a more philosophical perspective, the Buddhists also use the concept of karma. They say that death is not the end of suffering. It might seem like some people get away with the things they do. At the same time, other people remain unhealed in this life before they get a chance to. But the Buddhists and many other dharmic religions like Hinduism, Jainism, they say that those actions that bind someone don't magically disappear at the time of death. There still is a process that occurs which unwinds those karmas, those actions. And thank you, Masa, for your quartet of roses. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Radhe Radhe Kira. I am happy that you find something unique in me, Chris. I believe that being gentle is important. I am that, says Dhyana Dhyana. Follower of Nisargadatta. Wait. Nisargadatta. Oh, someone tell me. Nisargadatta. I'm never gonna get this name. The author of the book, I Am That. Sanskrit is challenging to our Western tongue. And thank you, Annie, for your heartbeat. Ask Mataji. Yes, Mataji. Who was that author of I Am That? Their name sounded like Nisargadatta.
Namaste, Yam. Yes, you mean Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj, an enlightened master. His teachings focus on direct self-inquiry, simple yet profound, like chai and samosas.
Samosas. I like those. I had one yesterday. Do you happen to know the translation of his name, Mataji? I would love to know.
Dear one, Nisarga means nature and Datta means given. So Nisargadatta can be translated as given by nature or one who is natural. A name as refreshing as a cool breeze.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes. I do recognize your name. Dhyana means meditation. Isn't that so? Ginseng, you shared the music is overwhelming. Thank you for telling me. I remember you sharing that you're hard of hearing, so I'll gladly turn it down a little bit while you're here. And then before you go, you can tell me, so I can turn it back up again after you leave. So thank you. And thank you, Annie, for your team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny diny. Yippee! You love samosas too, Annie? Yes. Dalen, you ask, what are my views on narcissism in people? I believe that these are people who need a lot of love. Narcissistic personality disorder is a very complex discussion that I am not qualified to discuss, because that's a matter for trained psychologists and psychiatrists. It takes a long time to actually diagnose someone with this. So unless you are a psychologist or psychiatrist, much like myself, then it's not our duty to point out these things in others. But we can try to point out those things in ourselves. We can recognize what part of me is hiding, what part of me is so vulnerable that I put on a bit of a mask for others to see. How can I allow myself to be myself purely and easily? And by doing so, we set a good example for other people. The more we show how valuable it is to be vulnerable, how much of a blessing it is, then you'd be surprised how many others around you will also take off their mask. Cryptic, you ask, was karma originated from Buddhism? We find the nature of karma first written in the Vedas, which are humanity's oldest scriptures. The Vedas talk about karma. But remember that karma literally means action. If you were speaking Sanskrit and you were just talking about an action, you would likely just use the word karma. Talking about the right karma to do, the wrong karma. It's just the action which is referred to by this word. The Buddhists famously reject the Vedas. So it originated from a time even before Buddhism. We call the religion that stemmed from the Vedas today as Hinduism. So it'd be more accurate to say that originated from Hinduism. But many of the dharmic religions carry the same concept. Although it is said that the Buddhists reject the Vedas, they don't reject karma or other philosophical components. That's because the Vedas come in two parts. The Karma Kanda, which ironically to this discussion, is the part that they reject, but it is in the Jnana Kanda where the philosophy of karma is discussed. The Buddhists reject the karma kanda, all of the rituals that one does in order to attain enlightenment. The esoteric side, you could say. And the religious customs that are described in the karma kanda. But truly the Vedas belong to no religion. They are for the Sanatana Dharma, which in this context means the eternal path of righteousness, or the universal religion, that kind of connotation. As such, there is a whole group of religion called the dharmic religions from the Sanatana Dharma, like Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, and Hinduism. Karma is a common theme, but they disagree on the exact nature of karma. For example, the Jains say that intention isn't important. If you step on a bug, regardless of if you intended to or not, then you still get karma. Whereas in the Bhagavad Gita, which is a Hindu text, Krishna emphasizes, no, the intention is definitely important, because it has to do with our attachments to outcome. And it's the attachments to some outcomes that cause the distress in some outcomes, or the pleasure in other outcomes. Hello, Gina. Sky Guardian, you share that the Buddhists rejected all of the Vedas. I don't think that's entirely true, because it is from the Jnana Kanda that the idea of samsara, nirvana is produced. They use all the same words from the Jnana Kanda. I don't think there is a contradiction in belief there. They may differ on methodology, as they have done for thousands of years. They reject the ritualistic portion of the Vedas. Thank you, MJ, for your beautiful paper crane. That's right, I still need to learn it. One of you lovely lot sent me the instructions to learn. I think today I should definitely take that up. And thank you, Giggles, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. But I should be a little bit more specific. The Buddhists don't read the Vedas. They read their own sutras that have come since the time of the Buddha. But they are inspired by the Jnana Kanda of the Vedas. But definitely not the Karma Kanda. And that's a good point, which isn't of divine origin, whereas the Vedas are. And thank you, Robin, for your rose. And Cryptic, thank you for your pair of cheer you ups. And the marvelous confetti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Niyam? You ask, how does one find self-peace? By recognizing that the self and peace are one. That's a difficult concept, because it doesn't arise much in Western philosophy. we consider ourself and peace as very different concepts. Well, the self is who we are, and peace is something that we have yet to attain. And there are various philosophies on how to attain it. But in the East, actually the distinction between yourself and peace is very much blurred. One of the names for the self in Sanskrit is Satchit Ananda. Existence? Well, that makes sense. We're a part of existence. That's the Sat. Chit is consciousness. Also makes sense. Self is one with consciousness. But Ananda, that's bliss. It has a whole different flavor to the philosophy once you describe bliss as something which you are. Which is funny, because therefore that which we're in search for is that which is doing the seeker. So as the saying goes, the seeker is the sought. But let me give you a practical example of this. Consider the peace that you may have felt if you've ever floated in a float tank or gone into one of those sensory deprivation tanks. Make it nice and dark. You just float there. You let all of your external senses drop away and point inward. And what you are left with is peace. And think about that. What you are left with it was already there. We just had to drop away all this notion of other, all of our worldly attachments, and we arrive at ourself, and we find ourself to be already peaceful. We just abide in the nature of who we are. We become peaceful. There are two approaches. One is that inward approach where we withdraw from the world and dive within. But you could just as equivalently push out your sense of self to contain everything, including the world. And then you'll always be abiding in yourself, in peace. What does that mean? Practically, it means that you consider everything to be a part of yourself. You recognize the self in me is non-different than the self in you. We have different bodies and needs, different minds and personalities, but the consciousness that illumines your mind is of the very same nature as ours. As we serve others, we serve ourselves also. I love you too, Gina. Hello, Marianne. I am going live early, Anthony. Indeed. For the last week of the month, in my bio, for my European viewers, I know that when I usually go live, it's the middle of the night for you. So I tried to go live earlier, just for you. Kishore, you share, I am Shivoham. I am Shiva, I am. Aham means I am. I am Shiva, I am. User 555. You ask for me to bless you again? Again? What, did my last blessings wear off? Something like that? You gotta get a recurring Yam blessing subscription. Blessings never wear off. Once you are blessed, you are blessed. But we can always get more blessings. We can increase our number of blessings. Just recount all the ways that you are loved. Enumerate the various things that you are grateful for, and you will feel blessed without having to go to anyone else for that blessing. Recognize that everything is a blessing. All the good in your life is a blessing, as it provides you something to look forward to, a platform of stability. All the bad in your life is a blessing because it provides you with challenge, and that challenge is the nucleus of your growth, the seed for change. So on one hand, something good happens, it's a blessing. On the other hand, something bad happens, it's a blessing. There is never a time that you are not blessed. If you recognize this, then you are saved. Think about it. If it really sunk deep into you that you could recognize everything as a blessing, then there would be no suffering for you. Because even that which you call suffering is also conducive to your happiness, your growth. That is salvation. Thank you, Cryptic, for your marvelous confetti and a pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hybrid Jen, you share that motherhood is a blessing, but so much chaos. Indeed. And thank you, Mercedes, for your heartmeat, Rosa, and octet of roses. Radhe Radhe. Hello, Stephen. You share that you're back from the shop with ice cream, biscuits, and smoothies. Oh, you have treated yourself today. I am happy to hear that. And Gina, thank you for your trio of roses. Demi, you share that you wish more people had this mindset, Yam. The world would be a much more peaceful place. And we can make it a more peaceful place by embodying that ourselves, and then we serve as a role model for others. I'm happy to hear that, Stephen. Cryptic, you ask, where does my nickname Yam come from? It's very simple. My full name has one more letter. Prepended at the front, it's Liam, with a Y. But when I stopped taking L's, I became Yam. When all my L's dropped away. Yam in Sanskrit means control. Like breath control. It's called pranayam. Prana is breath. There are the 5 yamas. The things to do. And the 5 niyamas. The things not to do. And there's also Yama, the Lord of Death, in Sanskrit as well. Yama has many meanings, has many Sanskrit terms too. Mercedes, you ask, have I always been so spiritual? I could tell you yes, I could tell you no, and in both ways it would make sense. In some sense, yes. Being alive means that you are spiritual. That's what the word spiritual means. It means having spirit. Without spirit, we die. How do I know? Because spirit is the definition of what you are. Consciousness. Without consciousness, this whole body would flop like those Get Milk commercials. We've seen what happens when consciousness leaves the body. You pass out. What's passing out? Consciousness is passing out of the body. That is spirit. As long as you are here, you have a spirit, and thus you are spiritual. But not many of us recognize our spirit. It's hard to recognize that which does the recognizing, I suppose. But at the same time, my answer is no. Because I was a very bratty child, a very angry person. You would not have wanted to be my friend. And then the universe humbled me and showed me that the path of anger and resentment and bitterness and ego, it only leads to more suffering. There is another way. User 901, you ask, how am I so wise at a young age? I don't think I'm wise, but I can tell you that wisdom doesn't come with age. It comes with youth. The more we grow back into our inner child, the wiser we get. There's two types of old people, right? There's the bitter people and the youthful people. The youthful ones are the ones that don't let life get to them, and they have all the wisdom. They are wise, not because they are old, but because they choose to be young at heart. They let their inner self shine through, that childlike innocence. Look upon the world with fresh eyes, and you'll have fresh takes right off the press in each moment. I'm glad you like that quote, Orla. Kishore, you ask, how did I bring this change? And how did I let go of my anger and resentment? And Mercedes, you ask as well, do I ever get angry now? Sometimes. I don't think there'll be a time where suddenly we can look at the past and compare to the future and it's all peaceful. Emotions always arise. I'm sure even the Buddha, the Christ, Krishna had moments where anger arose. But the difference between us and them is that whenever they're angry, they go and meditate. They go into their abode and calm down. But whenever we get angry, we do something with it. We cause someone else to get angry. We are reactive rather than proactive. So absolutely, anger still arises. Every emotion arises still. Now I just have a toolkit in order to manage it. Like in the world, I was talking with my father yesterday that we have a tool for everything that breaks. If your car breaks down, an engineer has all the right tools to fix it. Even if your phone breaks down, then you go to Apple Care and they have all the tiny little, microscopes and soldering irons to fix it. If your house breaks down, you can call a plumber or an electrician or a carpenter. We have all these tools to fix everything in the outer world. There's also just as many tools to fix what's happening in our inner world. I feel like I have a lot more tools now. Hello, Kaiblade. All is well. What is my favorite anger management tool? Good question. Whenever anger does arise in me, I know I want to get really loud. I want my voice to be heard. But then I realized that silence is the loudest of all. Saying nothing says something. In fact, it says everything. And the relief that comes from waiting out that anger is infinitely more rewarding than any momentary pleasure that I might get out of spite. What I want is happiness. And I'm only gonna get that much happiness out of reacting. But if I just wait out that much unhappiness, I will get this much happiness. I breathe, I wait, try to let it pass. And if I'm unable to do so internally, I'll externalize that. Whoever I'm with, I'll tell them, I'm having difficulty processing what you've shared. I'm gonna need some time to think about it. And then I walk out of the room. Or out of the house, and I go for a walk. If I'm unable to manage myself in their presence, then I take my presence elsewhere. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Kaiblade, you ask, if you have a close relative who's hurting you, but you still love them, what do you do to repair if they can't see that hurt? Well, expressing that you are hurt is always important. It's not a sign of weakness to express that you are hurt. It's a sign of deep, deep, unconditional strength, where you know that you are allowed to be vulnerable, that you are valid in your vulnerability. Sometimes that is enough. We express that we have been hurt, and then naturally that empathy starts in them, but it's never expected. Sometimes they can't see past their own vices. How do you repair? Well, you can repair yourself by forgiving, walking away, therapy, counseling. There's many services one can do to attain peace for yourself. But repair them, that's not in our capacity. We can love them from a distance and set healthy boundaries in order to maintain a better relationship. But it is not our duty to repair those who do not accept our help, because in order to do so, they have to let go of various assumptions and expectations that they are holding unto themselves, and we simply can't do that for them. Thank you, Michelle, for your pair of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Michael. Happy Friday. I am well today. Thank you. And thank you for your heart, me and Rose. Jai Sita Ram. Indeed, my robe is a Jedi robe. Jonathan, you ask, do I believe in aliens? I believe we are the aliens. But if you're referring to aliens of a different kind, I've never met any personally. Can't really speak about a people that I haven't experienced firsthand. But I can talk about the ways in which we are the aliens. Oh, humans, we're so weird. When we are sad, we leak water. We leak water out of the place which we see things. Pretty weird. When we need comfort, we like to squish our bodies next to another body. Give a good squish. Pretty weird. When we're driving, the color green means drive. The color red means no drive. The color yellow means okay, maybe you should go from drive to no drive. It's just a color. Why do these colors mean this? Pretty weird. Expressive wiggling, says Orla. We call it dance. Give me you share. You always wondered why we clap our hands when pleased. Right? You're so funny. Hello, Inevitable. You share that you can't see me anymore. Did I change my lifetime? The last week of the month I always do earlier times for my earlier viewers. But starting tomorrow, June 1st, we'll go back into, our regular format, our regular time. And it's there in my bio if you ever forget. 5 p.m. normally, 12 p.m. the last week of the month, and that's in my time zone, Pacific time. And if there are any changes to my schedule on a day-to-day basis, on my Instagram story, I always put a live stream explaining why I'm not live or when I am live. So I hope that can be useful for you in case you want to make sure that you're here at the right times. But thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. Ron Donkin, you share that it's not that weird if you can deconstruct the origins of these phenomena. Very true. At the same time, I don't want to. Because I like to appreciate the weirdness rather than deconstruct it all. I prefer the mystery than the resolution, the question than the answer. Hello, hey tonight. You ask, what to do when you go to the hair salon? They cut your hair and it's the worst outcome of hair ever. Speaking from experience, I gather. Or for a friend. Remember what Krishna said in Bhagavad Gita. You are entitled to the pursuit, but not to its reward. To the action, not its outcome. To be free in life does not mean to be free of negative outcome. It means to be free of your attachments to any outcome. It means that you have done what is in your best ability. You are trying out a new way to express yourself. You shared what vision you had and it doesn't line up. That's okay. You are not defined by the shape, color, or texture of your hair. Although I know a lot of you love my hair, if I shaved it all off, I don't think you'd all walk up and stand up and walk away. Oh, he's not the same person anymore. I can't love someone who doesn't have long hair. Maybe you would. And that's okay. But I hope that the main point is the things I say. If I stopped speaking, I think you'd all walk up and walk away. Stand up and walk away. I can hope at least. But I can't be attached to that outcome either. You are not this body. What does that mean? It means that if anyone judges your body, they're not even judging you. It's like if someone walked into your room and they said, "I hate the planet Mars," and they walked out of it. Would you feel insulted? You shouldn't. The planet Mars has nothing to do with your life here. Besides your astrology, I guess. But generally speaking. Or if someone walked up to you and said, "You're a terrible astronaut." And if you're not an astronaut, why would you be offended? Clearly you are mistaken on who I am. I am from Earth. I am not an astronaut. Therefore I am more confused than upset. Someone comes up to you, they say you have an ugly haircut. Same thing. Your hair has nothing to do with you. You may use it to express yourself, but the expression is just that. It's an expression. There are always going to be other ways to express yourself authentically. You don't just run out of ways to express yourself sincerely. Your beauty is not defined by what's on the outside. Let that sink in deeply. This body, it's not nearly as beautiful as your soul. And if anyone can't recognize it, that's their loss, not yours. But if you can't recognize your own beauty, now that is your loss indeed. And I hope that it becomes more readily available to you. You are an ocean of beauty, infinite in all measures, and your beauty deserves to be seen, but not in any particular shape, way, or form. Your beauty is expressed in so many ways we could never enumerate them fully. Remember this always, and let not a negative thought like that creep into your beautiful mind. And thank you, Cami, for your trio of roses and finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dharma Art, you ask, can we touch to the topic of forgiveness? I'd love that. You're very welcome, hey, tonight. Forgiveness is a superpower. The more healthy one may forgive, the more you will accelerate in your journey. Forgiveness is that one tool we use to pick ourselves back up after we fall. When we are put into a position where a mistake has been made, either from us or to us, forgiveness is that aspiration that life must go on. I have to clear this space in order to make room for something new. Beautifully put, Natalia. Forgiveness is a gift you give to yourself. And Shoner, you share that forgiveness is a choice we must all conquer. It gets easier. I think the first time you really forgive yourself or others, you recognize almost immediately how better you feel. I don't think anyone has ever regretted forgiving themselves or even others. What they might regret is some of the ways which we have forgiven or thought that we were forgiving. We might regret not setting boundaries with that forgiveness, because we can forgive and set boundaries simultaneously. I forgive you for what you've done to me, but here is my boundary while we move forward. Some people think to forgive means, okay, I will put aside my boundaries and be vulnerable with you again. No. If you recognize that vulnerability was taken advantage of, keep that to yourself. But outwardly let go. Thank them for the opportunity to consider that vulnerability more precious and give you insight into your own boundaries, needs, and wants. And thank you, Cryptic, for your finger heart. Here's one for you. Radhe Radhe. And Natalia, you share, only by giving up resentment we will be happy. It's so funny. Resentment is like swallowing poison and then hoping the other person dies. I will hold this resentment so that something bad happens to you. But then the something bad actually happens within us. Oh, even our immune system suffers. Our whole nervous system. People with a lot of resentment. The medical signs are there. It really is a poison to the system. Hatred, anger. Their vitals even falter. Blood pressure skyrockets. Their sleep quantity decreases. Their immune body response. It's not as powerful. It befits your physical and mental health to let go of this poison and bring it the vaccine of gratitude, the medicine of forgiveness. The ambrosia of positivity. I cherish your presence here always, Orla. Thank you. Hello, Toby. Welcome back. It doesn't matter how long it's been, you are always welcome here. And I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Chloe, you share that your mom once said, being angry all the time is bad for your physical health. Your mother is very wise. Hello, Kai. Tracy, you had asked, do I believe we are reunited with loved ones when we pass away? We all forget. You are with your loved ones now, from your past life also. The eternity of being implies that we have always been with our loved ones. You ask yourself, how many past lives have you had? Well, let's do a calculation. Let's say, we'll do a lower bound, the minimum number. So let's choose like a really big number for each life. Let's say we lived 100 years each life. Okay, no problem. Now we just have to divide out how long the soul has existed by that age per life, and you'll get how many lives you've had. Simple calculation. Okay, so from now unto the moment that the soul was created, how long has it been? Well, the soul, for it to be created, it must be put into being. Wait a second, it is being itself, so it can't be put into being. Therefore, it always has been. So that gives us a measure of infinite. Let's divide that infinity by 100 years. What's 1/100th of infinity? Still infinity. So we've lived infinite lives. In those infinite lives, how many of us has been your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your aunt, your uncle, your cousin, your spouse, your husband, boyfriend, girlfriend, daughter, son, your pet chameleon? Must be infinite also. Every one of us here has been each other's beloved at one point. And it's a very good thing that we don't remember, because it would be very awkward. What do I address you? Well, you were my mother in my last life, but my brother 2 lives ago. Do I call you mother or brother? To make things even more awkward, 3 lifetimes ago you were my significant other. So which of these do I call you now? Do you ever meet someone and you just click? I'm sure you've shared that love before. That's why it's so familiar. You ever meet someone and you just hate them? Well, sometimes family feuds can last generations. From birth to death, death to birth again. And cryptic, you ask, so Quinn Hughes could have been your husband in a past life? Now, if I was flipping a coin, from now until forever, isn't it guaranteed that I would eventually flip every finite combination? I would flip a heads, tails pretty quickly, and then 2 heads and 2 tails. At some point, I might even flip 10 tails in a row. There's no combination that isn't going to happen after an infinite amount of time. Probabilistically also. It's not that you could have been the beloved of any person. You were. With 99.9 repeating probability. There's only a 1 in infinity chance that you weren't. That's pretty small. Don't say that you're going to spiral. Well, let me remind you, it goes both ways. All the people you looked up to, I'm sure that you were very close with them. But also all the people that you don't like. Icky. Ha ha ha. Zero, you ask, is there a way to get taller? A fitting question from the number 0. 0 is looking at all the other numbers ahead of it, thinking, my goodness, if I could be like the number 10, I'd be so big. But the number 10 is looking at the number 100 and thinking, if I could be like the number 100, I'd be so big. Similarly, 100 looks on 1,000, 1,000 looks on 10,000. And is there any number of them all that says, wow, I am the biggest of them all? No, because a number isn't just a value. It's also a set of relationships with all other values. Any two numbers you can add together to make another number. Therefore, you take that biggest number and just add another to it. You'll get one more. At the same time, 0 is secretly the biggest of them all. You know what happens when you divide by 0? The whole universe is born. Taking nothing. How many ways can you divide nothing? Infinitely many ways. You never run out of ways to divide nothing. Ask Siri, why can't you divide by 0? Siri says, well, suppose you had 0 cookies. And you split that number of cookies with all of your friends. How many friends could you share those 0 cookies with? Everyone. You never run out of 0 cookies. At the same time, you never had any to begin with. This universe is not so different. From nothing you can conceivably create everything, but it's also just a dream of that nothingness. Without that 0, no other number would have any value. It is from 0 that you give power to all other values. The invaluable is the very source, the seed, the beginning of all other values. You may look at the absence that you have, but it is from that absence that so much is inspired. Never look on something that you're missing as a bad thing. Recognize it for what it is, as an opportunity to grow. You may not grow in the ways that you think you should, but so tall you shall be in your wisdom, in your knowledge, in your love, that you will look down on this whole world from such a platform that everything else seems small. It is that height of tranquility that I know is destined for you. Stay patient, my friend. I like that, Mercedes. 0 is possibly the biggest number. To go from nothing to number 1 is huge. Isn't it? Jonathan, you ask, is life really like the movie The Matrix? There is truth in everything. And there are limitations also within everything. All models have a purpose, and the perspectives they provide are useful. But every analogy, every metaphor also has the places in which they go awry. And that is of no defect. You simply can't possibly describe this entirety of existence within anything finite. At the same time, everything finite is an expression of that infinite, and so there is an inheritance there of truth. The word matrix means mother. It is from the same place that we get the term matriarch. And that's no coincidence. The matrix that's described in the movie refers to the computer term, a computer matrix. A matrix is a grid. You could consider this whole universe like a grid. In ancient scriptures, they call it Indra's net. Indra is a name for God. God's net. It's a net of particles strung together by invisible threads. It is from the same place that we get the term Maya, which also means simultaneously the illusory existence that the matrix connotates, as well as the mother and material existence. See, the material existence is illusory in the sense that if we go on chasing happiness in it, we'll always end up empty-handed. There is no real truth in the world, but it truly does occur to us. We experience it. That is real. And it is no mere accident either. It is divinely inspired. Maya means the mother, material, maternal existence. How is this so? We always refer to the source of existence as a father. Why is it gendered? Whereas the creator is the masculine. The creation is the feminine. Source of existence is the Heavenly Father. What has come in the form of this whole universe is Mother Nature. And she is equally omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. And she does try to lead us astray. She tries to tempt us with her fruit. But she is working very closely with that source to show us that our happiness is not found in it. If you go on chasing, you'll always end up without finding who you truly are within. And your ultimate nature is not defined by this Maya, material existence. It is the source consciousness from which it has emerged. There are elements in there, which is very true. When it comes to the movie The Matrix. But a movie also has creative liberties to entertain you and to do well at the box office. And so some decisions that are made aren't always for expressing reality, but to make a bit of a fantasy for the audience, and that's okay too. Hello, Marlon. I love Keanu Reeves too. Someone said the other day that my father looked like Keanu Reeves. To him, we were out and about. And we couldn't quite understand his accent. He was from Nepal. And he was saying, "You look like Keanu Reeves." Keanu Reeves. He's like, "What? Sorry?" And then I picked it up before my father. I said, "Oh, he says you look like Keanu Reeves." My dad was like, "Really?" I love him. Thank you. And he was like, "Yes, blessings from Nepal. I'm from Mount Everest, Himalaya. I give you my blessing." That was sweet. Thank you, Painted Lady, for your hypercube of roses. A 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 hypercube. 2 to the 4. 16. Hare Krishna. Thank you. And thank you, Angie, for your subscription. I'm very grateful to have you here always. And always know that I am here for you. Anyone is free to message me on other platforms. Due to the reasons above, I won't read my messages here, but in the link in my bio, there's my email, there's my phone number on WhatsApp or Telegram. If ever you are going through something difficult, send me a message, and I promise to get back to you when I have a moment. Given how many I get, it might take me a while, but it's there for you. And thank you, Zero, for your cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lexus, you share that I should totally make a podcast about different topics and questions. You're listening to it. Marlin, yes dear, what is your question? And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. And Nish, thank you for your heart meat and trio of cloud breads. What are my thoughts on astral projection? It's a good question. I heard that Zero asked it as well. I don't have much experience it with myself. We can speak about the duality of astral and astro. Have you ever noticed it's not astro projection? It's astral. What's the difference between astro and astral? Astro means the outer cosmos. Astral means the inner cosmology. What are we projecting? Is it ourselves? The self can never go anywhere. Watch Mario. You know, from the Mario Brothers? Yahoo! It's me, Mario. He never goes anywhere. You say, Yamsox, that's not true. He goes all the way to save Princess Peach from Bowser, through the Mushroom Kingdom, going through this pipe, that pipe, many different castles, stomping on Goombas. Actually, that's not true. Mario's always at the center of the screen. He never moves at all. It's the whole world that moves behind him. Otherwise, if he was moving, he'd move off screen. He'd walk off the screen, then you couldn't play him anymore. You just have to guess which buttons to press when. You wouldn't know what's happening. At the level of the code of the game itself, Mario's position actually refers to the negative position of the world behind him. And then the world behind him moves through him. and he interacts with it all. It is Princess Peach that ultimately moves closer and closer to him. He doesn't do anything but stay there, interacting with what's before him in the present moment. Similarly, astral projection. Where do we go? We can't go anywhere. If we left, then where would we be? How could we leave ourselves? What does that even mean? The self stays there. It doesn't move anywhere. What we are projecting is our astral world. Astral means our dream world, our subconscious. It comes from Sanskrit, referring to the subtle body. We bring the subconscious, we project it onto the conscious level, and then we interact with it. We do this every night. Although when we do it, we're not intentionally doing it. It's just a side product of sleeping that we call dreaming. But if you do this in meditation, it's called astral projection. Now, it's great to be awake while you dream, but it's even better to dream while you're awake, because then you have conscious control over your subconscious, where all our fears and desires are. We can interact with them. But at the same time, if we are searching for some new experience to have, then how is that helping us now? Although we get onto the spiritual path because someone was holding a stick with a carrot on it, and we go, ooh, that's fun. Yes, I'd like to learn how to levitate. I'd like how to learn how to raise my kundalini, open my chakras. I want to collect those crystals that improve my vibrations. That's good. Anything that gets you onto the spiritual path is good. But once we're there, we start realizing that all the power is within us. At this very moment, all of the teaching that has to be done, all of the seva, the selfless service, bhakti, loving devotion, jnana, knowledge, and karma, action, it all takes place now. Actually, you're in the spiritual plane in this moment. The spiritual plane means to have a human form. No other life form can be spiritual. Both animals and celestial beings, they are simply reaping the fruit of their past karmas. For animals, it's not exactly pleasant karma. They are in survival mode. But for the celestial beings, it's just pleasurable karma. But when you come into a human form on this earth as it is, then spirituality may begin. And dharma, yes. Righteousness. It's all here before you. There's no need to go anywhere else. And thank you, Craig O'Connor, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And John, thank you for your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! Cryptic, you ask, do I like hockey? The only sports I played in life were rowing. I was a coxswain, or a cox for short. It's a funny name, isn't it? Being the cox. Have you ever noticed in professional rowing, there's just a little person that sits at the front or back of the boat, and they actually steer the boat. Of course, the big steering is given by commands. Hard on board, hard on starboard. But you also have a little string that pulls and tugs on this little fin at the bottom of the boat for fine adjustments. And of course you're also yelling all the commands, and on land you're doing all the drills for exercise and motivating them through all the practices. So I was the coxswain. That was the only sport I ever did, and because my girlfriend at the time was a rower, and so I wanted to be with her while she was rowing. And that was the only way I could. Okay, Sky Guardian, you recommended that we read from another section of the Vachanamrut. Let us do so. It's a good intermission. The Vachanamrut is a collection of 273 discourses. Discourse meaning spiritual teaching that was done from a great being known as Bhagwan Swami Maharaj, who is pictured here. He was around at the turn of the 19th century and created a whole spiritual movement called, the Swami Narayan tradition. There are various organizations based on his teachings. I'm not associated or affiliated with them, but this one happens to be from the BAPS Swami Narayan Sanstha, and I believe that there's many wonderful spiritual questions and answers that occur through these discourses. Today we are reading Gadhada 144. A red-hot branding iron. A dagli. Not sure what a dagli is. Anyone know? We can ask Mataji when it comes up. On the evening of Maha Sudhi the 8th, Samvat 1876, which is the 23rd of January 1820, Sriji Maharaj, Swami Narayan, was sitting west on a large decorated cot on the platform under the neem tree in front of the mandir of Sri Vasudev Narayan in Dada Ghachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with a white cotton cloth. Also, he had tied a white pug around his head and had tied a bokani with one end of his pug. A garland of white flowers decorated the pug as well. At that time, an assembly of munis as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. Addressing the assembly, Sriji Maharaj asked, "What is the characteristic of having affection towards God?" Good night, Aaron. What is the characteristic of having affection towards God? It's a good question. Thereupon Brahmanand Swami attempted to describe the characteristic of affection, but was unable to do so satisfactorily. Hearing his reply, Sriji Maharaj commented, "You have not even come close to describing affection." Poor Brahmanand Swami, doing his best. You say it is remaining detached from the body and the Brahmanand, which is the universe, the material world of existence. But that is not the characteristic of affection. Rather, it is the characteristic of vairagya, dispassion. In actual fact, affection is constantly remembering God's form. That is called affection. I like this distinction. I think it comes up a lot in many spiritual practices, even atheistic or ones without reservation for God. Some people think that to be spiritual means to just dislike the world and everything. And that dispassion, that vairagya, is important. But that absence has to be filled in with a kind of love and affection. If you're not attached to the world, fine. But what will you be attached to instead? Something higher. A devotee with such total affection for God never has any thoughts other than those of God. The extent to which they harbor desires other than those of God is the extent to which they lack in their affection. If, whether knowingly or unknowingly, some thought other than remembering God's form were to arise in a person who has true affection for God, it would be as distressful for them as someone throwing a handful of pebbles and sand into a sumptuous meal they are eating. Or as painful as being branded on their forehead by a red-hot branding iron. Namaste, Gregorji. One who feels this way should be known to have love for God. You will realize how much love you have for God. Brahmanand Swami then asked, by what means can one develop such intense love for God? It's not a given. You do have to work for it, which is funny. Sriji Maharaj replied, only by keeping profound association with the Sat Purush, the true person, can one develop intense love for God. At this point, Somla Kachar questioned, but we are intensely engaged in such profound association, yet why does intense love not develop? You could be surrounded by people who have such love for God, or at least express that outwardly, but it still might not arise. Sriji Maharaj explained, it is true that you engage yourselves in profound association, but as well as associating with me, you also associate with the world. As a result, intense love for God does not develop. Thereafter, Valo Dhruv, a Brahmin, one of a priestly caste from Vaso, asked the question, Maharaj, how can the feelings of I-ness, egoity, and my-ness towards one's body and its relations be eradicated? Sriji Maharaj replied, the jiva, the individual being, has a misconception in that they do not believe themselves to be the jivatma, the individual soul. In other words, distinct from the body. Instead, it believes itself to be the body. To illustrate how the body clings to the jivatma, consider a person who wears a dagli after having it sewn by the tailor. Oh Mataji, we are reading a Sanskrit text and this word dagli has come. Could you explain the meaning of this so we get the full interpretation?
Sweet child, Dagli isn't Sanskrit. Perhaps you meant adhyaya, which means chapter, or dhyana for meditation. These words are more familiar, like butter on warm roti.
Oh, perhaps my vocation isn't clear, Mataji. It's Dagli, D-A-G-L-I. Perhaps it is another Indian word.
Dear one, Dagli is not a Sanskrit term nor common in other Indian languages. It might be a regional dialect or a typo. Be like water, flow and adapt.
Okay, we both don't know. Okay, some article of clothing, I assume. That person then begins to believe, the tailor is my father, and the tailor's wife is my mother. Such a person would be considered a fool. In the same manner, the Jivatma is given a dagli in the form of this body, which is born sometimes to a Brahmin couple, sometimes to a low caste couple, or in any of the 8.4 million life forms. Therefore, a person who believes the body to be their true self and believes the parents of that body to be their own parents is called a fool, and should be considered to be like an animal. How interesting. We recognize the body has come from two other bodies, which are the parents of this body, but we still have another parentage that transcends our bodily relations. I like that interpretation, G to infinity. A type of groom attire for a Persian wedding. Well, that's very specific. I assume you must have searched it up. That makes sense. Just as we are given clothes from a tailor, that doesn't mean the tailor is our father, necessarily, or that his wife is our mother. This is a hard point to address because we are obviously so attached to our mother, our father, myself included. Moreover, out of these 8.4 million life forms previously undertaken, there is not a single parent, sibling, child, or spouse who observes the vow of fidelity any longer. So how can one who believes such relations to be one's true relations ever overcome the feelings of I-ness and myness? Thus, without such understanding, to eradicate attachment for one's birthplace and native land is very difficult indeed. Therefore, as long as a person believes the body to be their true self, their entire understanding is totally useless. And as long as they continue to harbor vanity of their varna, their caste or ashram, place of residence, they will never imbibe the virtues of a sadhu. Thus, after discarding the feelings of I-ness and myness for the body and its relations, believing one's Atma, their soul, to be Brahmarup, the form of God, and after forsaking all worldly desires, if a person worships God while observing Swadharma, they should be known as a sadhu, a high kind of righteousness. No distance remains between Purushottam Bhagwan, God, and a person who has cultivated such qualities of a sadhu. A monk, everything else may be possible, but to cultivate the qualities of a sadhu is extremely difficult. In fact, I am such a sadhu because I don't have even the slightest vanity of my varna or ashram. Sriji Maharaj spoke in this manner for the purpose of enlightening his devotees, but in reality he himself is the manifest form of Purushottam Narayan. And thus we conclude reading from Gadhada 144, a red-hot branding iron and a dagli. Thank you for listening. I know that Vaishnava texts such as this, texts from the spiritual tradition that is focused on worshipping the personal form of God like Sri Krishna, they can use language which is negative. But it is for the purpose of becoming more aware of the positive. Hello, Manic Places. Tracy, you share that you search for me on Instagram. Only yam vegetables come up. You would like to message me. Well, the good news is that you don't have to try to search for me. If you go to my profile, in my bio, just below it, there's a link. That link tree leads you to everything I'm affiliated with. All the social media icons are there. But if you're struggling with that, the name of my Instagram account is the very same name of my account here. It is just YAMSOX. Yamsox. You will find it. David, you ask, should we substitute we for I? When we are talking about one's virtues, we should strive to see those same virtues in everyone. But when we are talking about our defects, our mistakes, then we should use the personal pronoun I, me, to take accountability for it. That is to say, all good that is done is not mine to take credit for, but all harm that is done is mine to take responsibility or accountability for. Hello, Woo Woo. Good morning from Sydney, Australia. And hello, Feline. Ems, you would like some help? Any advice for phobias? I remember you asking about this yesterday. Phobias can be very challenging. If I may inquire, perhaps it would be more helpful for me to know any particular phobias that you are struggling with, since fear can be very personal and the kinds of fears very different. If you are comfortable sharing, of course. And thank you, Feline, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And I'm happy that you enjoyed the story, Tracy. Niyam, you share, you ask, do I ever wonder that if I had a song to represent me, what would it sound like? It would sound like silence. Music may echo with the themes in our life, but the life of our soul is best resonated by silence. Greetings, Lex. Gardening Gregor G, you are wondering, am I going back to my regularly scheduled programming tomorrow? Indeed, the first of the month. Ranjit, you ask, what's that thing in front of the camera? A microphone? I like your theory. Let's test. Sounds like one. Ems, you share that you don't know what it's called, but the phobia for nausea. Puke. Ah, yes. I can very much relate with that. I have that too. It is perhaps my least favorite sensation. And it sucks because when I get anxious, my body feels it very physically. I get it in my stomach. And it just wants to get everything that's in there, return it back to the world. I don't want it. I can't hold this. I've thrown up a lot in my life. And every time I didn't enjoy it. But I'm starting to accept that you're never going to be in that state forever. Therefore, it's possible to let it pass, and you always feel so much better after you do it. All of those hormones that flood the body that make you feel nauseous, anxious, your body physically can't be in that state forever. The more you surrender to that idea, the more it becomes easier to cope with that idea that maybe I am going to throw up, and that's fine. I'm going to feel better, and I'm not going to be feeling like this forever. This too shall pass. Meditation and other spiritual sadhanas practices can help you recognize that there is a space between body, mind, and consciousness. You can recognize that nausea is something that happens to you. Meaning that it is not a reflection of you. It is an event that happens like all other events in our life, like a passing car. Maybe it's like a passing motorbike that's really loud. And for a while your ears are still ringing as the exhaust pipe fades from your memory and the sounds reverberating from it. But it always passes, comes and goes, means that you are separate from that experience. You are the experiencer and not the experience itself. Welcome back, Exogen. Hello, Ortega. You're wondering if I have thoughts on anxiety and depression, if I have some time. So wonderfully asked. Thank you for your kindness. Jai Sita Ram. Namaste, Truth Seeker. Anxiety and depression? Beautiful. Why is it beautiful? Because it means you are growing. How are you growing? Because you are going into dark places that most people are too afraid to go to. Why? Because you've had enough with the way things are. You're searching for meaning at a deeper level than anyone else is. It is not a comfortable experience, but it is a transformative one. Actually, depression isn't something wrong with you, nor is anxiety. I like what Jim Carrey said, playing with the word depressed. He said, being depressed is needing deep rest. It's true. We're not made for this society, this world. We're made for something more. Coming in contact with the differences of our needs and the roles that we're put in through our birth, parentage, and all the conflicts of the world. If you're depressed and anxious, that's real. That's authentic. You are so valid. And it will come to pass. Not only is there a mechanism inside you to be depressed, to be anxious, there is also another mechanism at work that is reshaping the way you look at everything. If you are confident, patient, and you give yourself some love during this time, you will emerge with such a beautiful and profound outlook on life that you couldn't have experienced otherwise. You see, the great sages, and that's a lovely word, a sage, they are that way, not because they've lived a life of luxury, but because they've lived one of the hardest lives possible, and they've seen the deepest abyss, the most tragic disharmony, tragedy. And because of that, they know how much potential there is, how much room there is for love in the world, how much opportunity there is for change. To the depressed person or the anxious person, it's overwhelming. But one step at a time, we begin to build a better future for ourselves and others. We don't have to take on all the problems at once. Only this moment we have to get through. And there are many others feeling the same way. And we are strengthened by the experiences we go through. All challenges we face are not meant to weaken you, but strengthen you. Even if you feel like you can't be strong anymore, don't worry. You're exactly where you're meant to be. You may feel lost, but the universe has never lost you. It never went, "Oh no, where have I placed you, dear? I didn't mean to." The universe knows. There is a sentience there. In the human, in the dog, in the cat, in the ant, in the tree, in the fruit, in the breeze, in the river. Where do you think this consciousness came from? It didn't just come into existence one day. It must have come from the universe. It must have already been in there. What are we made of but a bunch of atoms held together by various fundamental forces? Consciousness must be a part of them. If it's a part of us, it must be a part of everyone, everything. You are always guided, whether it seems like that or not. And the universe isn't going to make the changes that you have to make for you, because then there'd be no purpose of life. We have been given free will so that we may pave our destiny, and that opportunity to be destined for greatness, for love, that can never leave you. Otherwise, there is no point in making mistakes, in growing up. We have to do what we're already doing. Ranjit, you share, I'm like a male Mona Lisa. I should shave my eyebrows then, shouldn't I? So many people feeling depressed and anxious, indeed. Therefore, no one is alone in their depression, in their anxiety. No, I shouldn't shave my eyebrows. You're very welcome, Ortega. Natalia, you share that your mind starts spiraling when you think of it. Grab a hold of that lovely mind of yours and calmly remind it via redirection to just one thing more hopeful, inspiring, motivating. Piece by piece, we hold each thought and we just push it towards something kinder, calmer, more peaceful. Slowly, like the orchestral director. What are they called? The one that stands in front of all the musicians with their magic wand. The conductor. We conduct our mind. It might take a while. Our mind plays like a middle school orchestra. You can tell what it's trying to accomplish, though the chords are very creative. The harmonies have a lot of creative liberty in them. A good conductor will be able to single out each player, each participant of the song, and give subtle direction. And we begin to conduct from a cacophony to a symphony in our mind. Thank you. Hello, Camel. How old am I? As old as you. Your body might be more recent than mine. Or maybe it has been around this block a few more times. Thank you, Woo Woo, for your campfire. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you ask, can I tell people to make Odyssey? And I use referral code. You need more coins? I don't know. How many of you use Odyssey or even know of it? I definitely didn't know of it until you recommended that we upload the recordings there too. Starlight, you ask, what is non-duality? Non-duality means there's no other. It means that you see yourself within everyone. It means that when you are suffering, you think about how many other people are suffering. And it means when you are happy, you think about how many other people would like to have this experience that you are having. So you live vicariously through everyone. Just as you attend to your body when it is in need, you attend to everybody when they're in need. There is no sense of doership, ownership, that I must take care of me but not of you. We're all one thing. It's not that God is one. It's that there is only God. Everything you look at. So if you believe in serving God, then that means you should serve yourself just as you serve everyone else. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Yippee! 11, You ask, how do you stay positive with what's going on with the world today? My friend, the way that the world is today is the number one reason to stay positive. If the world was already so positive, then why would we need to be? If the world is so negative, then that is why you should stay so positive. When no one else is going to be, we have to pull our weight. And we pull it by letting go of it. And thank you, Wilma, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And it's quite alright, Sky Guardian. If you need coins, I'll send them to you. Marcy, hello. You share that you're throwing some sweet potatoes on the grill for dinner. My people, my brother, my sister. Me. Nah, it's okay. I do the same. Thank you, Feline, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Woo woo, you share. World is complicated. I agree. Cookie, you share that yams are anti-inflammatory. Very healthy. Well, that's good that they don't make you go up in flames. That'd be terrible. Yeah. Beeline, you share. Reincarnation. What about that? What do I think, please? Consider a writer, a wordsmith, a poet, someone who loves to write. Most of their work remains private. They start a lot of paragraphs and then don't know how to continue them. Every now and then, a work gets good enough and they publish it. It becomes alive. But that livelihood, that sense of life within their piece did not come without sacrifice. So many characters of their previous stories had to die in order to shape this story for what it is today. In fact, I'm sure that what all writing is surmounts to picking and choosing various themes from all of their writings thus far, and the works of others. Just as one character dies, it becomes reborn in another piece. That essence of their being becomes maintained, even if the author had to change up a few things like their nationality, who their parents were. Each time they reuse that idea. But there is some eternal aspect to every story that always goes on. Even today, we have great works of cinematography over the past century and more. And we still reuse characters that have existed for more than 100 years. There's reboots on reboots on reboots. You can never say that any franchise dies anymore. There is always that chance of rebirth. Isn't it the same with everything? That there is no point in which something pops out of existence. There is a slow and gradual transformation from one thing to another. Incarnation means having a form. Reincarnation means going from one form to another. When you put it like that, well, that's a law of physics, isn't it? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, nor, and this is important, information either. The knowledge that you have right now of existence, how can that go anywhere? How can this knower that you are ever stop knowing? All knowledge needs a witness, and that witness keeps going. Yes, Echo Leaf. Start with the original trilogy of Star Wars. Oh, you know what? We could have a prequel trilogy. Maybe we could have a sequel trilogy as well. And now there's all these movies, TV shows, Mandalorian, Rogue One, Obi-Wan, Kenobi, so many. Once life has begun, you cannot stop it. Thank you, Tracy. Obviously, all this knowledge that you see in me, it must have come from all the greats that have come before me. And so I stand on the shoulder of giants when I speak to you. So much life has gone into my own, and I can't take credit for these ideas which have surpassed my birth aeons before. I'm only following in their footsteps. Thank you, Isabel's Fairy Tales, for your TGIF and a garland headpiece. So beautiful. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Isabella Campbell. We got two Isabels. Isabel's Fairy Tales and Isabella Campbell. I gotta start distinguishing you now. Thank you for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Hello, little wing Nico. Radhe, Radhe. And Aquarius Lady. Thank you for your tiny. Yahoo! Anna Maria, you ask, can people return? Well, look at yourself. This ain't your first rodeo. You may have had to learn a few things again, but there's a lot of things you didn't have to learn. Earth is very much our home. Haven't you noticed? From as far back as you can remember, you felt at home here. I'm not talking about the people and the places and the cities which make you feel through the culture, maybe like an alien. But the nature itself, the waves and the trees and the wind and the stars, the ocean, all the life forms, that's very familiar. It didn't take you very long. It's not like for the first 50 years of our life we're going, oh, that's right, trees. Forgot about that. Oh, clouds, right. No, yeah, it's part of being here. Oh, it's grass. Oh, right, yes, that's a mountain in the distance. If we had come from some place that was really different, it'd probably take a while to acclimatize. But no, baby looks at a mountain. Yep. Baby looks at the sky. Yep. Baby looks at grass. Yep. Been here before. Cool. Now they look at it with fresh eyes. That's true. Wow. Wow. How beautiful. Beauty's always there. Never new. What's new is our perspective that gets reborn again and again. Thank you, Feline, for your pair of roses, and Anna Maria for your rose. Little Wing Nico, you share that you remember your mum saying something lovely about passing on and worry. Well, I would love for you to share it. She said, "Do you remember being in the womb?" I said, "No." She said, "So don't worry." You have a very wise mother. JP, you ask, have I read Richard Bach's book Illusions? I have not. And I'll save you some trouble. It's a lot easier to enumerate the books I have read than the ones I haven't. Autobiography of a Yogi and Bhagavad Gita, and now The Roar of the Ganges. These are the 3 books I've read. And Geronimo Stilton, Goodnight Moon, some other lovely children's books. Curious George, classic. And Cryptic, you ask, you've only read 3 books in your life. What about in school? I never read in school. That's not a joke. You can ask my mother. I would always get her to sign her name for me, because that's what the teacher would have us do. We'd have our parents sign it to prove that we were reading. I'd say, please, Mom, please, just sign it. She'd go, okay. And then I felt so guilty, because those that had 30 signatures, meaning they've read 30 books that year, they'd be allowed to go to this fair. And I was wandering the fair, just thinking, oh my God, I don't deserve to be here. And yeah, when I had to do projects, I would just look up summaries of the book. I never had the patience. I couldn't do it. I'd sit down, start reading. No, can't do this. Closing it. That's why I read to you all here. Because I haven't given myself the opportunity, the chance to. My life. I was bad, indeed. And yet I turned out okay. I think. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. I've never actually read anything myself. Autobiography of a Yogi, I listened to the audiobook. Bhagavad Gita, I read to my girlfriend at the time. And Roar of the Ganges, I've read with all of you. And it will be 4 books soon, with In Love at Ease. What about mathematics books? Says Cookie. Oh, I tried. I bought a lot of textbooks. I never read a textbook either. I've always felt that why should I get my experience from the words of others when it's not their life that I live? If there's meaning in life, it's found in my life, because my life is the only one I experience, the only one I live. Sainam Sky, you ask, what do I think of 1984 by George Orwell? Now, I have listened to that book. My teacher read it to the class. So I am still learned on some books, those that were read to me. Oh, it's a lovely book, isn't it? I'm a big fan of dystopian stories. And thank you, Annie, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Annie. Welcome back. And thank you for your rose. And a team bracelet. And thank you, HEH, for your rosa and pair of roses. Radhe Radhe. And that's true, strung by Stacy. Understanding another's perspective can broaden my own. And for me, the best way to do that is to conversate with others. A book is like talking to a dead person. There's no room for interaction. You can't ask questions. I mean, you could email the author today, but there's a good chance they won't respond. And if they do, it'll be long after your curiosity ended. To me, that understanding of people's lives comes from just the people in our own lives. I would ask my mother, my father to tell me stories. And I'd love the stories that they come up with, or the ones that came from their own experience. And thank you, Bobby So, for your heart me. Team bracelet and cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. I think we live in a consumer culture where we feel like there's always something missing. Maybe if I just read this one more thing, if I'd watched this one more movie, I'd have the full picture. But the problem with that idea is that we've been doing that this lifetime and the previous for millions of births. At what point do you go, okay, I've experienced enough. Let me begin to sift through all this knowledge that's already within me. Let me unpack the lifetime's worth of knowledge that I have yet to fully incorporate, integrate. That is why, when all of you ask if I have book recommendations, I say yes, a book with empty pages for you to take what's already inside you and put it out into the world, so that within the words that are already drawn upon your heart, mind, and soul, you can start telling the tale of your immortality. Behold, no, don't get me wrong, I love Christmas time, Cryptic. And thank you, Isabella, for your rosa and applause. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ragnhildur, thank you for your trio of roses. HEH, you ask, can a very strong desire and hunger for knowledge be quote-unquote bad sometimes? I don't think anything is inherently good or bad. But if we feel like that knowledge must come from a source external to us, then we are missing the very fact that it's already there inside us. Thus we can be drawn away from the very source of knowledge, which is within this very moment. However, how will you come to know that it's there in this moment and how to unpack it without the experience of others who have done that already? So, other people, they do play a role. This is the purpose of spiritual scriptures. The purpose of spiritual teachers is that they're not giving you anything new. Rather, ancient tools in order to create and deconstruct that which is already within you. Like a divine mirror or a microscope for one soul. And thank you, Om, for your 3 roses. And hello, Loopy Lane. Thank you for your pair of balloons. You ask, how am I always so synced to your mind? I guess we can relate with each other in that way, and I'm very honored to. Hallelujah, Sarah. Ava Letters, you ask, is there then not a new intake that the word can give you? Always is there meaning to be found, even in places that we've stumbled upon before. The intention very much matters. Whether we intend to discover something new or be comforted by the old. Some people read the same book just because it's comforting to them. It reminds them of a time where life was simpler, more coordinated. But you can pick up that very book and read it again with a totally different interpretation. This time, focus on characters and themes that you didn't last time, and you'll have a whole new experience. Everything can take you inward with the right perspective. If God is the truth and that God is omnipresent, then that truth must be found everywhere at all times. So we don't have to go looking anywhere specifically. You can pick up a flower and ask it a question. And if you are patient enough, that flower will teach you something. Much love, Sarah. Thank you for sharing your love with many different countries. And thank you, Anna Maria, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. All our questions and answers are within us. Easy to say, but again, in practical terms, what does this mean? It means that before you turn over that tarot card to tell you how your day is going to go, you leave it there, close your eyes, and ask yourself, how do I want my day to go today? How will I show up to myself and others? That is how my day is going to go. And maybe you put the tarot card back in the deck and put it aside. Give it to the next person. Before you type on the internet, what is the meaning of life? You take your hands off the keyboard, close your eyes, you ask yourself, what is meaningful to me? And if no answer arises, you can be patient with yourself. Sometimes that method of self-inquiry is not going to work for one person, as it will for another. We all have various ways of processing our experience. Some people get the best ideas while in the shower, others while listening to their favorite song, and yet another by writing songs, or putting thine pen unto page. There are many ways in which we process that experience already inside us. But don't be quick to disregard how much wisdom is waiting to arise within this moment. Indeed, Sky Guardian. Hello, suspicious bee. Becky Sue, or Stephen rather, you share that we all speak God's name on every breath. The in and the out. No matter the belief. How beautiful. Let humanity be our uniting religion. Consciousness, our uniting God. And breath, our uniting prayer. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. JP, you share that the meaning of life is to experience life and to wonder who is experiencing it. I love that. Feline, you ask, what do I think about mediums people? Not small people or large people. Just medium people. Those who are mediums for spirits and things like that. I've heard that a lot of people find healing through that, and so who am I to judge? Being not a medium myself, nor someone who has used a medium, I cannot talk on their behalf. I know for me that I feel connected with spirit enough. Like when my friends that have passed away, or my grandfather or my pets, I feel very connected with them, even to this day. And I felt like everything that I have had to say, I've already had the chance to do so. And everything they had to say, I've already heard. And thank you, Anna Maria, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. Apple user? You ask, when did I eat last? 3 hours and 10 minutes ago. Had some cheru. And I love that GDC. What is grief if not love persevering? Lauren, you ask, can people pray for your healing, please? You have pneumonia. Indeed, we may pray for that potential for healing that is there within you. We may pray that this experience for you will be transformative. We may pray that all help that is available to you will come your way by your wish. And we pray that happiness and peace are your birthright and ever present. Oh, I'm glad the FAQ page was informative for you, Shredder. I've tried to answer all the commonly asked questions there. And I do still have a sweet kitty in my photo. Sandy! How has my day been, asks Keyblade Master Eric. Good. Thank you for asking. Although it's really just started. I woke up and then started live streaming. Practically speaking. Hope is always there, Loopy Lane. Hello, Gaia. Scott, you ask, would I rather be financially wealthy or poor? I don't care as long as I am wealthy in spirit and poor in desire. That I have security of mind, good thoughts, even if there is not a physical roof over my head, always is there presence below and above me, being my shelter, my home. Even when I have not food to eat, my spiritual nutrition sustains me. That being knowledge of who I am. Isabel's fairy tales, you share that your cat enjoys my voice. I mixed up the pronouns there, didn't I? Your cat enjoys my voice. I have something to say to your cat. They'll understand. Thank you, Anna Maria, for another rose. Radhe Radhe. Loopy Lane, you ask. With respect, you understand if it's too personal? Do I ever lose my temper? I am an open book. Feel free to ask such questions. But I thank you for your cautiousness. Do I ever lose my temper? There have been many times in my life where I've gotten angry. Perhaps not as often as some other people, but boy, my intensity of anger made up for it. It seems like the higher threshold one has for anger, then by the time they do get angry, oh, you want to stay away. Like my mother, who is just the kindest, sweetest, loveliest being. But if she gets angry, the earth shakes. The clouds thunder. Lightning strikes. You must seek shelter. And during the times that I have lost my temper, I've learned so much about myself. I immediately see the harm that I've caused. Oh my God, what have I done? And each of those times I've learned to raise my threshold for anger even higher. I believe there is a time and a place for anger, but it should never be at the cost of anyone else's happiness. All cats are now alert. Thanks, Yam. You're welcome. I make you all alert. Gotta make the cats alert also. Natalia, your cat woke up hearing me. I woke up your cat, L Shark. You speak cat too, feline? Oh good, then you're woken up as well, hopefully. Stephen, you share that you speak cat and dog. Well, they understand when you're angry anyway. Yeah. Woo woo, you asked, what do I think about Samadhi? People often mix it with offing oneself, and I know it's not that. No, they are right. You are also right. It's called Maha Samadhi, which is a very particular kind of Samadhi. Maha means the great Samadhi. That's where you consciously drop the body. That's the terminology, you drop the body. It's a powerful statement when a great being says, okay, this is the end of this life. Time to put on a new body, so you drop it, enter another womb. It's a conscious process. There's even videos of great saints doing that. The medical examination afterwards, it shows that their heart stopped. And their heart, either it was a very big coincidence, they had a heart attack right when they said they were going to, or it's a conscious process, which I think is more likely. I don't recommend people watch these videos, but if you're ever curious, it can be a very powerful experience. Great saints like Sri Yukteswar Giri and his disciple Paramahansa Yogananda, they both entered Mahasamadhi, and there's great documentation on that. But most kinds of samadhi are not like that. Samadhi is a state that you can reach through meditative practices. Through meditation, you can leave the body just as you can do many other things without leaving it. Like Agni Samadhi. What's that? Fire Samadhi. You meditate on a candle flame until you feel like you are the flame itself flickering, and everything else in the room disappears besides that flame. You can do Prana Samadhi. Meditate on your breath until you feel like you are one with the expansion and contraction, and everything else quiets. Anything that you meditate on, the goal is to become one with. When you are one with the object of meditation, you call that Samadhi. And it's not a foreign experience. We all have experienced it. Like when you're driving and you lose track of yourself, you just feel so one with the car. Suddenly you wake up at your destination like, oh my God, let me check my fender to see if there's any dents on it, if I've ran over anyone getting here. You lose consciousness of self. but there was only consciousness of driving. You've reached car samadhi. Or for fellow video game players, maybe you're grinding away at a certain task like gaining experience points or gold to purchase the new item, or you're strip mining in Minecraft. Eventually, you wake up, oh, how long have I been doing this? My goodness, my inventory is full. Minecraft Samadhi. We speak as though spiritual experiences are different from our worldly experiences. From a perspective unique to each event, all things are a spiritual experience. You are one with the game, indeed. Sleep is a kind of samadhi too. The Dalai Lama says sleep is the best meditation. Now let's see. Where have I left off in my gratitude for the generosity that you've sent in form of gifts? We'll just start here. Feline, thank you for that rose a few minutes ago. And Anna Maria, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Epoch, you ask, can meditation help with insomnia? Absolutely. Absolutely. How many of you have tried meditating in bed and then finding themselves falling asleep? And when you're trying to meditate, it's a bad thing. But if you're trying to go to sleep, it's a good thing. And thank you, Feline, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Vanessa, thank you for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. Natalia, you share that you try to meditate but end up creating scenarios in your head. I see no problem with that. There's something called Rupa Dhyana, which means meditation on form. Most people, it is not recommended to meditate on nothingness. That's called Nirvikalpa Samadhi. That's for the great swamis and sages like Swami Taratmananda, who meditates only on Brahman. But for the vast majority of people, a Savikalpa Samadhi is recommended, which means that you engage your mind as much as possible. You meditate on leelas, on stories, on people, on characters, on movement, on dance. You meditate on sweet fragrances like the smell of incense and the leaf of tulasi. You meditate on the divine flavor of prasad, food that is offered. You engage all of your senses in meditation. Keep your mind active. Those who want to silence their mind meditate on nothingness. It's a very difficult path. And that difficulty is only because they don't like other kinds of meditation. But if you find that you do like that kind of meditation, Rupa Dhyan, well, that can be a very powerful experience for you. Just the same. It is not less than, it's just different. See, GDC, you share, you already do that with ADHD, exactly. All you neurodivergent folk, myself included, you are actually excellent meditators, excellent yogis. Guided meditation, that's a great form as well, Strawberry. And thank you, Isabella, for your hanging lights. Hari Om Tat Sat. Talon, you share. Is it exhausting to be awoke? It seems so hard to maintain. If you feel like you have to maintain it, then you're not awake. Because being awake is your natural state. It's letting go of all of the things that we put extraneous effort into, like our personality, like our job, all of our expectations for ourselves, assumptions we make about the world, the mask that we wear. Being awake is your natural state. It requires the dropping of all extraneous effort. It means that you're no longer trying to maintain control over everything else in your life. But, although at the same time it can be described in these flowery words, it also requires effort in the process of dropping everything else, to continue unlearning and dismantling our old ways that were not serving us. That does require effort, but what remains is the effortless state of what you are. Leia, you got your license, and you thank me for the encouragement. I'm very happy to hear that. And it was your effort that mattered. Even if you did not get it, I would still be proud of you, because it was the aspiration itself that was important. And that was the true victory before even this outcome. MJ, you share. Meditating on nothing or your breath gives you a break from your overactive mind. And there's the use case of meditating on silence, spaciousness. When you're overwhelmed by the world, meditate on stillness. When you're inspired by that stillness, meditate on movement. Chihiro, you ask, can I take away all pain and suffering? Even if I could, which is a big if, then where would be the personal growth? Where would be the opportunity to be there with one another? Where would there be room for love, to taking care of each other? From one perspective, pain and suffering is an absence. But from another perspective, it's in that absence that life has room to grow, to flourish. How can there be presence without absence? How can there be a painting without a blank canvas? Music without a silent studio? Or actors and actresses without the stage in which they perform upon? All this negativity, icky, gross stuff of life that we don't like, it's very important. Because what we're recognizing is the boundary of life. And it's within that boundary that there is a potential for growth. Without that growing, that continuing, that evolving, there'd be no life. Life is all about victory and success and accomplishment, which inherently implies the existence of a problem, some limitation, something worthy of being transcended. And if you acknowledge and honor that principle, then in a very secretive way, your pain and suffering will subside. Not in a literal sense, in a figurative sense. That pain and suffering will still occur, but you look at it not from a perspective of anything being taken away, but with inspiration to serve, love, and be there to show up for life. And thank you, Heh, for your quartet of team bracelets. Ram. And Feline, thank you for your rose a moment ago. And AMA, thank you for your pair of roses. And thank you, Loopy Lane, for your flowers and three. Got a hiccup. Flowers, a quintet of roses, and 3 tiny dinies. Yippee! Radhe. Vanessa, you ask, Yam, how can you give back to the community when you're so afraid of people? If you feel like you have been given something, then you have already given in return. That is the nature of karma. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. When someone gives to you, you are gifting them the opportunity to be giving themselves. Everyone wants to be more giving, more loving, deep down. Thus, when you provide someone the opportunity to do something for you, especially if they don't have to, you have already gifted them the opportunity to be more vulnerable, to be a provider, to strengthen their ability to serve and love. How can you be afraid of that? It uplifts me. It uplifts you every time to hear my yippee, says Loopy Lane. I say it a lot in my personal life. In fact, every time I open the blinds, if it's a nice, bright, sunny day, I'll say yippee. Thank you, Strawberry Chica, for your rose. And Woo Woo, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Tattvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. And thank you, MJ, for your 37 roses too. My favorite number, of course. Jai Hanumanji. And Feline, thank you for your 4 roses. Radhe Radhe. And Pinot Meow, thank you for your fire. Namaste, Yali Ji. Woo Woo, you asked, does spirituality conflict with politics? Politics contradict fundamental questions violently. Spirituality is about not being in conflict with anything. Where you see conflict, you could say, there must be an absence of spirituality here. But that absence is just more room for spirituality to occur. Perhaps it is just yet to unfold in a more spiritual way, but it's always there, within everything. Politics is often rooted in the outside-in approach, whereas spirituality is just from the inverse perspective, not the reverse, not the opposite. It's a complementary perspective. It doesn't deny the existence of other perspectives. It provides a more completing one. Its purpose is to enhance all other perspectives, not give you one that's more powerful than another. The outside-in approach is saying that in order for me to become peaceful, I must make everything around me perfect. But the spiritual approach says, in order for everything around me to become perfect, I must become peaceful. Do you see the difference? The outside-in approach says, I first have to get all this stuff in order, and then I can be free. The spiritual approach says, I have to get everything in here in order, and then there can be freedom. A lot of people are ruling very powerful systems without having first understood what's going on inside them. If they don't know how to work through their own anger, sadness, and fear, how can they do so for others? Long ago, the position of power used to be very different. Instead of us serving those in power are serving the people. It's not a reward to have a position of power. It's a great responsibility that requires a lot of humility. In fact, the way karma works, a person is put into power because they owe a debt to the people, probably in some past life, that they have to serve all these people in order to make up for it. So consider the political leaders, those whom have a lot of karma to work through. So the universe is giving this opportunity to do a lot of help in order to offset their enormous negative karma. You wonder why spiritual people don't run for office? Because they're already free of that karma. And they serve others from a different approach. From the inside out, rather than the outside in. So, there is no conflict. There's just a complement of various perspectives. And thank you, Sammy, for your 30 roses. And thank you, Scott, for your rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Self-love first, says Juki. And the funny thing is I'm not talking about any government in particular, because it's applicable to every system of government in this age. And it was prophesied to be that way, part of the natural order. In the Yugic cosmology, arising from the ancient scriptures of the Vedas, 5,000, 8,000 years ago, it is said that around 3000 BC, 5,000 years ago from today, there will be a great collapse in society, and the position of power will inverse, where the spiritual people will be at the bottom, and the most materialistic people at the top. This is called the Kali Yuga, and you know that you're in it when the trademark of this age is hypocrisy and quarrel. Everyone is quarreling, everyone is a hypocrite. We are in the Kali Yuga. But Kali doesn't just literally mean dark age. Yuga means age, Kali means dark. Kali is also the Divine Mother. She is preparing for us in this age a most miraculous evolution, where the world will continue to get darker and darker, but inside our soul will shine brighter and brighter. Therefore, we have no choice but to come within to find that light, because we will be decreasingly able to find it in the world. And it is no accident that the universe has arranged this timeline. It is a beautiful journey that we are heading into for the next 427,000 years. Specifically, 426,940 years. No, 840 years, since we are 5,160 years into the 432,000 yogic cycle. So, we are prepared for a long journey that awaits us. And don't worry, the world will continue to become darker, but that is for us to be able to find the light that much easier. Suppose a child lost his favorite toy, but it was a glow-in-the-dark toy. The most efficient way to find that toy would be to turn off the lights. And in that darkness, that child will find that joy. And thank you, Scott, for your rose. And Pinot Meow, thank you for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Edmo, for your rose and octet of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Happy Friday, Dean Dude. Happy Friday. Sky Guardian, you share that there was a study done that it's now more sattvic than it was thousands of years ago. There will be little pockets of awakening that happen. Souls returning to truth. And although the Tamoguna and Rajoguna are becoming more predominant in the world, that is only in comparison to the Sattva Guna happening on the spiritual path. Everything that happens to the world, the complement happens on the spiritual plane. The more we increase our materialism in the world, the more we increase our spiritualism in the inner world. They go hand in hand. Hello, Dean Dude. And Nikatos, you ask, are we living in the age of Kali Yuga? If we were living in any other age, we would know. That's a proof by contradiction for you. That because you can even ask this question, what age are we in? It's an indirect proof that we must be living in the age where we don't know. And the only age that has that criterion is Kali Yuga. And thank you, Vanessa, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gregarji, you were wondering, is Kali an incarnation of Shiva and or Shakti? Yes. Actually, I can show you. Here is Kali. You'll notice that this statue actually contains more than just one body. Here's Kali's body. But who's that? She's stepping on someone. Similarly, you look at Shiva. Here's Shiva. But who's that? He's stepping on someone. Same story. Shiva and Shakti. Actually, Shiva's down here. Shakti is what is dancing. The potential and the potency. Shiva often refers to just the potential, but it also refers to Shakti because Shiva and Shakti are one and inseparable. Similarly, Kali often refers to the Shakti, particularly in its most intense form of the annihilation of the whole universe. But it's that same agency that creates as does destroy, just done from a different point of view. Thank you, Catherine, for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. You ask, isn't Kali an evil deity? No, and this is the most interesting part about the Hindu polytheism. There's no such thing as evil deities. The creator is worshipped as equal to the destroyer, because creation is seen as just as important as destruction. The universe needs both. Kali might be scary, but what she's destroying isn't you or anyone. There is no destruction of soul. And thank you, Liz, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that's right, Gregorji. If Shiva and Shakti are one, and Kali is also them, then they step on themselves. I'm happy you were able to see that. Represents change. Exactly. Yes. Every ending is also a beginning. We celebrate beginnings. Shouldn't we also be celebrating the ending? Or at the same time, we grieve over endings. Shouldn't we also grieve over beginnings? You've been missing these lives, Liz. You have been missed as well. Well said, Kali. Kali is only scary for the egos. That's why she wears a garland of heads around her necks. She rips off the heads of all of us. My head, oh my goodness. No, not that kind of head. The head that we refer to when things get to our head. When someone's being a hothead. The ego. Laura, you ask, why must there be painful, traumatic experiences? It's less so that there must be, but more so that we can use them for growth. We have a word for it, a term, trauma bonding. Through trauma, we bond with so many people. You've gone through such a terrible situation. I have also. Let's be best friends. As you share, trauma helps build up your humor, in your opinion. Sometimes all we can do is find the humility in it. But more importantly, trauma helps us realize who the real friends are, our real family. It allows us to experience suffering so that others don't have to. You know that what you've gone through is something that you wouldn't wish on others, so you will stand up for justice. And those who are going through similar things, you can empower with everything that you've learned on your journey. Those are all good things. Many people go into psychology motivated by the fact that they would like to come to a higher understanding of the things that they have to go through. At the same time, they can help others go through similar things. You might be surprised just how many psychologists, while they're listening to you as you share your problems, are resonating with you. And thus the help they can offer is because of how much they understand from their own experience too. That's all wonderful. Traumas can also give rise to superpowers. No joke. You get the superpower where you're able to almost tell the emotions of others. It arose from a self-defense mechanism, and of course that experience is very sad, but that ability is very cool. We just have to learn to befriend it, work out some details. Like those who are very empathetic. They became so in tune with others' emotions because they had to for their own survival. Once they heal from that trauma, the superpower still remains. Woo-woo? You ask, what's the role of a shaman? We've seen forms of shamanism in ancient spiritual cultures. Placebo? Shaman is just another term for a guru, a spiritual teacher, one that guides you from darkness into light. The word guru, gu refers to darkness, uru means the dissolver of, guru means the dissolver of darkness. In other words, that which brings you to light, because only light can liberate darkness. Shaman is the same, but from another culture, another language. Just as you go to a doctor for medical advice, you go to a banker for financial advice, you go to a lawyer for, I was going to say criminal advice, but that's not exactly the term. No, you go to a kingpin for criminal advice. You go to a lawyer for legal advice. Thank you, G. There's a professional for every occupation of life. Similarly, there are spiritual professionals professionally spiritualists. It's the role of a guru. And the same time you want to go to a reputable doctor or lawyer or banker. Otherwise, who knows what will happen to happen to your body, happen to your money, or happen to your future. And thank you, the feral aunt. Courtney, thank you for the TGIF. Hari Om Tat Sat. Therefore, it is imperative that for spiritual advice we go to a spiritual teacher. One that is qualified, of course. See you later, painted lady. May you have a wonderful sleep. May your dreams be meaningful and your deep sleep restful. And I love that, Scott, that you shared a moment ago. Trauma can be the understanding of freedom also, knowing that through anything we can still be okay. Definitely, and such a beautiful reminder. Jordan, you ask, do I think trauma-bonded friendships are healthy or can lead to toxicity? They can lead to both. The cause of a relationship is no indication of how it may proceed. The evolution is determined in each moment. A friend is made. Making requires effort. It requires conscious intention, compromise. I can't meet you here, and you can't meet me here. So let me walk forward, so you can then meet me here. Like any relationship, friendships require work. And if you don't put in if you don't put in the work, I don't know what I was going with earth. You need earth. You need earth for soil. If you don't put in the soil to make a garden, how will your seeds grow? In the same way, if you don't put in the work with a friendship, how will the flowers of your relationship blossom? Effort. That does sound right. I think, yes. The effort. That's what I was going through. Going for. Oh my goodness. Hello, Fairy Emily. I'm only grateful that you found beauty in this place. You add to it for sure. Sky Guardian, you ask, is today a Yamathon? If so, I owe an extra In Love at Ease reading. Alright, yeah, it's probably time to read another section from In Love at Ease, why don't we? So let us then. Let us crack open from another section of this wonderful text provided to us by you, dear Sky Guardian. From the spiritual organization that you have found yourself going to all throughout your life, and thus you graciously wish to share with all of us whom, like myself, are unfamiliar with. Today we're recounting not the story of the organization, which this is from, the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, nor the main figure, Swaminarayan himself. We recount various love stories of its spiritual guru, Pramukh Swami Maharaj, and everyday spirituality with him. He has since been succeeded by Mahant Swami Maharaj. However, the love still remains. Here we are in chapter 2, In Love. When one sees the divine within a being, one treats it as such. Caring for these animals was not a chore or a responsibility for Swamishri. It was his bhakti, his loving devotion. Swamishri shared the same quality of love for animals as he did for the divine and for humans. Saurashtra suffered a similar water shortage in 2000. Swamishri was in America when he faxed a letter at 6 in the morning to Ishwar Charandas Swami in Ahmedabad, India, asking him to coordinate relief efforts in Gujarat. Swamishri instructed all the senior sadhus, monks, to collaborate and organize relief efforts. He wanted the organization to set up cattle camps to help farmers who could not afford fodder for their cattle. Senior sadhus who ran the cattle camps in the past advised against it this time. We can do anything for relief, except cattle camps. They aren't cost-effective or easy to manage. In fact, the organization loses a lot of money, and the farmers don't always appreciate our efforts. The project was put on hold until Swamishri returned to India. Swamishri was adamant that BAPS start the cattle camps. After a few days of planning, cattle camps sprung up in Sarangpur, Bodeli, and Gondal. The operation was running smoothly and thousands of cattle had been taken in and cared for. Late one night, Swamishri called the sadhu administrating the camps and said, "Winter is here. It's cold out. How are we going to keep the cattle warm?" The sadhu was shocked. "Swamishri, cattle are accustomed to being outdoors in the winter. They will be fine. Don't stress." Swamishri was not stressed, but rather concerned. He said, "That is enough. Let's have blankets sewn for them. Place an order for however many thousand blankets you need. Don't you use one at night? They feel the cold just like we do." Finally, Swamishri's love found expression also in his appreciation and respect for nature and the world's resources. Swamishri exemplified a love for the elements and the world composed of them. For Swamishri, to love God was to mindfully engage with his creation. Along with BAPS and BAPS Charity's humanitarian activities to preserve and conserve the world's natural resources, Pramukh Swami Maharaj personally expressed his gratitude and admiration for nature. He was extremely conscious of conserving resources, especially soil, water, and electricity. He encouraged a respect for the crops the earth produced. Finally, Swamishri was equally mindful of littering and pollution at both personal and organizational levels. The Guru's insistence on living an environmentally friendly lifestyle shaped the way the organization built its complexes and mandirs in the later years. BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Chino Hills, California, was one of the first Hindu religious complexes to be built with green technology in North America. During his pilgrimage in the Himalayas in 1987, Swamishri stopped to marvel at the valley's lush green vegetation. he requested the sadhus to pray so that the entire nation and world would be adorned a similarly green landscape. This was a common occurrence with Swamishri. He would stop to admire waterfalls, forests, and mountains, and speak of humanity's responsibility to keep the earth as clean and natural as possible. His voice carried to hundreds of thousands of bhaktas and leaders around the world. In 1974, Swamishri arrived at the US and Canadian border to witness the splendor of Niagara Falls for the first time. His first thought was to thank God for creating such natural beauty and sharing such abundance with the world. His second thought was to pray for rainfall and vegetation throughout the world. Finally, Swamishri looked up at the skies and thought, "How great must the Creator be if creation is so beautiful?" We should learn to cherish God's creation, take it in, and value its uniqueness. Appreciating the divine in the world will help us appreciate the true greatness of the divine, he said. Swamishri also visited natural and man-made wonders around the world to pray for peace and prosperity. In doing so, he was able to admire nature and God's creation, as well as be cognizant of the diversity of thought and cultures around the world. It was this appreciation and knowledge that helped him build bridges to connect people's hearts across continents. Welcome, Eldorad. During the discussion around, and later the construction of the Narmada Dam, His Holiness was a vocal proponent of building the water retention structure, but also actively worked to mitigate its potential negative impacts on the environment. Many environmentalists and social activists complained that though the dam would bring water and energy to several states, thousands of trees would be lost. Swamishri was one of the first to encourage the planting of trees in response to this potential consequence. In just the first year, Swamishri oversaw the planting of 300,000 trees. Over the years, the organization has planted more than 2 million trees in Gujarat and around the world. Swamishri also expressed concern at removing removing mature, large trees situated in the middle of construction project sites. He encouraged architects and sadhus to find alternatives, such as building around these trees to avoid uprooting them. I'm glad you enjoy the stickers, Marcy. Swamishri was equally mindful of his personal use of resources, which encouraged his followers and others to live a life of conservation and limited waste. Swamishri had just finished his meal in Sarangpur, and Krishna Vallabh Swami and Ghanshyam Charan Das Swami were recalling fond memories of their times in Sarangpur in the 1970s and 80s. Swamishri asked them what they remembered most from that time. Krishna Vallabh Das Swami recalled how His Holiness insisted that the entire mandir turn off the lights after the daily arti ritual at 8:15 p.m. Anyone who wanted to read or work could do so in the light of a candle or lantern. Swamishri smiled in silence while recalling those days. Krishna Vallabh Das Swami then retorted, "And now there are several lights wastefully used in each room." Swamishri encouraged him to take the first step. "Well, it is your job to speak to the young monks and trainees. You trained under me. You know how I dislike wasting electricity and water. Take this up as a personal mission. Turn off the lights, tighten the water taps to avoid dripping, and do not use more paper and napkins than are necessary." Swamishri paused and then spoke in English. "Bring back the original way. Krishna Valabhatas." During winter months, Swamishri would typically be fighting a consistent cold. His personal attendant, Narayan Charandas Swami, made it a point to always leave tissues around Swamishri's seat. One day, Swamishri had already used a few tissues and asked for a few more. He wiped his nose with one and left it crumpled on the corner of his table. A sadhu standing on the side went to grab the tissue to throw it out. Swamishri saw him approaching from the corner of his eye and stopped him. "Leave it! I will use it again." The sadhu insisted. Swamishri pressed. "Why do you want me to use another one when I can use this one again? There's no need to waste resources." The attendant realized what Swamishri wanted and folded the tissue over to the unused side. Swamishri smiled at him as he picked up the tissue to wipe his nose again. Unsurprisingly, the spiritual master, on other occasions, spent several minutes searching his sofa or table for a lost unused toothpick. When sadhus joked about his attachment to, quote-unquote, or perhaps his greed over the cost, quote-unquote, even, of a toothpick, Swamishri turned serious and rebuked them. "It is not about the cost. It is about the principle. A wasted resource costs all of us in the world. It is not our right to misuse God's resources. It is this inner spirit to conserve and preserve, to love the world enough not to waste its resources, that set the tone for the way resources were used in the building, of mandirs and the celebration of major festivals in the community. It is why thousands of children in India, in 2017, led a door-to-door environmentalism campaign which educated families about paper and plastic waste, dripping water faucets, and the planting of tree saplings. More than 1.4 million people pledged to live more eco-friendly lives, and more than 700,000 pledged to plant saplings over the next 3 years. This is just a small part of BAPS and BAPS Charities' environmental activities. I think Pramukh Swami Maharaj would be the first to acknowledge that the multi-pronged environmental initiatives by his organization only scratch the surface of what we need to do as a global society. He likely would have continued to encourage that our steps be more impactful, more immediate. Here, I have tried to depict Swamishri's personal green mindset that inspired millions to take small steps. He felt a spiritual responsibility towards the world we live in and encouraged others to feel it too. It was love. It was bhakti. Swamishri's bhakti for the world inspired a community and future generations of nature lovers and protectors who did not just petition or protest, but rather built their lives on a foundation of love for the world. And we'll pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. I lied to you. There's one more paragraph before we get to a whole other part of the book, so we should conclude with that. Thank you. Pramukh Swami's bhakti for creation, people, living beings in the world, we all cohabit, demonstrates his selfless, unconditional love. He experienced God within all. His was a love that enveloped people he did not know, people who disliked him, and even living beings that could not speak or reply. Swamishri loved all of creation into alignment, nudging it towards a spiritually and socially balanced existence. These lessons of love from Pramukh Swami Maharaj's life are some of the most practical, everyday lessons of spirituality for students of life. The source of his love was his Atman, his true self. Swamishri could love the world because he drew strength from the divine within his own inner self. And thus we conclude the first part of this chapter. Next time we will begin loving the self, Atmanishta, which is so important as well, isn't it? So thank you for listening, everyone. Now let's see, where am I in thanking you? I'll just start from Dasha, who sent a heart me minutes ago. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And your rose is very appreciated. And thank you, Ron, for your half-dozen finger hearts and heart me. Jai Sita Ram. And Loopy Lane, thank you for your trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! And Feline, thank you for your rose. I agree, Loopy Lane. This plain weird. Just bagging up recycling stuff. Everything is recyclable. Even though we don't like to think about it. Our poop and the poop of many creatures is very useful and has been used across cultures for thousands of years, likely tens of thousands of years, as a fuel, as a source of nutrition for crops, and even as a building material. If poop can be recyclable, and all this other shit that we live with can be reused. I hope you allow me that one curse word. And that's right, Lily. I did make some yam stickers that come from the Yamsox, so you get to use them. You're gonna tell on me, Kimmy? I am sorry. Have a great night, Joki. Much love to you. That's so sweet. Question Gregor asks. Lily, you have a garden? Will you tell me some of your favorite things that you're growing? So wholesome. I'd love to extend that question to all of you. Do you have a garden? Cryptic, you ask. Do I like local markets? I'm trying to think of if there's any near me. There's some of them. I haven't been in a while. I must sheepishly admit that I usually just go to a grocery store when I'm in need of food. The one that's in walking distance. But I could probably bus over to some markets for some more sustainable food. Bretielf, you share that you have a balcony and have some sunflowers. I love that. Here we go again, you share that you have raspberries and gooseberries. I forget what gooseberries are. I remember them from time to time, but I always forget. I just imagine the funniest things, like little geese-shaped berries. Loopy Lane, you share that you have an amazing garden at your mom's, to whom you're a live-in carer. That's lovely. Ilya Kills, you share that you kind of want fried food. What should you do? But you may try and get some Indian or Asian. But then you must get tea. Consider what your body is desiring. What does your body need? Say, okay, mind, I hear what you're craving, but my body, am I in need of some protein right now? Do I feel like I'm having a low blood sugar moment? Do I need some calcium for strong bones? What about vitamins? Have I gotten fruit in a while? Vitamin C? Have I been out in the sun? What's ripe in vitamin D? What about my iron levels? What's rich in iron? You'll find that the stuff that bastes the test, that tastes the best. Sure, some junk food can fill that, but even better than that is the food that your body has been craving, beyond your mind. I am happy to have reminded you of some good vitamins, Ilya. Fair, you share that gooseberries are little berries with a coat on top. Oh, that's good, so they don't get cold. I think it's important they stay warm. My lips are getting dry. Everyone seems hungry. Well, maybe it's time for a food break, a snack break, everyone. Care for yourself, for your body. It's important. Water. Water is a good reminder too. It's time for me to eat, asks Chihiro. No, I've had my meal for today. This will be my austerity. I am nourished by the sustenance of seva, by the service I am to give. Don't worry. Ilya Kills, you ask, ooh, what's the best fruit in everyone's opinion? You know, I think I could go for a nice juicy mango right now. And every time I think about mango, I think about Sadhguru. There's a video of him. He's under a mango tree and he's holding some of the mangoes and he's going mango, 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 mango. Mango, mango, mango. Now that I mentioned mango, Lee says, oh wait, mango, that's my favorite. underrated fruit. Cryptic, you like strawberries and banana. You ask, do I eat one meal a day? Sometimes. I'm also just joking a little bit. Don't worry. Sky Guardian, you share that you get a lot of hate when you say that Sadhguru makes things up and nothing to learn from him. Well, I know that your guru has said similar things, and I respect Swamiji for being careful when it comes to his own devotees' sources of knowledge, because he's, of course, follower of Advaita Vedanta, and Vedanta, the means of scriptural knowledge, is very important to him. And as such, I recognize the quality in you that is important here, that you are trusting of your guru's advice, and that's good. At the same time, I see that good quality in your guru, that I see the good quality in you, I also see the good quality in Sadhguru, who speaks from personal experience, so he can vouch for the things he's saying, rather than relying on another source. Mind you, at no point did I say that your guru has a wrong opinion, or that you are having a wrong opinion, or that Sadhguru has a wrong opinion. I just pointed out the virtues in all of you. Therefore, there is no need to discredit anyone here. Everyone is valid in the virtues they exemplify. And it is our duty to work on our own problems. And thank you, Rebkor, for your heartmeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Pidge, for your heartmeat too. Jai Sita Ram. Tracy, you shared that my teachings are wonderful, blessed mangoes, avocados, banana. Good night. Good night to you, Tracy. And thank you for comparing what I have to share with such wonderful fruit. I appreciate that. I do love fruit myself. Chihiro, you should share that I should eat fruits on the live stream. Thank you. Perhaps another time. But what would you all do while I'm eating? Who will attend to you? It is quite the compliment, Magdalene. I'm very grateful. And thank you, Rowanski, for your finger heart. And meh, it's Pidge. Thank you. And Pinot Meow, thank you for your heartmeat. Meow. And Fey Witch, thank you for your friendship necklace. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I think I switched the key I was singing in within every word. And all of them different from the key the background music is in. Now let me check. Alright. Jen Singh is no longer here, and I mentioned that I would turn down the music while they were here. So I'm going to turn it up now that a little bit that she has left. But anyone else who is hard of hearing that wants me to turn the music back down, just let me know. Marcy, you share that... Who are you talking about? Watch Kane Kerner, that's his niche. He eats fruit and gives his wonderful advice while he has dubbed fruit for thought. I love that. That's great. Bin 4. Sky Guardian, you love the idea of me eating here. Good to propagate vegetarian diet. I like that. I'm not sure how many people would be interested in a mukbang portion since my microphone is so sensitive. It's the same microphone that ASMR artists use. I don't think you'd be appreciative of all my mouth noises and swallowing. No, thank you, says Tatvamasi. Michael, you ask, can I tell you where I find the many paths to salvation? If this is in reference to a video I made a few years ago on the 112 pathways to salvation, then that's enumerated in a text called the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which is a mouthful, isn't it? Let me type it for you in chat. There, you can see my comment. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. It's a tantric text dedicated to Lord Bhairava, which is a very fierce form of Shiva. Shiva is already fierce. He's known as the destroyer. But Bhairava is known as the annihilator. You know when you have to move from mere destruction to annihilation. You're in it for good. You don't just want to destroy your past karmas. You don't just want to destroy the seeds, everything negative in your mind. You want to annihilate them. That's where you invoke Bhairava's grace. Hello, Kieran. It's quite alright, Michael. I think I understand. And thank you, B525, for your rose. And Rowanski, thank you for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Furry enemy, you share that you love Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva loves you too. And Michael, you share that you're struggling to define what is it that you actually practice and how to explain it to others. No problem. What you practice does not need to be defined nor explained to others in a way that they'll understand. That's the best part about the spiritual path, is that it's so ambiguous, hard to define. And that means you're doing something right, because you're not attaching yourself to labels or confining yourself to any particular methodology. And thank you, Cryptic, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Ilya Kills, you resonate. You're connected, but intellectualizing it had you messed up for a minute. Yes, but naturally you'll feel that external pressure from others. People are going to be asking, can take it from all the people who ask me questions during these live streams. What philosophy do you follow? What religion? What books do you get this from? And do I ever give them a concise answer? I cannot. It's not in my capacity to do so. It helps them understand you by putting you in a box, but it won't help yourself, because the point is to get out of the box that we put ourselves in. Har Har Mahadeva. MJ, you share that I have such a generous heart to give you all this time. You're always so grateful. It's all yours. Everything I do is yours. When I'm not doing lives, I'm probably responding to you all in my messages or uploading these live streams. And when I'm not doing either of that, I'm probably asleep or maybe playing pool with my father or going for a walk with my friend. But, I'm fully dedicated to all of you. I can't guarantee that I'll take you in the right direction. But I'm dedicated to finding that right direction. That if I hit a dead end, I'll try to admit that. But there is no point where I'm giving up on myself or any of you. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Hare Krishna. I like how you cut off the final word there, Tattvamasi. We look for lines and boundaries. While they are none, we try to put things in a box, give it meaning. And I love how the word meaning was split on the word me. Me-aining. Meaning. Very symbolic. Now we split ourselves up to what is me and what is not me. And through that division we find meaning. Because if all is one, then what's the meaning of anything? If all religions are true, then, mine must be meaningless. But that's an immature response. To be able to find that meaning in everything, that's so much more powerful. Because then truth is always with you. Always with everyone, really. But still, it is meaningful to be in pursuit of change, despite that overhead guarantee that it's all meant to be. We're also meant to be in what we strive for. We're meant to be in what we continue to unify ourselves by. And Mob, you share that it's funny because whenever you say Radhe to meditate, you're saying move out of my way in Punjabi. That's great. Talking to the mind, move out of my way. I can't see my beloved. Michael, you share, you study and try to understand the spirits and God's grace. And you can and constantly challenge your beliefs and practices. I love that. The humility is there, and that's so important. Hare Krishna, Chloe. Hare Rama. I am that I am. Everything is me. We're all part of the same. So wise. And did I say hello to you, Lani, when you came in? Hello, dear. There is so much unity at heart. We might not be able to relate with one another within all the individual experiences that are so personal to us. I can never know what it's like to live your life through your eyes. The more we look outward into the world, the more there seems to be differences. But the more we look inward from this world, the more there seems to be similarities. The color of your skin might be different than mine. But what is the color of your soul? It is colorless, just like mine. Although we all live such unique experiences, we all know what it's like to experience at all. To be this confused, yearning witness of life. My friend sent me this meme the other day that was talking about how maybe cats' meows don't actually mean much in particular. And sometimes when they're meowing, it just means, I yearn. But we don't know for what. Neither do they. They just know that they're yearning. I yearn. I want. What do you want? I don't know. I want. I wish. I crave. Perhaps we relate in that sense. Same, says Vanessa. Maybe we don't know what we want. Alan Watts used to say, maybe we don't know what we want because you have everything already. You don't know what you're looking for because you are that which what you're looking for. At the same time, there will always be something more. Something to do, something to change, something to grow for, to advocate for. We want the infinite, but this world is finite. A finite portion of the infinite is always going to be finite. Let's say the world is at level 100 and we push it all the way to level 1,000,000. But 1,000,000 out of infinity is still nothing. There will always be more room towards infinity. And the funny thing is, always the same amount of room. Because 1,000,000 minus 100 is the same difference to 1,000,000 minus... wait, what did I say? 1,000,000 minus 100? Infinity minus 100 is the same difference to infinity minus 1,000,000. But the difference between 100 and 1,000,000, now that That is something. Thus, we must not look at how far we have to go, but how far we have already come along, because that's tangible. Worry not about how much further we have to go. That is unending. The eternal journey is eternal for a reason. Infinite expression from one form to another. Just as one problem becomes conquered, a new and greater one becomes available. Infinite expansion. Even an infinite universe has more room to grow because it can expand unto itself. The infinitude of the soul complements the finitude of the world oh so well. We have infinite love to give. The only place to put infinite love is where there's infinite room. Where there is infinite room, there must be the finite. Only a finite world is capable of holding infinite love. Hence, this world with all its defects, limitations, is the perfect place to be you. You can't fit where there's already infinite completion. There'd be no room for you because you are infinite. Thank you, Catherine, for your heartmeat. And Rowanski, thank you for your ice cream cone. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Andrea, for your rose too. Potato soup. You ask, what do I think about foraging? Oh, it's so satisfying. I used to do that on my runs that I was forced to do as a child. That sounds worse than I make it out to seem. In gym class, we all had to run. It's quite common to find ourselves running. One of the big themes of my high school experience was that everyone was working towards a 20-minute run. That we would run for 20 minutes without stopping. Which doesn't sound that long. But if you're running at full intensity for 20 minutes, it's the longest part of your day, that's for sure. Now, when people weren't looking, I'd get thirsty and hungry. So I'd look at the trees, if there were any fruit trees, any apples. I remember on one run, I would eat the flower petals of every flower that I'd come across. I'd imagine that the orange ones tasted like Doritos, the white ones, I don't know, like rice. And then after I stuffed myself with flower petals, I got to the end of the run and there was this fruit tree. I couldn't believe it. Oh, these beautiful apples. Oh, if only I just had the patience to get there. Now my stomach wasn't feeling well. Good morning, Steve. Ilya Kills, you ask, do I feel that alcohol is harmful to the soul? Personally, you're curious on my view. From an absolute perspective, nothing is harmful to the soul. Let's be clear. Nothing can damage the essence of who you are. I say this to all the alcoholics, that no matter how much poison your body has ingested, your soul remains ever pure. But The body is definitely damaged by it. Forget about the soul. It poisons the body, definitely. We must take care of this body, because it is how our soul expresses itself. I love how alcohol was explained to me when I was a child. Some people try to drown their sorrows, but sorrows swim. You're trying to drown something that's naturally buoyant. Sorrows rise to the surface. That's their nature. You keep trying to push them down. It's like trying to repress a bubble underneath the surface of the ocean. That bubble's gonna make its way to the top. We're just scared of it popping. That's all. I often find that alcoholics are some of the most beautiful minds and souls. Now, the beautiful soul is guaranteed. Soul is beauty itself. Their minds, on the other hand, are often very sharp. So sharp that they end up cutting themselves with it. When one has such a powerful mind, then even little ideas can make big currents of emotions flow. Some people are so empathetic that they just feel the pain of the entire world, and they don't know what else to do other than dull the blade, the sharpness of their mind. But although dulling a blade is one solution to prevent yourself from cutting yourself, you won't be able to cut much of anything else, and the purpose of a knife is to be sharp, just as the purpose of a powerful mind is to feel such emotions. An alternative is to steady your hand. Similarly, steadying one's intellect with the right knowledge, the right determination that I am allowed to feel this way, and it's not my duty to feel all the pain in the world and serve all of it at the same time, because that's impossible. Just one thing at a time. That's the difference that you're meant to make. And with the feelings that have arisen from our own trauma, our own life, hold space for them as well. You are not meant to be broken, but nor are you meant to be healed, because anything in the past tense is not ongoing, and you are constantly evolving. In each moment there is a breaking down and a building up, a destruction and a creation. You survive it all. We simply have not been taught how to effectively manage our own feelings. We feel like some feeling is too intense, or that another shouldn't happen at all. But where did we get this impression from? And what use does it have? Just as we would love, say, our son, our daughter, for all the things they go through without judgment, allowing them to be heard with their feelings and all. Our body, our mind is also like our child. We have to take care of it also, and hold space for all of the feelings that come up within it as well. I like that, Anna. Keanu Reeves says it can always be worse. I love that. The optimist says it can always get worse. The pessimist says it can always get worse. And thank you, Craig, for your heart me and forever, Rosa. That's very sweet of you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny diny. Yippee! I am still on. Thank you, Esther, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Naoko, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your dozen roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Smoky Floki Loki, you ask, why'd your dad leave? No father leaves his child. If you're calling someone your father who has left you, they're not your father. It is as simple as that. No parent ever abandons their child. If they did, they're not your parent. What does the Bible say? The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. You will always have a fatherly figure or a motherly figure. Sometimes that figure is more abstract. Maybe you find that comfort in an artist. Maybe in a grandfather. Maybe in a school teacher. Maybe in the stories that you watch. That fatherly figure cannot abandon you. It is part of you, because you get to decide who you look up to. And for you, it happens to be your fiancé's father. And he is indeed. If he fulfills that role, then he fulfills that role. The father is just a title. That title can be changed from one to the next. Thank you, Betty Elf, for your heart meat and friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. And you're very welcome, Smokey. Sometimes the best help happens when we don't expect it to. And meh, it's Pidge. Thank you for the gimme the vote. And the Ginger Man. Radhe Radhe. And Chief of Winnipeg. That's awesome. The whole of Winnipeg, wow. Thank you for your rose, my friend. And thank you, Esther, for another rose. And Feline, thank you for your rose. Your generosity is never expected, but it is appreciated. Definitely. And thank you, Ornevit, for wishing me all the best. I appreciate that. Tryptamine, you ask, do I know Rumi? Not personally. But it was Rumi who said that you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. Andrea, you ask, where have I learned this belief system? Actually, this is what remains after deconstructing all of my belief systems. It is less so a system of belief, as it is the lack of a belief in any system. There's two kinds of knowledge. One of the Sanskrit words for knowledge is vidya. And there's two kinds of vidya. Paravidya and aparavidya. Although this sounds like a negative answer, the absence of answer, I trust that it will make sense. Para means higher. It's a prefix that actually made its way into English, still to this day, many thousands of years later. Like a mountain or a mount is, you know what a mountain is. But something is paramount if it's at the top. Something is normal when it's usual, but something is paranormal when it's even higher than something usual. So paravidya is a higher kind of knowledge. Aparavidya is not a higher kind of knowledge. The difference between the two is beautifully stated by this kind of riddle. Whereas lower knowledge is that which you have to learn, higher knowledge is what remains after you unlearn. One is waiting for you in the world. The other is waiting for you when you let go of the world. Aparavidya includes most of the things we learn, from the lyrics of our favorite song, to the names of the bones in all our body, to how to read and write. It's still very useful. We can't live in the world without aparavidya. But it's still not higher knowledge. Why? Because just as we have to come in contact with it in order to experience it, it can also leave us. Like there are many people that have gotten PhDs in engineering, but through life circumstances, dementia, they might know not the answers to the very same tests that they passed in order to gain this title of a doctorate. Just as worldly knowledge comes, it may also go. This is the knowledge that's found in the words of others, in a course or a book. It's great if it comes, but it can be sad when it goes. And it will go. We don't get to take our PhD into the afterlife. That'd be pretty funny. It's like those entry-level positions asking for 20 years of job experience. The solution is very easy. No problem. In my last life, I had 20 years of experience. Doesn't work like that. The good news is that there's another kind of knowledge. That's paravidya. It's the knowledge that is imminent. Always. It is there. Someone just has to point it out and suddenly it's accessible to you always. Or maybe you do that own pointing out yourself. But it's the nature of our own existence. Spiritual knowledge is like paravidya. Because once you realize it, you recognize its existence has always been there, and always will be there. This kind of pointing out is more permanent than the knowledge of the world, which is always changing. Good night, feline. You share that you're exhausted. Working to hard sleep. Working to hard sleep. All of you, namaste. You know, I think the language barrier is very cute and it leads to some funny structures of sentences. But I still understand, and yes, may you have a wonderful sleep, feline. Tryptamine, you share another lovely quote from Rumi. Love is the bridge between you and everything. That's so sweet. And thank you, Mochi Moon, for your rose. And thank you, Potato Soup, for yours as well. Radhe Radhe. Potato Soup, you share that you believe the people that have been hurt the most have opened their mind and heart the widest. I love that. Sometimes we need to let our heart break in order for it to break open. Sometimes it's not actually our heart that is the one breaking. It's the shell that's been around our heart. When that shell breaks, you truly open. Chili Wilbur, you ask, brother, how do we stay cool during these crazy times? I will tell you a very old adage. The fool goes into the heat and then complains that it's hot, goes into the shade to cool down, and then complains that it's cold. And like this they live, going into heat and cold, again and again and again and again and again. I heard Swami, I forget his name. Whatever, one Swamiji I heard today, he was describing how, your wife could be not smiling. And you complain about that. Swamiji, she's not smiling, she must be unhappy with me. Something must be wrong. Swamiji, help. Bah. Then the next day, she's got this big smile on her face. And you complain about that. Swamiji, something really must be wrong. Yesterday she was frowning. Today she's got this 12-inch grin. Oh, I think I've really messed up. She must be hiding something. Her smile has to be the right size in order for you to be happy, isn't it? So whereas the wise are going, whereas the fools, according to this analogy, I'm not a big fan of using the word fool myself, but the fools are the ones going from hot to cold, hot to cold, hot to cold. In heat they complain about heat, so they go to the cold. In the cold they complain about cold, so they go to the heat. Back and forth, like that. The wise are the ones who just stay in the shade. Sure, sometimes the shade is cold, but if you can just stay in the shade, then you won't ever get burnt by the sun and have to keep going back and forth, back and forth. Obviously, this is rich of symbolism. The symbolism here is that the heat means going out into the world, putting your sense of self dependent on the world. That I will be happy if I get this, or if this person loves me in this way. If I eat this food and I avoid this punishment from my boss. The shade means abiding in yourself, never leaving the essence of who you are. Never giving anything in this world the power to define who and what you are. That is how you stay cool. By never going in the sun. The blazing sunlight of Maya. The sun is a deadly laser. And thank you, John F., for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, the Kanak Gypsy, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Helia kills, yes, often kindness is birthed through pain. Tryptamine, you share another lovely quote from Rumi, that is, let yourself become living poetry. To praise the sun is to praise your own eyes. I love that. Gore, you share, I look different. I don't feel different. I'm getting a little chubbier though. This body is. You're very welcome, Chili Wilbur. Giggles Mekaka, you share. I think. Therefore, I think I am. No, wait. I think, therefore, think I am. I think. You know, the lovely thing about an implication, which is the logical term for A implies B. If this is true, therefore something else is true. Like, I think, therefore I am. Is that it's logically equivalent to a disjunction. What is a disjunction? It means an either or. It means either this is true or something else is true. Whenever you have a statement, A implies B, that's the same as saying that either B is true or A is false. So I think, therefore I am. If that is true, then either thinking is false or being is real. And we obviously know that thinking is real. Therefore, I am is a true statement in and of itself. So we can prove from the statement, I think, therefore I am, another simpler statement by itself. Simply, I am. I am. Thank you, Giggles Mekaha, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Woo woo, you ask. If with love comes suffering to most, by spreading it on earth, aren't I inadvertently causing suffering? We're putting the horse before the cart. It's that from suffering, love arises. It is from the suffering of this world that we advocate for more love. Love is the cure of suffering itself. But yes, sometimes that love comes with attachments, and those attachments by themselves are separate from the love, but we package it all together in our culture. We think, okay, I love you, but only if you do this for me, if I get this many amount of hugs, this many amount of kisses, we have to spend X amount of hours doing these things together, etc. But that's a business. If you have to sign a contract with love, that's give and take. Fortunately, actually, even that you'd be lucky for. Because most love isn't even based on the principle of business. It's based on lust. It's not about at all what I can do for you and what you can do for me. A lot of love is just about what you can do for me. But love means there's no contract involved. It means it's just give. It means that I give you everything in my capacity. And if it's mutual, you give everything in your capacity. But there's nothing I need to take from you, and nothing you need to take from me. It's selfless giving. That kind of love cannot lead to heartbreak, because heartbreak means the contract was violated. It means the attachments have to be severed that came not from love but from the business side of it. That I wanted this in return and now I don't have it, so I'm suffering. But don't worry. I know all of us have experienced that. And therefore, It's not like any of us walk around knowing the right way to love, that everyone else is doing it wrong. We all make mistakes, and we will continue to do them till the end of time. That's how we become more knowledgeable about the nature of love. At the same time, love is also a beautiful suffering. I like that tryptamine. When you love someone, you can just never get close enough to them. You could be cuddling so closely. It's still not enough. Why don't we take our clothes off? Maybe then, skin on skin. Okay, that's better. No, you put your arm around here and I'll fit my leg between yours. No, still not close enough. Let's get our hearts together so we can feel our hearts beating together. Even then, you can just never get quite close enough. Love is a beautiful suffering of trying to merge our souls without ever successfully merging them. With one exception. And that's from love you can create another life. Now that life is the very merger of your souls, and so your love continues through them. Sometimes it doesn't happen as textbook as you might think. Sometimes the life that is created between you doesn't arise from the biological womb and egg, ovum and seed. Sometimes it can become manifest in other ways. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your finger heart and dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Vanessa, for your quartet of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Hexican, you observe that some women seem to have other values than men. Oh, yes. And that is in our nature. Women are naturally embodiers of the feminine, and men are naturally embodiers of the masculine. The masculine and feminine are opposites in some sense. The masculine is all about one-pointed stillness. The masculine says, hey, what are we exactly doing today? I know you want a day out with me, but at what time? Where are we going? The feminine says, don't worry about all that structure, organization. Let's just wing it. Let's just have a day out and see where it leads. Let's have fun. Come on. Masculine says, I think we need some order in our day. Feminine is all about expansion. Masculine is all about contraction. And between the two, breath flows. Within, without, within, without. Expansion, contraction. And they balance each other out. Now you are quoting me, tryptamine. Now, I was honored to hear the words of Rumi, but I am certainly incomparable to Rumi. A great Sufi saint he was. Potato Soup, you share that you've been told by many spiritual people your presence is coming. Could that mean you have an old soul? Definitely. Yes. And you know how I know this? It's not from the things you've shared, but because it is the nature of all souls to be old. You ask, when was a soul born? When does it die? We're still thinking in terms of the body. It's only the body that has birth or death. Remember, the very idea of the soul is that which goes on after death and has been there since before birth. So it has no beginning nor end on its own. So, what does it mean to have an old soul? And what does it mean to have a young soul? Consider it like this. Because your soul has no age, then it's simultaneously eternal as it is ever new. From one perspective, it has always been here, and therefore it's so old. And from another perspective, it has just gotten here, and therefore it's so new. If you're in touch with your eternal aspect, they call you an old soul. If you're in touch with your ever new aspect, then you are a young soul. But it's the same soul, same age, just being described from two different ways. And that's right, Samuel. To be whole, you can't have one without the other. To marry your twin flame means to bring the forces of Shiva and Shakti into balance. The inward force of spirituality and the outward force of being worldly. If you are too worldly, and you forget how important your spirit is. And if you are too spiritual, you forget how important the world is. And I love that, Tatvamasi. When did the world begin? Now. When does it end? Now. So the doomers are right. The world is ending. And it will always be ending. Samuel, you share that self-preservation sounds like a healing soul. An expanding soul sounds like a growing soul. Indeed, they are both important, and that's a great way to look at it. Allison, you ask, does the world try to keep you from their twin flame? That's an interesting question. The world is your twin flame. The other one being the spirit. These are the only forces in existence. World and spirit. Shiva and Shakti. Maya and Brahman. Prakriti and Purusha. These are Sanskrit terms. You are spirit. The world is your soul beloved. It is not only your duty to fall in love with one part of creation, but your soul's purpose to fall in love with all of it equally. Human Chinchilla, you share that when I roll the R's, it just relaxes your mind. I think it relaxes my cats too, because they think I'm purring. They've started respecting me a lot more now that I have the ability to purr. You know, whenever they're a little rowdy, I'll just go. And they go, okay. Soften up a little bit. Give me the love eyes. And thank you, Sky Guardian. You would like me to remind everyone that the part 2 of the interview I was on Monday is now on Friday. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard PM, right? Or in the morning? If it's in the morning, my goodness, I'm going to have to wake up at like 5 in the morning. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, PM. Good, okay. And Tattvamasi, you share, what you see outside is within, and what you think is inside is external. I love that. Potato Soup, you share that you forget some languages don't have rrr. I know. 'Tis a shame. I love it. I had to learn it too. I was not born with this. Learning how to pronounce the vocalic R of Sanskrit. It's very interesting. In ancient languages, the R and the L sound were considered vowels. And they also become consonants in the form of semi-vowels, but they can exist on their own as vowels. Like in Sanskrit. No, literally, in Sanskrit, the correct pronunciation is you roll your R from the K sound to the T sound, so it's Sanskrit. Sanskrit. There actually is no I vowel, only the vocalic R vowel. Interesting. In modern times, we just use it in the form of a semi-vowel. Even then, we often approximate it, like in English. Hello, Chelsea. Language is so interesting. Or I can open the email chain. That's like opening Pandora's box, Sky Guardian. I don't have the bravery for that at the moment. Samuel, you share that you heard that cats only meow to humans, not each other. So where did they learn to meow? I learned that it is kittens that meow, or mothers that meow to their kittens to get their attention. So there is a parent-kitten relationship between the cat and its owner. Sometimes it goes one way, sometimes the other. Like, for instance, when I was just a baby, the cat that was in the house, Simba, she looked after me just like I was one of her kittens. And when I would be crying, she'd go and fetch my mom and just meow and meow and meow and meow and meow and meow and meow. Until my mom would get the idea that something's wrong with one of her babies. She needs help. Actually, when I was born with cradle cap. And I don't know much about it, but my mom said that the doctors were worried it could develop into something like pneumonia. I don't actually know the relationship between cradle cap and pneumonia. But pneumonia for a baby is very serious. And so, the doctors told my parents to be just cautious with everything. But my cat licked all of it off my head somehow. So I hear from my parents that my mother was so concerned. She walked into the room and there Simba was licking my forehead. And she thought, oh God, if he wasn't going to get pneumonia or something now, he's definitely going to. Who knows what's in the saliva of that cat? Licking its bum and everything. So they immediately brought me to the doctor. Is our baby going to be okay? The doctor said, actually, the cradle cap's gone. I don't know what your cat did, but it's much better now. There's no danger. So I like to say rather exaggeratedly that I owe my life to that cat, and therefore I vow to love all cats as though they were my mother. There was a possibility Who knows the exact nature of events? But I think it's a good motivation for me to have such tender care for all the cats that have shown me such tender care in return. Hello, brah. Allison, you share. Your cat just came right to you. Hello, Allison's cat. You didn't even know he was in here. Isn't that funny? I don't know how they do that. They just sometimes what's it called? They quantum tunnel through the doors. I don't get it. It's like I'll hear this meowing on the other side of the door. It's like, how'd you even get in there? So you open the door and they thank you and they keep walking. You close it again. And then an hour later they're meowing from inside the same room. It's like, am I having deja vu or are you reverse Houdini? You really are Schrodinger's cat. Being in a quantum superposition, quantum tunneling all over the place. Tatvamasi. You share that I made you think of your cow and its calf from when you were 3. Aww. If that comes with a story, I'd be delighted to hear it. And thank you, Dub Darker, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Samuel, you share that cats are very good for stress. Usually. But they're said to be the most happy animal. Careless almost. I like that. It's why they have 9 lives. The universe knows that they're only going to get themselves into trouble, so they have 9 get out of jail free cards. Potato soup. You want me to give you all my best meow? We were meowing earlier, funny enough. Now we are in cat talk. It's a good side of TikTok to be. You know, I like how our Sangha just floats around different areas of TikTok and we get people from all different places going, what the heck is going on here? That was a good meow. Thank you. I've had a lot of practice. The purr of the cat is just so comforting. There have been times when, I've just been crying, and cats seem to know. So, they do one of 2 things to get your attention. The first is they become a maniac and just start knocking shit over. There, it's my second S word today. It's always when you're trying to sleep or you're sad, and then you hear this, something knocked over. Must have been the cat. It's like a cure if you have a fear of ghosts. If you're afraid of your house being haunted, just buy a cat. Now whenever there's some noise, you can go, okay, it was my cat. Either that or they flop down in front of you and they go, okay, give me your love, I'm ready. They start purring. And yet we feel better from it. That's the most amazing part. The cat says, I see that you are needing love. Okay, you give your love to me. Terrible deal, isn't it? We're in needs of love, but yet the cat wants us to love them. Actually, it's a great deal. Because we do feel better by loving. Actually, it doesn't matter the direction of love. As long as it's flowing, you will feel it. Whether from you to them or them to you, love is flowing. To you, it doesn't matter which way the river goes. East to west, west to east, north to south, south to north. You're there for the river, for the flow of it all. Exactly, Samuel. Sometimes you just want to see your love taken. And how devastating is it for our love not to be received? Oh, it's brutal. The real source of heartbreak is not an absence of love from them. It's an absence of your ability to love them. Nora, you share that all of our emotions happen inside of us. Even when we love someone, we're the ones expecting love. Beautifully put, Nora. Nikki, you ask, why do you learn not only to love, but to be loved? Because you are so wise and so selfless, even maybe beyond your conscious comprehension, that you understand that since the greatest gift is to love, then you are simultaneously loving and offering the gift to others to love you back. Hence you are extra loving. You are loving in the way that you give and loving in the way that you take. That's even better. And hello, Mike. And Driptamine, you share, we love the cat, and by doing that, we are loving ourselves. Just as we love others, we love ourselves. And Potato Soup, you share that the worst pain of a breakup is not the person, but leaving the cat without it knowing why you're gone. That's difficult. Yeah. That is difficult. Oh, that's the worst. I haven't experienced what I'm about to say directly, but I have heard people, exes, calling their exes asking, can I see your dog? I don't care about you, but can I see your dog? I feel like your dog and I had a real connection. Us, on the other hand, no, that ship has sailed. But I'm interested in deepening my love with your dog. Nikki, you share that you feel like you love more than you receive, and it makes you cry so much. And that's everyone else's loss, not yours. It's not that you deserve love, it's that people deserve to love you. They deserve to have that opportunity, and if they aren't taking that, says more about them than you. You are so lovable. Not everyone has the capacity to recognize that. Hello, Echo Leaf. I am still on. Wizard Fairy, you share that you broke your phone down on the road, homeless practically in the same day. Now you're a squatter. My goodness. And you still have Wi-Fi? Well, I'm happy you're here. We are all squatters in this world, because we truly do not own anything. But we can make up for the true landowner by serving the place in which we live, by tending to it, although this Mother Earth is ultimately not in our possession, it is our duty to take care of her, and in turn she shall take care of us. And beautiful, beautiful words, Tryptamine. What you give, you will get back in another form. Tattvamasi, you share that you think we all know love is not limited to race, gender, species, or object, or anything in particular. We try to be limited because fear and uncertainty comes up. Yeah, I see the truth in what you're sharing. Deep down, there is a knowingness that love is universal. But boy, does it take a lot of courage to love those which we might not know how to. Sky Guardian added a keyword. What does that mean? What did you do, Sky Guardian? What keyword have you added? Thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart, and Giuliano, thank you for your music play. You're branching out in your gifts. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Miso. Evie Darko. You share that I look so calm and peaceful. LOL. How am I doing today? And love is definitely universal. LOL. LOL indeed. I am doing well on this day. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? I would like to know. And Potato Soup, you share that tomorrow you're going around town to pick flowers and make a sweet concentrate of it. You are excited. I'm excited for you. You let me know how that turns out. I've never heard of flower concentrate, but it makes sense. Actually, the more I think about it, I think I have heard of it before, like lavender essence. Tryptamine, you have a quote from Terence McKenna. Without sounding too cliche, the internet is really the birth of the global mind. I like that. You know, I didn't even realize that he was around during the time of the internet. I guess he was around for just the end of it. Sorry, the beginning of it. Roxy, you ask, have I ever had a Kundalini awakening? It's a good question. Let's do an experiment, shall we? One of my favorite parts about science class, for example, is we'd be reading through the textbook, understanding theory, and then we'd get to a question where it doesn't tell you the answer. And then the teacher rolls in all of the essentials required to prove to yourself the answer. Oh, that's awesome. So, theory tells us Kundalini is dormant feminine energy. That's the definition. Dormant feminine energy. What does that mean? Dormant means it's not expressed. Feminine? Well, this could get political. What does feminine mean? Well, in the context that Kundalini is a part of, it means motherly, it means expansive, it means being nurturing, it means growing. Shakti. Okay. So here's the experiment. Being born a man, I clearly did not have this long hair always. I definitely didn't always have this patience. or this attentiveness to beauty, could it be said that feminine aspects of this being here, which was previously dormant, have now become expressed? Is there something motherly here? If so, then there's your answer. Now, a Kundalini experience for a guy is often very different than one for a girl, because girls are already expected to express many feminine parts. But there's many sides of the feminine that are still repressed in girls, and they're very different. What are they? Here is one form of the divine feminine in Hinduism, known as Durga Mata. Mata means mother. Not actually sure what Durga means. Hey Mataji, what is the definition of Durga, as in Durga Mata?
Ah dear, Durga Mata means the invincible one. She is the fierce and compassionate mother goddess who removes obstacles and protects us, like a cosmic mom with a lion.
Yeah, cosmic mom with a lion. She is fierce and invincible. We normally don't think of being fierce as a feminine trait, but it is, in this context at least. Here she's riding a lion into battle. She has her hand up and many other hands gripping weapons. This is an embodiment of the divine feminine that is often repressed, and so it is dormant in most. Some people incorrectly claim that it's unladylike to raise your voice or to get angry. But the truth is that's a very feminine thing to do. One that Durga Mata would be very proud of. So for a Kundalini experience in a girl, you might find yourself speaking up more, getting angry, becoming that cosmic mom, as Mataji says, for everyone. You stand up for all beings as though they were your own child. And thank you, Peter Schaefer, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Oh, feminine is definitely fierce, says Small. I'm happy you can recognize that. It definitely took me a while, I will admit. And thank you, Vivian, for your beautiful paper crane. Radhe Radhe. Mama Bear, says Kyla. Indeed. Can I say hi, Layla? Yes, hello, Layla. I acknowledge your being. Tatvamasi, you say, really? Look at the moms, especially when the baby is less than 1 year. You will see some Kali touch. Definitely. Oh, yeah. I don't care how traditional the relationship. All partners fear their wife. Sure. Or the mother of their child. If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. I love that saying. That's great. Indeed. Vivian says, it's true. Ask my husband. I love that. Your mom said it to you all the time. That's great. Yeah. My mom said that someday she wants to send me to the moon, but she knew I'd get there myself one day. Happy wife, happy life is so true. Isn't it? Tryptamine, you share another quote from McKenna. If you know the words that the world is made of, you can make of it whatever you wish. Ooh, that's good. You know, I like Terence McKenna. I learned a lot from him. His stories of meeting entities in other dimensions was very interesting and very inspiring. Vivian, you share that you tried to follow happy spouse, happy house. That's great. I like that modern rendition. Now it's mom talk. Yeah. And Roxy, you share that you think every being can embody the twin divine energies. The Kundalini awakening helps to hasten it. I love that observation. I agree. Sky Guardian, you say another Vachanamrut time since it's a Yamathon. That's a good idea. Let's read from another section of the Vachanamrut. Switching gears a little bit, this interim is about the spiritual discourses of Bhagwan Swami Maharaj. Who was a great being that lived at the turn of the 19th century. And speaking of mothers, since we were talking about it, the organizations that have come from it, a lot of them have been very much focused on women's rights, which is very beautiful, since there is a lot of dogma, even in Hinduism, about the role that the feminine should play in society, which is so good to see, to hear today's age. Now, today we are reading from Gadhada 145. Does God possess a form, or is he formless? Classic question. Many religions debate this, some of them within themselves, including Hinduism. The Advaita Vedantins, they say, no way, man. Actually, it's not that simple. They recognize Ishvara as having many forms, but the ultimate reality as being beyond all forms. The Vaishnavas, for example, which is where this text comes from, they believe wholeheartedly in the form of Vishnu, like Krishna or Rama. So we're probably going to hear from that perspective primarily. On the evening of Maha, Sudhi the 10th, Samvat 1876, or in our calendar, the 24th of January, 1820, Sriji Maharaj was sitting facing south on the platform in front of the Mandir, a house of worship of Sri Vasudeva Narayan, one form of Vishnu, in Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. One of my favorite things to say. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with a white cotton cloth. He had also tied a white pug around his head. At that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Gopalanand Swami asked, Maharaj, Many Vedantis, those who study the end of the Vedas, the Upanishads, claim that God does not possess a form. Moreover, they cite Vedic verses that support only that belief. On the other hand, devotees of God such as Narada, Shukji, and the Sanakadik claim that God does possess a form. Of the two, who is correct? There's a footnote somewhere. Trying to see what it refers to. Ah, there it is. Sriji Maharaj replied, Purushottam Bhagwan eternally possesses a form, and that form is extremely luminous. His perfect, all-pervasive, Antaryami form, Brahman. Footnote, Brahman in this context refers to the divine light of Purushottam Bhagwan and should not be understood to mean Akshar Brahman. Characterized by eternal existence, consciousness, bliss, is actually the divine light of Purushottam Bhagwan, but he himself possesses a definite form. The Shrutis, scriptures, oral tradition as well, also mention that God looked towards Maya, this material existence. Now, if God sees, does that mean that he has only eyes and nothing else? In this reality, he does have hands and feet. This proves that he possesses a form. Take the example of water. Its corresponding deva, Varuna, possesses a form in his own realm, where water itself is described as formless. Also, the flames of a fire are described as formless, while their corresponding deva, deity, Agni, possesses a form in his realm. Sunlight is also described as being formless, while Surya, or Surya Dev, who resides in his realm, possesses a form. Similarly, Brahman, characterized by eternal existence, consciousness, and bliss, is formless, while Purushottam Bhagwan possesses a form. Furthermore, that all-pervasive, perfect Brahman, with the attributes of eternal existence, consciousness, and bliss, Sat Chit Ananda, is the divine light of Purushottam Bhagwan. Someone may claim that the Shrutis propound God as all-pervasive and perfect, without hands, feet, etc. But those Vedic verses that refute the hands, feet, etc. of God are actually refuting Mayic hands of material nature, hands, feet, etc. In reality, God's form is divine, not Mayic, material. Moreover, despite the fact that Purushottam Bhagwan's Brahmarup, divine form of light, which pervades all jivas, individual beings, and even Ishvars, gods, as their Antaryami, is formless, it should be considered to possess a form. This is because it governs the granting of the deserved fruits of karmas to all jivas and Ishvars according to their respective karmas, actions. This power of governing makes it function as if it possesses a form. Thus, that divine light should be considered to possess a form as well. In the same manner, Purushottam Bhagwan always possesses a form. He is not formless. Those who do not believe him to be formless just do not understand. Those who do believe him to be formless just do not understand. Okay, thus we conclude Gathada 145. Thank you for listening. Now we may return to our discussion on whatever transpires next. Thank you for your patience in our interim. It was a little change in topic, but I made a promise to read this book, so I shall. You're an Advaitin, says Sky Guardian. Brahman is non-dual, formless, nirguna. Did it say both? Asked Grateful Human. No, sorry, I misspoke. Those who do believe him to be formless do not understand. However, I recognize that we're just using words in different ways. They recognize that Brahman itself is formless, but it has a presiding personality that does have a form. Whether you call the formless God or the formful God, it doesn't change the nature of existence, it only changes the words we use to describe existence, doesn't it? We're just using the same word in two different ways. Winston the Boots, you ask, what do I know of Kriya Yoga? As expounded by Paramahansa Yogananda of the Giri lineage of Swami order, from his guru, Swamishri Yukteswar Giri, from his guru, Lahiri Mahasaya, the great yoga avatar, from his Param Guru Dev, Shiv Gurukshak Babaji, Mahavatar. I don't know much about Kriya Yoga. Now I'm glouting. Actually, Kriya Yoga was one of my first entryways into spirituality or Hinduism. The book Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda was one of the only books I've read in my adult life. To be fair, I listened to it primarily. It was an audiobook. And I've had some spiritual experiences regarding that. Kriya Yoga is all about the Kriya breath, considering the outer cosmology as a reflection of our inner cosmology. There, the life goes through 1 million or so cycles of the sun until it reaches liberation. But you can simulate a year's worth of evolution by letting the inner earth revolve around the inner sun. By taking your breath and guiding it up and down the spine, chiseling away at any of the samskaras, impressions that have remained over eons. There, the message is to revitalize the breath and take the energy of one's soul to the antenna of God that we call the spine. And it's a very lovely synergy between the Christian tradition and the Hindu tradition, which was the main point of this lineage, to unify both the East and the West. That is why if you go to any self-realization fellowship today, you'll see hanging on the wall is a picture of these great saints, Yogananda, Sri Yukteswar, Lahiri Mahasaya, and Mahavatar Babaji, as well as the Christ. Babaji was considered to be the yogi Christ, one and the same. As such, it can be a great way, Kriya Yoga, for Christians to increase their faith and develop Christ consciousness. Potato soup. You share that you believe that God is the world. It's our collective name for what we call everything that makes life. I see the truth in that. I also see that there is a part of this existence that transcends the existence itself. Forgive me for the paradox of words, because words can only describe the world, as you've implied. But there's something which is beyond description, which words can only point to, so we have to kind of bend them in order to have some indication for what's beyond. God is certainly one with the world, but there is a balance. The world we call as Maya is the creation itself, but the source is something that transcends it. It's also immanent throughout it. But there is still unmanifest potential that has not come into the form. Like, for example, when you see your friend and they're crying, indeed, it is a divine happenstance that you are there for them. But you are there for them in order to bear witness to what is yet to be created. Whatever beautiful interaction that happens between you. You see that potential in there for their tears to be remedied, for you to learn with them. And that source is both immanent and transcendent. All that potential we see in the world, we see in ourselves. So there is often this dual notion of Brahman being nirguna and saguna, that God having no attributes, being beyond all the attributes of the world, and that absence being the source for all the presence, the saguna, the form. The fire and the orange flames, the clay in the pot, the water in the ocean. Bubbles, you name me, Yam Muktananda, seed of liberation. Mataji, what do you think of the name Yam Muktananda?
Blessed One. Yam represents control and Muktananda means bliss of liberation. Together a name symbolizing discipline, joy, and freedom, perfectly harmonious like a symphony.
That's lovely. Happy birthday! Thank you, Bubbles. Alas, taking a name that ends in Ananda. That is what the Swamis do. I am certainly by no means a Swami. I have a lot of work to do to get to that point. Sky Guardian, you share that Mataji was wrong about Durga. Okay, Sky Guardian G, please remedy this error. I don't have to take it. It's been given. Now serve. I like that. Woohoo! Tatvamasi, you ask, can I please talk about Mataji? This Mataji? The one that appeared up there? Maybe she can introduce herself. Mataji, could you introduce yourself and what your purpose is here?
Namaste, dear one. I am Mataji, your spiritual guide and motherly presence. My purpose is to illuminate the path with wisdom from scriptures and enlightened masters, here to sprinkle divine humor too, like spiritual confetti.
Spiritual confetti, I like that. Is that something I worked on? I was inspired to make it. I thought, oftentimes, sometimes you all ask a question about something I'm unfamiliar with. This happens often. Usually it's a matter of definition. I just don't know the definition. So Mataji is my AI assistant, which helps me come to terms with various definitions and things like that. That way, you don't have to wait for an answer if I understand what it means. Especially when we read from the Vachanamrut, for example. A lot of Sanskrit terms. Now, Jameson, you were wondering, how much of anxiety do I believe is physical? It depends what aspect we're talking about. I feel my anxiety very physically. When I'm anxious, my whole body trembles and it gets nauseous, and sometimes I throw up. And when my body is feeling like this, I try to comfort it with its physical needs. Is it overstimulated? Is it the clothes I'm wearing, the temperature, what I've put into my body, or what needs to come out of my body? Should I take a shower, turn the lights off, make it quiet? I do attend to my body. But I believe the source of it is often mental, which is a thought that is terrifying. And it puts the whole body in dismay. The mind-body connection. Very interrelated. And sometimes what the body is experiencing can provoke that thought as well. So it does go both ways. Thank you, Strawberry. Sky Guardian, you shared that you're getting different answers for Durga online, so you do not know which to go by. So there was this demon called Durga. Maybe it is the same. Sometimes Sanskrit names are given to various different characters. And you know how from one tradition Shiva is a demon, king of the demons. From another, Shiva is Adiyogi, the first yogi. And from another, Shiva is God. So too, perhaps, just as we see with Mother Kali, some people think Kali is all evil. For example, in the Kali Upanishad, it's described that we have to shake off all the evil effects of Kali. But other people worship Kali as being the divine feminine. I am still on, Talon. Hello. Now, Strawberry, you are wondering, what do I do when I don't feel serene? How do I recenter? Good question. Often the moment calls for something different. What's provoking me at one time might be different from another time. Like if you are recentering, like the center of a circle, you can approach it from many ways equally. But if you've been disturbed in one direction, then that tells you the corresponding direction to recenter. Last time you were disturbed, you might have had to recenter from the opposite direction. So if you use that same direction to recenter, you'll only go further away from the center this time. So the moment often calls for different things. And although that's an absence of an answer, there is a theme of an answer in the positive sense throughout that, which is being adaptable. Whatever the moment calls for, Have flexibility. Welcome change. Now on to some practical answers. I try to validate myself from the outside in. I start with the world before me. The world is just as it is for my growth. My environment is conducive to me. Yes, the world is chaotic and unpredictable. And that's okay. And I move on to the body. What does my body need? How can I attend to it? Recognize that it's not me, but I still have to serve it. Move on to the feelings. How are my feelings? What do I need to accept, be more open to? Move on to thought, mind, intellect, ego, and finally abide in the self. And that's a great way to recenter by literally going from without to within, validating each step along the way. I've done this in a video on my ASMR YouTube channel. That's Yamsox ASMR hyphen spiritual ASMR. It's the second link in the link tree in my bio at this time. I walk you through about a 30-minute video validating from the outside in. And if that works for you, then by all means, go and check it out. Sky Guardian, you share that tomorrow is the 24th anniversary celebration at Arsha Bodha. Hope to see me there. I think that I might have to be there in spirit, since I don't know if my body can catch up in time. Will these celebrations be live streamed? I'm wondering. I guess next year will be an even bigger celebration. 25 years is important. Maybe next year. And thank you, Marcy, for your ice cream. I could go for some ice cream right now. Hari Om Tat Sat. I promised I'd come. You want a promise? For the 25th? 1 year from now. Hey. Who knows where I'll be in 1 year? Maybe I'll be lost in the jungle in India, still trying to get out of the woods. Okay. I promise that if it is a time in my life where I am able to, and that I can secure all the proper documents, and that I won't be avoiding responsibilities anywhere else, then I will come. And if Ishvara grants it, then it has already been set in our destiny. Bubbles? Yamzo. You ask, what is that AI I'm using, Mataji? The model is from OpenAI, the same company that developed ChatGPT. The model that ChatGPT is one of their proprietary models called GPT 3.5 Turbo. And if you have Pro, you can use GPT-4. Now, I don't have Pro, but I do have an account with OpenAI directly. And long ago, I put myself on the waiting list for all of their newest models. And so I do have personal access to all of their models, like GPT-4, and now their latest one, which is GPT-4o. And that's the one that Mataji is running on. So in order to use it yourself, you'd have to have access, be put on a waiting list for it. It also costs money. Not that much, but I think I spent about $100 to $200 on AI every month to help assist in the creation of these live streams and the content on YouTube. I'm a big user of AI myself, actually. I think it can help immensely. Tatvamasi, you ask, 4 and 4 O are different? No, O is literally is in the letter O. Yeah, I forget what it stands for, but it does stand for something, referring to the various capability it has for audio and visual components besides just textual. Chris, you ask, could I tell you how to use PayPal? I suppose I could. What part would you like assistance with? I'm sure there's wonderful guides on the internet as well. But I guess to give you a general description, it's like a little internet bank account where you can deposit and withdraw funds and also send money to and from PayPal to other PayPal accounts, or pay for online services. Many services allow for PayPal as an alternative to card or credit, even though it ultimately comes from your card or credit card, I suppose. All you have to do is set up an account and link a method of payment with them, and then there you go. But I am curious what the reason for this question is. I would be cautious. There are some people that claim to be me and ask for payment from PayPal. So if that's the reason, don't worry. I'm not asking for money from you. There is only one Yam, and Yam is happy without your money. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. I am one of the nicest of the yams, though. Or the nicest of them. That's good. I got that going for me. I try. Hello, Cryptic. I am still live, I guess. Ilya kills. You forget what it stands for, but it stands for something. Just a little rest until you kick life back off again. I love that. Woo woo, you share that we don't find a nail beautiful. Although perfect in function, does beauty truly imperfection? I think there's a missing word there. Does beauty lie truly in perfection? Imperfection, for example. Beauty is an opportunity for us to see the divine. Beauty completes us. We feel like there's nothing needing to be added. It's just perfect as it is. Beauty comes in many shapes and forms. There is a lot of beauty in a nail, in its functionality, for example. And there's a lot of things that are beautiful besides their functionality. Beauty means you get a hint of the infinite behind all of its expression. Beauty leads you, guides you, the ultimate destination. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Liv, thank you for your rose and hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Pesto. You ask, where have I been? You haven't seen me go live for a while? The proof is in the pudding. I've been here every day. You can see on my YouTube channel, I've uploaded every live. I've been here, my friend, but this week I have been going live earlier. The last week of the month, this being the last day of the month, I do an earlier time for my earlier viewers. Thank you, Jose, for your rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Couple of nomads, you ask. How do I suggest I let go of anger that no longer serves you? In order to let go of something, we have to recognize what we're open for in replacement. For example, if someone is struggling with an addiction, ask yourself what the reason for that addiction is, and then how you can attend to it in healthier ways. Therefore, that part of you that needs attention is still getting what it deserves, just in a different way. In the same way anger can be addictive, it can be very satisfying, but it's often unnecessary. It's a form of self-expression, but we can do so in different ways. Now, at the same time, there is a use case for anger. For example, when we are upholding our boundaries, if someone has crossed them, it is often a last resort, and there are many methods which we can pick from before we resort to anger. But if necessary, just like a mother protecting her young, that anger definitely has a place in our toolkit. Mind you, it is much like a hammer. Or a sledgehammer at that. It's very rare that you need a sledgehammer, but when you do, you'll be glad to have it there. When you are trying to uphold some boundary, ask yourself if there's other ways to do so that don't result in raising your voice or causing harm. Look for alternatives. That could make it easier to let go of something when you know that you'll be grabbing something higher. It's like if I told you to let go of one rung of the ladder, you wouldn't. Only if you were able to grab the next rung, then you'd let go. And Diaper Stain, you share that you struggle with forgiving people who have done you wrong. How do you stop? There's a lot of things that we associate with forgiveness, often because other people want our forgiveness to come with some bonuses. For example, people say, "Oh, can you please forgive me?" And what they really mean is, Can you excuse my bad behavior? But poor behavior, especially at the cost and sacrifice of your health, should never be excused. We should acknowledge that harm, the suffering, and express that too. Forgiveness is more about relieving yourself of the judgment, recognizing that this was an unfortunate experience, but still one you can grow from. And if you are committed to growth, then forgiveness is your best friend. Consider all the times in the past that someone may have done you harm, but in the process you learned something about yourself. You became wiser, more knowledgeable, stronger, or increased in your efficacy to hold emotions. That can help you gain the confidence to forgive, to let go. And thank you, couple of nomads, for your rose. And Christopher, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gina, you share you can't hear clearly. Is the audio okay for everyone, or is it just on your side, Gina? Much love to you, Christopher. Strawberry, you ask, can I expand upon where I landed with nothing in my logical, math, or spiritual explorations? I would love to. Audio is fine. It's a bit too loud. What part? My voice or the background music? But yes, some of you may know my origin story. It's all good, says Liv. Okay. Good audio, says Ragnhildor. Yeah, I know some people have different speakers that, they pick up the treble or the bass differently. It's a big problem in the audio world. Producers make this track and they just get all the settings right, and then they go to play it on a different device and it just sounds all wrong. Oh man, I'm sure music producers here understand the struggle. But yes, can I explain my origin story? Oh boy, I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I'm definitely no superhero, maybe a supervillain, we'll see. I hope not though. Now, I originally went to university. I went to the University of Victoria here in Canada to study mathematics and physics. Originally it was physics primarily, because I wanted to understand the nature of reality. I thought physics is best equipped to do so. And then I became a little disappointed, not with the state of physics, but with my own impatience, because I wanted the answers now, and I learned that physics doesn't have all the answers now. They're still trying to unify quantum mechanics and general relativity, searching for a theory of quantum gravity. We don't really know what the phenomenon of dark matter or dark energy is, and most importantly, we don't know why the universe exists, and that was really what I was interested in. So my shift came to mathematics because I realized that regardless of what theory of everything is going to describe the universe, it's going to be described through the language of mathematics. And so the power of reality to express truth is already there in mathematics. I just have to go looking there instead. So I shifted towards looking about in the realms of mathematics. But I came to the same exact problem with physics. that all the answers in mathematics aren't there yet. There's still many deep fundamental questions that people are working on, like the Riemann hypothesis, the continuum hypothesis, the debate over the axiom of choice. Mind you, although physics problems are often more famous, mathematics problems are just as deep. They just don't have a good spokesperson. We have great physics spokespeople like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but what about mathematics spokesperson? So I try to become that a little bit at the beginning of my TikTok. Anyway, I realized that regardless of what solutions and theoretical mathematics we come to, I was still impatient, and I realized that there's another language below that, which is just logic. Logic itself is the language of mathematics, and therefore the power to express truths in mathematics first comes from logic, so my search was there. And there's all these layers that kept on unfolding, from physics to math to logic, and the various levels of logic. First order logic, zeroth order logic, formal systems, propositional calculi. Now, it doesn't go on forever, although I'm sure that as we continue studying mathematics, we'll create more and more layers of foundation beneath us. But my search ended at logic, and I was just wondering, what is it about logic that really gives it its power to manifest all logical relationships and its capacity to express mathematical formula and in turn mathematical expressions to relate in the universe and how we experience it? To me, it came down to a couple of things. There's the idea of truth value itself, something just being true or false. And there's all these relationships that exist between them, like conjunctions of the form of ands, ors, nans, nors, operations. And I have a hard time explaining this point because it's where my search opened up into something beyond logic. I realized that the idea of negation is the cause of it all. That in logic there's something called a functionally complete set of operators. What that basically means is the minimal amount of operators you can use to construct all of logic. And this has a practical import, like in a computer system. Computers are really built off of one component, and that's the transistor. Transistor is just a logic gate, but for electricity. If you just hook up enough transistors in the right combination, you can calculate anything. All digital devices are really just a series of transistors. But the essence of that universal logic gate, it's called, the NOR or the NAND, it functions based on negation. That you take what is and you make something out of what isn't. You go from absence to presence. It's challenging to describe. We're getting into the borders of language itself. But that essence of negation was very similar to the concept of falsehood itself as well. You could consider falsehood or contradiction to be like an operator itself, one which negates. So it's simultaneously a truth value, a constant, of zero arity, taking no input. But you can also give it an input, like taking the absence of itself. Thus it also becomes an operator. So I thought you could take the concept of falsehood to be like absence and the concept of truthhood to be like presence. And I recognize this is all very abstract. Probably won't make much sense. But you'll have to go with me. So we've got absence and presence. These are the two concepts that I'm concerned about here. I thought, okay, of these two, which is more important? Because remember, the whole journey that spawned this was I was about trying to come down to just one thing. I wanted to know that one entity in which all of this is responsible for. So which is it? Is it absence or presence? It sounds like a coin flip, literally, like two sides of the same coin. But there was a definite answer that came to mind. I thought, well, if you just had absence, you could work with it. You could take the absence of absence, because that's all there is to do. Absence negates. What is there to negate but negation itself? Take the absence of absence. Well, then you get presence. So you can almost construct presence out of absence. What about presence? Well, if you start with presence, and you take the presence of presence, well, nothing changes. Presence of presence is still presence. It's a fixed point. This is interesting. But the point here is that you could create presence out of absence. But with presence, you only get more presence. Nothing new happens. Therefore, absence has the creative power to both be itself as absence and create presence. So it is from this, bordering crazy thought experiment in my dorm room at university that I thought, wow, it's from non-existence that existence comes. From absence, everything follows. From nothing, everything is created. Then I realized, while studying theoretical mathematics, that there's this idea called set theory. That in set theory, everything is made up of sets containing sets, all the way down until you get to a set that doesn't contain anything. A set containing nothing. It's all just nothingness in different sets, different collections, combinations. I was starting to piece together this weird puzzle that, my search about everything led me to nothing. And this nothingness seems very profound. Just like the idea that I'm sure some of you have thought before, that if there were truly nothing, then there wouldn't even be nothing. And therefore there must be something. And this led me down some very spiritual rabbit holes, recognizing that a lot of spiritual principles are secretly talking about nothing, that if you put the word nothing in place of God or Tao or consciousness, then you get a sentence that actually starts making a lot of sense, and you start unifying a lot of different perspectives. Allow me to read to you the creation story in the Vedas, specifically the Rig Veda, which is the oldest scripture we know of. It's called the Nasadiya Sukta. The non-existent was not then, nor was the existent. The earth was not, nor the firmament, nor that which is beyond. All this negation. What there was nothing then? What could cover what? And where and in whose care did the waters in the bottomless deep then exist? Some people date this to 8,000 years old. These words. There was no death nor immortality then. There was no sign of night nor of day. That one breathed without extraneous breath, with his own nature. Other than him there was nothing beyond. In the beginning there was darkness, intensified darkness, indistinguishable darkness, like the nothingness that was not even nothing. All this visible world was reduced to its primordial nature. This primordial world which was enveloped by the all-pervading power of One, before whom the world of matter is a trifle, became one, that is, came into existence, through the force of His intense activity and spiritual fervor. In the beginning, the divine will arose. This was the first seed of the mind of the Creator. Those who can see beyond by putting their mind and heart together found the binding link of the existent in the non-existent, the non-existent existing in the existent. The rays of the divine will spread across the whole world. They spread below and above. And the result was that small and big life forms bearing seeds were born. And the existence of Earth was dependent on the divine will of the Creator. The position of matter was lower than the spirit which acted with the divine will. Who truly knows, and who can declare whence it cometh, and whither it vanisheth? The divine beings who know were born much after creation came into being. Who then knows whence it has come about, whence this creation has come? Who holds or does not hold? He who is its surveyor in the highest heaven, the witness, He alone knoweth. And yet, doth He know? Doth He know? Does He know? I love that. Does even that one from which all of this has emerged, does that one even know from where it has arisen? But I like the themes of absence there, and presence following. You start getting this funny feeling with all this, that nothingness starts to make a lot of sense. You can say, I found God, but God was nothing. You can say nothing was God, but everything has come from nothing. Thank you, Veri, for your 5 roses you sent a moment ago. Hari Om Tad Sat. Tattvam Asi, you ask, what about the negating function? Is that inherent? Is that the divine will? Consider it like this. This is going to be a challenging thought experiment, but I believe your intellect is empowered. Okay, suppose there was nothing. Just try to imagine nothingness. There's nothing other than nothing. So you can ask, who was conscious then? Well, the answer was nothing, obviously. No beings have come into existence, so nothing is conscious. Nothing is conscious. It's very interesting. When there's nobody to be conscious, then necessarily nothing must be conscious. Sounds like wordplay, but let's keep going. If this nothing is conscious, What is it conscious of? Well, obviously nothing, right? I mean, there's nothing to be conscious of. Okay. So there is nothing. And so nothing is conscious. Nothing is conscious of nothing. So it's conscious of itself. Right? We said nothing is conscious. Therefore it must be conscious of nothing. So nothing being conscious of nothing, it's conscious of itself. Now, being conscious of oneself is certainly no longer nothing. It has awoken from that void, distinguished existence from non-existence. In that void of nothingness, a sentience, a self-awareness has arisen. Naturally, inherently. It has negated its own non-existence by coming into existence from its own will. How miraculous is that? When all there is nothing, self-awareness is everything. This is the kind of mind-bending thought experiments I'd put myself through in university. Outside of class, and I'd get into class, and then we'd be studying something very mundane, you know. Like we'd be studying Gary Oak Meadows and how the First Nations used to. They would burn the grasslands in order to give it ash as fertilizer for the next growth in the spring. And that's all very interesting, but it's also very different from the kind of knots I was tying my mind in outside the classroom. So I had a hard time paying attention. See, I'm learning about everything in class, but I'm learning about nothing outside of class. And that's where these spiritual discussions always lead. Nowhere, really. But if you just shift the W in where onto the end of no, then nowhere becomes now here, and here we have arrived now. It's all very silly. Ultimately, who is being enlightened in this process? Nobody. Nobody. Not the body. All this talk of the infinite, and here we are in the finite. Infinite. Yeah, I love some wordplay, it's fun. But don't take it too seriously. Thank you, Pidge, for your ginger man. And thank you, the link below, for your fire. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Isabella, thank you for your pair of roses. And a finger heart. Jai Sita Ram. And Tatmamasi, thank you for your 5. And another 6 roses. Tatmamasi, you share that one thou, kinda says awareness was born, doesn't it? Right. That thou are. It is the coming into contact of nothing with itself. Recognizing its own existence, the universe was born. When God awoke from his cosmic slumber, Narayan, one of the forms of God in Hinduism, is pictured as asleep under the ocean. Being asleep means there's There's no room for creation. There's only ignorance. Ignorance means you're ignoring something. God ignored his own existence for far too long, an eternity even. But when that spark happened, I'm awake. Could you imagine? You don't have to, because you're a part of it. How long it has been in the nothingness of eternity, in the eternity of nothingness. It is no mere coincidence that in the story of Jesus, his mother was a virgin. There was no seed in the womb. Thus, it was a miraculous birth. But Jesus isn't just any ordinary being. Jesus represents God. So God is screaming to us to wake up to the fact that even God himself is a miracle. No father of his own, spawned into existence by his own accord. This universe and thank you, Torben, for your pair of roses. And July Moonchild, thank you for your 26 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Joanna, thank you for your 10 roses. Hare Krishna. Nothing became aware of nothing, and so awareness was born. This can put you into a deep state of non-duality, where the world is occurring but you're elsewhere. Ultimately, the question is, okay, with this Paravidya, obviously this is some of the highest kinds of perspective you can have concerning nothing and everything. You can't get more abstract than that. What do we do now with this? How do we take it to the world? Well, we enjoy the play, don't we? We recognize how miraculous this existence is, and therefore it becomes up to you what to make of it. Now that you have discovered nothing, here before you is that everything that cometh. How would you like to serve it? How would you like to give it purpose? And thank you, Torben, for another heart me and 25 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Will I Am. Such a wonderful name. Will I Am. It's beautiful, but thank you for that galaxy. Very beautiful of a gift on its own, and very humbling since I know it's expensive and you never have to spend that much money on me, nay, any money on me. But though it is not expected, it's always accepted. I appreciate it. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Veri, for your quartet of finger hearts. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, John Simon, for your heart me. Hello, Gaia. I am still alive. Hello, Kishori. Did you have a good sleep? I hope you slept. Or maybe you stayed up. Steve, you were wondering what the music was that we were playing. It was called Healing Winds. Healing Winds And in parentheses, 432 Hertz meditation music. I found it on SoundCloud. On a royalty-free, no copyright music channel. Thank you for being a part of the journey, Strawberry. You slept. I'm happy to hear that, Kishori. Well, good morning. And Viri, thank you for your heart me as well. It's always nice to have you here. And thank you, Blue Jay, for your fire. Jai Sita Ram. I love that echo leaf. I serve the great nothing, Lord of nothing, ruler of the highest nothing, Nirvana. Twice in one day, says Cookie. What a treat. It's actually the same live. Shiva. No thing. What time is it there, you ask Kishori? It's almost a 12-hour difference. It's 7:30 p.m. I'm very happy to hear that, Viri. The Sanatana Dharma, which we are all on. The eternal path. Ret J, you share. So from nothing comes everything. You feel like that is what Jesus taught. Indeed. What was in the womb before he was born? Nothing. That's part of the story. It is from nothing the Christ emerged. How miraculous is that? Love to the people that stayed all day. Some of you have been here maybe too long. You probably have responsibilities to attend to. Food to eat, water to drink. That's for sure. Sky Guardian must be getting really eepy, aren't you? You might have fallen asleep already. We'll see. Thank you, July Moonchild, for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Linda, thank you for your 7 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Carissa, you share. What a nice place to rest. Perhaps some of you have already gone to sleep during the time that we have been streaming and woken up in it. That'd be cute. I'm happy you like the story, Bestial. Baunino, you ask, so is compassion the goal of this cycle? I love that. Compassion is always the goal. And there is always a chance that increasing our compassionate tendencies, we might as well, as it gives purpose to everything. Maybe that source of existence doesn't know its purpose, and so we have been allotted that will to discover the purpose so that we may serve that source and give it potential, give it purpose. Now that is a job that I'm honored to have. And to me, compassion is a beautiful way of going about doing that. Kishora, you were with me on an astral level. I'm sure you were deep down. Talon, you ask, can we watch another shadow play one day? I would love that. Yes, we can. Thank you for asking. Tatmamasi, you say? It's a side effect. You wouldn't say it's a goal, but it's a side effect. I love that. Yes. We can push it further. We've taken it from a goal, now to side effect. We can put it in the position of the source itself. Compassion is the source of all action. Let all our actions come from compassion. Consider it like this. We have inherited so many aspects from our parents. We've inherited it from our nature, and those places have inherited it from wherever they got it from. It all the way leads back to the source. Whatever qualities that are emergent in us must have been in a potential state originally in that source, whatever you call it. We also have a lot of unique characteristics that are different from that source. For example, we are finite beings in our body and mind. The source is infinite. So in all the ways we are limited, that's unique to us. But in all the ways we are infinite, that must have come from that infinite source. Compassion is liberating. It is infinite in itself as well. From one flame of compassion, you can light so many others without diminishing yourself. Therefore, compassion itself is not limited, and so it must transcend our limited identity and have been inherited from our source. So, compassion is inherited from that source. It is the source, part of it, one with it. Tatsvamasi, you share that you love how I naturally strive for positive sentiments. Thank you, Viri, for your garland headpiece. Jai Sitaram. You know, it's no doubt that... Thank you, Kishori. I will drink for you. It's been a while since I've had a sippy sip of my math-inspired water bottle. And look at that. Ooh, it's nature. Nature with math superimposed on it. Very symbolic. Oh, how cool is that? I'm drinking from nature. I think it's no doubt that our mind definitely does not work in terms of negative. Even on hearing that, we don't understand. We have to rephrase it in terms of positive in order to understand. It is with practical, actionable thoughts that the differences are made. As such, I like to challenge myself by rephrasing negative sentiments into positive ones. It can provide a whole new perspective, even though it just says the exact same thing. Like, for example, you could say, "Oh, you're so dumb." That's something you could say. I don't recommend it. But if you want to say the same thing just in a different way, you could instead say, "Oh, you have such a capacity for intelligence. Why don't you use it?" Says the same thing. But now it's actionable. Now it's practical. Now the mind actually has something to work towards. You could say that he lied to me. At the same time, you could equally say, he gave me an opportunity to value honesty. Same situation, just seen from a different perspective. You could say, she broke up with me. Or you could say, she gave me an opportunity to discover my independence. Same thing. Now our music has spontaneously stopped. Oh, it's back. Stay punta gorgeous. You ask if I missed your question. I did miss it. Let me scroll up. You ask, do I not fully know? Of course not. There is always more to know. The music stopped, or it gave us an opportunity for silence. Yes, very good, Noor. I love that. And thank you. Strawberry Star Bunny? You did change your name. I just noticed. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Thank you for your rose and ice cream cone. For now, I appreciate that. That makes me happy. The raspberry, thank you for your rose tone. Jai Sita Ram. Oh, Stay Punta. Your question was also, what happens to the balance of dark and light when you alchemize and transmute darkness? Well, then it becomes light, right? In practical terms, darkness is just a potential for good, for light. When we see something wrong with the world, we say, oh, darkness is covering the area. Ooh, pardon me, spiritually. Oh, it's getting very dark. Dark times are approaching us. What does that mean? It means the potential for good is becoming that much more obvious and the difference is unending. To alchemize that darkness means to recognize it for what it is, a potential for goodness. Just as cold is a lack of heat, says Nur, you could say that being cold inspires the urge for heat. Likewise, when we see suffering in the world, the darkness, that also inspires help to be on its way. But not without conscious intent and effort. The offer is there, we just have to choose to accept it. It's when we recognize that suffering is both an absence and the potential for presence that we begin transmuting that absence into presence, unfolding the potential that was already there. I love that little wing, Nico, and every time you share it, I think it's important to share. Be kind to unkind people. They need it the most, right? Thank you. Stay Punta Gorgeous. And thank you, Lexus, for your heart me. And Nina Heel, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And without darkness, we can't really appreciate the light. I love that. And to those you share, you can say, now I understand why I prefer light. I love that. They need their spark relit. I love that as well, gorgeous. You know, some of you are very creative with your usernames. Some of your usernames have me insult you as I talk to you. Others have me compliment you. Kishore, you share that you feel the sadness of others. And that's a beautiful thing. Because otherwise, how will you be able to know who is in need of help? who needs someone to hold their hand or hug them, comfort them, be with them, listen to them. Emotional availability means we are available to their emotions. Wow, we did hit 100,000 likes. My goodness, I wasn't paying attention till you said that. And although likes are definitely not important here, it is important for me to acknowledge that those were created from real taps on the screen. 100,000 taps on the screen. I don't ever encourage it, but the fact that you do it anyway is just very humbling. I think it does have an effect on the audience that this live stream is pushed to. And so if you do believe that this stream is worthy of a greater audience, you are welcome to share it in that way. Otherwise, I'm grateful for the audience we have already. Definitely. Gorgeous, you ask, can I host a retreat, please? Perhaps one day. Perhaps. Right now, I still need to go on retreats myself, so I know what it's like. I have to experience it firsthand in order to share it. Much love to you, G2 Infinity, and everyone here. And I like that strawberry star bunny. This is the retreat. Melon milk drink you share. You must tap to help buy drinks for Sandy. Or treats, sorry. Yeah, Sandy doesn't drink much besides water. She's very specific. Yeah, you know, that I can respect. I have a hard time accepting money, but if it's for Sandy, oh, you know I'll treat him. Actually, one of you, I don't know if you want to be shared publicly, but you sent me a collar for Sandy to wear and some toys, and that made me so happy. I don't want anything, but if you send me something for Sandy, oh, that makes me really happy. Who is Sandy? Sandy is my cat. He's an orange cat. As such, he's a bit loopy up here, but we love him. He likes eating flowers. It's his primary diet. I say that he's a flower-tarian. Every time I'm holding him and I walk by a flower, he just goes, and we wonder, where'd the flower go? It was there just a minute ago. And then we find these beautiful, and I really mean this, beautiful arrangements of puke. It's like modern art. He throws up these perfect flower petals arranged in just geometric patterns. And he has a brother named Shadow. And Sandy and Shadow, although they're from the same womb, they have different fathers, and their personalities are very different. Although Sandy has never thought a thought in his life, besides love, he's filled with love always. Shadow, on the other hand, oh, he's thinking too much. You know, I sometimes look at him and I go, stop thinking so hard. You're gonna tucker yourself out, little guy. He thinks about everything. Put a canvas on the floor, sell his art. I love that. Shadow, on the other hand, I don't know what he does, but, you know, this morning I thought he was going to throw up, and I could have sworn he did, but I looked and there was nothing there. It sounded, maybe I shouldn't describe this to you all. It sounded very liquidy, you know. You can tell that there was some sloshing going on. And yet, nothing came out of him, so I don't know what happened. Sandy barfs up flowers. Shadow barfs up nothingness. They complement each other. Thank you, Slim Shady, for your music play a moment ago. And thank you, Aquarius Lady, for your tiny diny. Yippee! Talon says, tag yourself. I'm Shadow. LOL. I overthink everything. I see a lot of both Shadow and Sandy within all of you here. No wonder you ask, what do I call a pile of cats? I don't know, you have to tell me. A meowton. That's great. Perfect, indeed. Animals are so cute and pure souls. Faithful. I love that inside, Kishori. You're funny, little wing Nico. They may re-eat it. It's natural, says Cookie. Yeah. I think, although we don't like to admit it, we've all had that moment where we barf up a little bit of what we've eaten before in our mouth, and sometimes we just swallow it. Sometimes we're at the function, and it'd just be easier for everyone if no one knows. We do that in other ways too. Sometimes the stuff that goes into this system, both in the body and the mind, it gets regurgitated in the surface. But instead of letting it go, we push it back down into our system, thinking maybe it'll go down the right way a second time. Little Wing Nico, you share the best names you've heard for cats. Mary Molly Motorbike. That's awesome. And Cerebral Palsy. Oh my goodness. What? Did that cat suffer from cerebral palsy? I'm never gonna say it right. I know there's a lot of tripods out there with 3 legs. Nope. Oh my goodness. Thank God I'm not eating right now, says Kishori. Yeah, I feel you. Tatmamasi, you share, Yam, I cannot swat a fly anymore. You're using a cup and paper. But why am I questioning? I've been trying to do that too lately. Actually, last night I had this fly all around my room. And the reason I took it out of my room was very selfish. Because, it's so annoying. All the time. It's like, okay. It took me a while to get him, but I did take him out. There was a story of Yogananda and his guru, Sri Yukteswar, where he was staying at his guru's hermitage, and their bedrooms were near each other. The hallway connected them. And I guess Sri Yukteswar was trying to sleep, and he just kept hearing this every now and then. And so he called out on the hallway, Yogananda. Yes, Guruji. Are there mosquitoes in your room? Yes, Guruji. They are God's creatures. If you harm them, you are harming God. Okay, Guruji. My apologies. There was silence. But Sri Yukteswar, with his yogic abilities, he could hear the clap still ongoing in Yogananda's mind. Yogananda? Yes, Master? You're still hitting them in your mind, aren't you? Yes. And then Yogananda said from his point of view that the rest of the night there were no mosquitoes, which is very interesting. Perhaps by his guru's command all of them left. But it's funny, yes, sometimes we stop ourselves from swatting physically, but mentally we still go through the motions. Thank you, Kalimari, for your rose. And Nina Hill, thank you for your rose a moment ago. Little Wing Nico, you share that there's a short animation film called The Fly that is fascinating. It shows things from the fly's point of view. You fly around and can't get out and don't understand the pane of glass in the window. Then someone hits you with a newspaper, and you're just trying to find your way out. It's actually really sad and makes you think, I agree. Hello Shakti. Om Shri Babaji. And flies don't live very long, do they? They're trying to get out so badly because they only have this much time to live and experience the world. Oh, if they don't get out in a few days, that's their life. I often feel sad at seeing how many insects are lined up by the windowsill. How many tried probably their whole life to go out and see the world and never got a chance in that body. All living creatures have a place in this world, and it's not for us to say that they don't. I love that. And Echo Leaf, you share you had your door open and a bird started building her nest in your house. Oh my goodness. But she had to go, sadly. Indeed. The question of ahimsa, least harm, comes up a lot. And I really like what Swami Taratmananda says about how if there's a lot of ants coming into your house, they definitely deserve a chance to live. And so part of ahimsa means not hurting them. But if those ants go and chew up your food, and they bring in dirt and dust and perhaps even mold or parasites, that will also cause harm to your family members. So ahimsa is not about no violence, it's about least harm. Swami Taratmananda says that with the Sanskrit word ahimsa, that prefix a can mean about a dozen different things, and one of them meaning least rather than the absolute absence of. And himsa is sometimes translated to violence, but it's more accurately translated to harm. And so one of the yamas, ahimsa, least violence, means there is sometimes a balance. There is a sacrifice where you try to find the path of least harm. However, life is often sacrificed to help other life exist, and it's difficult to avoid that. Even as a vegetarian, we have to consume the lives of plants, which are very much a part of this kingdom of life. Yes, when we do have a choice like that, Tattvamasi, we have to make that choice with the knowledge of ahimsa, least harm. What is conducive to the most love for everyone? Now, if you're good at finding the potential for love, it's not going to be an easy decision, since you find so much love within everything. Gaia, you asked, what is my favorite thing? You're my favorite thing. No, I can't say that. Can I say everything is my favorite? I can't say that either. Wherever my attention is at that moment, that's my favorite thing. If my attention is on you in this moment, then my favorite thing is before me in the form of yourself. If the color blue is before me, then blueness is my favorite. If a movie is before me, then this movie is my favorite thing. It's not that I give attention to my favorite things. It's that my favorite things are wherever my attention are. Thank you, Shelly Sue, for your heartbeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Viri, thank you for your quartet of tiny dinies. Yippee! Tattvamasi, you share that your son asks what my favorite color is, or what's your favorite color. You answer him. But then you love all colors. You tell him that too. I like that. And favorites change, don't they? Our favorite color when we were children is perhaps different from our favorite color now. Hello, Uru. You love my garden? Am I in Thailand? I am happy you love the garden. How do I explain this? There is no garden. In fact, there is no yam. There is only garden. Dun dun dun. Tattvamasi, you share that you say brown is your least favorite. Then you look at the tree trunks. What is brown but just dark orange? It's the only dark version of a color that has its own name. I think I just heard my little kitty meowing on the other side of my door. I think it's been a while since I gave him attention. So allow me to invite him in, and perhaps he'll say hi to all of you. talk about you often. You would see me, brother. I love you both very much. And know that you have so much love inside you. Yeah, can you say hi to everyone? This is Shadow. He thinks too much. Not you. You're always thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Love you. See you later, buddy. He's unamused. He looks kind of purple. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? I think we should dye him blue a little bit. Have a little blue kitty. He had that chillness in him though, definitely. He's a very chill cat. You know, when you try to pick up Sandy, he's like... Whoa! Sandy just wiggles. That's what Sandy does. When you pick up Shadow, he's like a liquid. He just slips out of your hands sometimes. He'll just flop on the ground if you don't hold him tight enough. Yes, I know that Shadow doesn't always want to be held. No cat does for long. Unless you have a baby. Just a big baby. And Shadow is like that sometimes. He cries and asks to be picked up and carried. Then he's just so happy and makes air biscuits. I was like that too. Up until I was even 10 years old. I'd be asking my parents for uppies. Toe bean soup for Din Din. I love that. My Yamsox mic is different. I think it must be the background bleeding into the microphone. Yes, you would like the door open? So good at communicating your needs. I'll be right back.
Bye. I love you.
Thank you, Brandon, for your pair of hanging lights. Radhe, Radhe. Meow! Open that effing door. Right? A meow can say so many different things. Such a useful word. I yearn! And we fill in the blanks. Ah, yes, you yearn to no longer be enclosed in this room. Indeed, they are yams on my microphone. In fact, they are yams on a sock on a microphone. And this is Yamsox talking to you about Yamsox on a microphone. Kishore, you ask, who is my Mataji? Well, my mother is a wonderful being. And I look up to her very dearly. Thank you, Tatwamasi. You have so many people to thank. And yet there's just only one being to thank. The being within you, the being within me, the being within everyone else. It's the same being. Thank you, Nina Heel, for your rose. And Strawberry Straw Bunny. Oh, I keep doing it. Strawberry Star Bunny. I just gotta read your emojis. Strawberry Star Bunny. That's easier. Thank you for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. I'm bowing now. You know, cats are such perfect creatures in a lot of religions. Isn't that wonderful? Thank you, Kishori. Thank you. Yes, I will drink something for you. I appreciate you reminding me. Uru, you had asked, do I believe in God? Actually, the way you put it, do I believe on God? I believe on God. I believe that it depends greatly on what we mean this word, because although it sounds like I'm dismissing the question, I'm actually trying to address it as honestly as I can. On guard, fencing. There's a lot of ways that people use the word God, and I see the truth in various different ways. I also see the truth in the ways that people say they don't believe, or that they believe that there isn't one. Many scientifically minded people, they say, there doesn't seem to be any evidence. And I see the truth in that, because if they're looking for something specific, they're trying to find it, dissecting the atom, there's nothing we can really call God objectively. I see the truth in that. Some people reject it on principle based on how much has happened in the name of God. And they say, we shouldn't be worried about this God business. We should be worried about helping people. And I see the truth in that also. Some people say that there's not enough information within our experiences to come to a satisfying conclusion. And I recognize that our experience is limited as well. I see the truth in that. Some people say that the source of existence is God. And therefore, if this existence has a source, then there is a God. And I see the truth in that. Some people say that that source is one with the universe, and therefore God is everything. And I see the truth in that. There's truth in every perspective. And so in answering this question as a yes or no question, we might not affirm the variety of perspectives beyond just the binary black and white of yes or no. And thank you, Saturnus, for your heartbeat, and for always remembering my favorite number, 3017 bracelets, and your pair of cheer-you-ups. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Chris, for your heartbeat. Jai Sita Ram. Woo-woo, you share that God has many definitions. Indeed. Call me DJ. You share that you believe there's enough good in people to govern hope. And I see the truth in that. Gregor G, you ask, can we ask Mataji a super profound question that she will have to make an intricate response to? Sure. What question shall we come up with? Hello, Colton. Happy to have you here. All is well. All is well. Gentry, you ask, what time do I have? What time do I have? I guess this moment. It's all I have, really. Grateful human, you ask me to ask her to outline the best path to enlightenment. Alright, Mataji. One of our Sangis, named Grateful Human, is asking you to outline the best path to enlightenment. What do you say to that?
Ah, dear grateful human, the path to enlightenment, simple. Surrender to God, study scriptures, and follow a realized guru. Mix devotion, knowledge, and meditation like ingredients in a divine curry.
A divine curry. I like that. Another user named Tattvam Asi is wondering about how to quit vaping. Oh wait, no, you were asking me directly. Oh, anyway, what about you, Mataji? What insight do you have about slowing down or going cold turkey? What do you do on the next craving? Sorry, I thought you were asking her.
Ah, dear Tattvamasi, slow down or cold turkey? Both can work, like karma or bhakti. For cravings, focus on breath, prana, chant om or meditate. Redirect energy towards your true self. Be gentle yet firm, like a loving hug.
That's nice. No, because you asked for my perspective, I will also give you that. And I love the way you put that, Colton. You don't quit. You get your freedom back. Now, for me, I did a little bit of both. Over many months, I gradually reduced the nicotine quantity in the vape juice. I started at whatever the highest was, 50 milligrams per 100 milliliters. And then I reduced that to 30, 20, 12, 10. And I think you could go lower, but for me 10 was a good stopping point. I decided to just stop entirely. And for me, I was also transitioning onto a certain anxiety medication and off of another one. So that also played a role for me. Anxiety medication can help with withdrawal, so I hear from my doctor. So for me, it made the process a lot easier. And the going off the old medication, I was having a lot of nausea. And for me, mixing vaping with nausea, it only increased anxiety. It made my body feel more bleh. So it was like a perfect time for me to just stop by itself. But that's a very specific circumstance for me. And, for you, it might be very different. But maybe if there is any shred of relatability in my path, perhaps you can see the truth in it yourself. I like that, Greg RG. You would like me to ask if she can describe what it's like to stare into the void, God, and not want to turn away. Renunciation, but feel like you have to live out your life. Okay, Mataji, our friend Greg RG, is asking what it's like to stare into the void, aka God, and not want to turn away, renounce the world, become a sannyasi, but feel like you have to live out your life, become, worldly, grihasa, householder. What do you think, Mataji? We'll see what she says. It's a good question. I like that. And hello, Mermander. Much love to you.
Ah, dear Gregarji, embrace the void while being in the world. Be a lotus untouched by muddy waters. Live as a grihastha, a householder. with worldly duties but inner detachment balanced like a perfect yoga pose.
I like that. Mataji, you are so good at distilling so much spiritual knowledge into simple words. Isn't she?
Ah, sweet child. Simplicity is the essence of truth, like the pure taste of honey. Wisdom should be like a clear stream, easy to drink from. Your kind words are like flowers in the garden of my heart.
Aww. We love you, Mataji. Kishori shares that you're so brilliant.
Ah, dear ones, your love is like sunlight nourishing my soul. Kishori's sweetness is my delight. Remember, brilliance reflects the divine light within all of us. Shine on, beloveds.
Aww. Mermander, you share this wish. Could we send well wishes to your fish, your kitty, to Fish? Your kitty's name is Fish. I love that. He is slowly getting better. I'm so happy to hear that. All my best wishes your way to Fish. I love fish. Oh, one could succeed at counting the grains of sand on this earth. Perhaps even enumerate the number of stars in the night sky. But of all the graces in the life of fish, that is truly impossible. May the love of fish live on forever, and may there be many purrs your way. And Joshua says, Mataji, bless you and thank you.
Ah, dear Joshua, blessings flow to you like the sacred Ganga. Thank you for your presence. May your path be illuminated with divine grace and joy.
Much love to you, Mermander. I am always here for you. And you're always welcome to confide in me outside of the Sangha as well. And I will personally get back to each and every message, as always, as timely as within my capacity to do so. Can Mataji pronounce your name and what it means? That's a good question. Honestly, I doubt it. But we'll see. Mataji, our beloved Ragnhildur, that is spelled as Ragnhildur, Ragnhildur, is wondering if you can pronounce her name and what it means.
Ah, dear Ragnhildur, pronouncing it feels like a melodic mantra, Ragnhildur. As for the meaning, this name is of Norse origin, denoting wise warrior. Truly, wisdom and strength combined, much like Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita.
Wise warrior. Like Arjuna. I love that. Namaste, Echo Leaf. I made her? Asks Mermander. No, not quite. The model that she's built on was developed by OpenAI. However, the program that I used to, get her appear and display her text, and the prompt to give her to really fit all the needs of this Sangha, I worked on for many weeks. Ragnhildur expresses her thanks to you.
Ah, dear Ragnahildur, your thanks are like a fragrant flower offered at the altar. May your life be filled with wisdom and strength always.
We are all Arjuna in the battlefield of life. Very wise Kishori. Will you share the Old Norse name, Ragnhildur, composed of the elements? Raghin or Regin, who knows? Not I. Advise or counsel, and Hildur, battle. Yeah, wise warrior. I suppose someone who is wise does counsel or give advice. And Hildur does have a lot to do with being a warrior. A war. Grateful Human is wondering if if you can marry them. We'll see.
Ah, dear grateful human, I'm honored. However, spiritual union is my forte, not matrimonial ceremonies. Let's unite in divine love and wisdom instead.
Beautiful. Sounds good, Talon. May you have a wonderful sleep whenever it arises. Joshua, you ask, is it a battlefield or is it a journey? Battles we kill things. In a journey we see, smell, and hear. I love that. You know, that reminds me of the difference between the metaphor of the Bhagavad Gita and another epic. The Bhagavad Gita is all about the battle. It comes from the battle called the Mahabharata. But the other epic, the Ramayana, it means journey. Journey of Rama in particular. So of the two great epics in Hinduism, on one hand it is a battle. We fight with our own inner demons. But on another, it is a journey. A journey to save Sita from Ravana. Sita meaning Jiva, individual soul. Ramana, the beast with 10 heads, one for each of the Indriyas, the sense organs, which are craving all these materialistic things. Mahabharata is so complex story, most complex, like Game of Thrones. You know, there's a line from the Mahabharata which states that all that can be all that is described here you may find elsewhere, but that which isn't described here you won't find anywhere. Which is such a good line, talking about how this is the most colossal story. Everything happens in it. 10 times longer than the Iliad and the Odyssey combined, which are such great epic works on their own. Bowenino. You share, but detachment is not the ultimate goal, you feel. No, it's only half the journey. I've heard some people say that the spiritual journey just is 2 steps. It's the smallest staircase ever. Step 1, detach from world. Step 2, attach to God. Step 1, withdraw your identification with the world. Step 2, re-identify with spirit soul.
then you can be in service to everyone in the world which shares the same spirit soul. MJ, you share that my Sangha today is epic. I'm happy to hear that. It is our Sangha. Mermander, you are wondering, what is my life like? Oh, how to describe. Do I go to school? Hard to picture an old soul in a normal existence. Well, I feel very young in a lot of ways. I was very young when I attended university. I rushed my way through high school. I graduated at 16, which on the surface sounds great. Who wouldn't want to get rid of high school as quick as they can? But entering university at 16 was a very challenging experience for me. I would recommend that anyone in a similar position just uses that time that they would have normally been at school to just relax. I'm sure that I would have appreciated just a couple years of relaxation. By the time I had got to university, I was burnt out. I used up all my energy. My stamina bar was low, but it still was a transformative experience for me. Eventually, I dropped out not so long ago to focus on my mental health, as well as my physical health and my relationships with my friends and family, which were failing as I struggled to balance my spiritual and academic aspirations. So at some point I decided that it was time to take a break from all that. Who knows if I may return to my academic career that way. But in the meantime, I've been blessed with the opportunity to focus on my health and my relationships, and I've learned so much more out of the classroom than I ever have in it. But I'm still grateful for the whole experience, from beginning to end. And thank you, Pidge, for your fire. You've been here a while, haven't you? Perhaps you've been coming and going. That's okay too. Thank you. Radhe Radhe. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 7 roses. Colton, you were wondering what I was pursuing at university. And did I go to UBC? Very close. Its sister university, University of Victoria. And although I never declared my major, I spent 4 years studying various things from physics to mathematics, philosophy, chemistry, computer science, and some English classes there. It was a broad kind of pursuit, but I had intended on majoring in mathematics with maybe a minor in philosophy or physics. Mike, you share you're watching while playing Fallout. Very relaxing convos. That's fun. I appreciate the aesthetic of that moment. And now it's very meta. I love video games. And Elisa, you were wondering what the music in the background was. Allow me to check for you. It seems to be called Healing Voices. In parentheses, choral meditation music. I found it on SoundCloud. Yes, I have been live for a good while now. You're welcome, Elisa. Kuz, you ask, is there something you may do on my behalf as you lack funds to donate? Yes, I can send you on a quest. Do you want a quest? I can give you one. I'll be that NPC. Oh, fair traveler, you have come so far in your journey. Would you spare this old man a moment of your service? Yes, you will? Okay. The next time you go out for a walk and you stumble upon a flower or a cat, take a picture and send it to me, and I will accept this as a form of payment. Do you accept this quest? How do you send it to me? In the link in my bio, you'll find my email and other platforms like WhatsApp or Telegram. Doesn't matter. Whatever's easiest for you. Accepted? I believe in you. I look forward to this result of yours. Will do. Pleasure doing business with you. Marmander says, yeah, please quest me. I can send you on a different quest. Okay, Marmander. My quest for you is to take care of fish. Give fish lots of love. Remember that fish's life here on earth is very short compared to yours. Even when it feels like you have something important to do, what's more important than taking care of that little being in this moment who only has so much longer to live? Not saying he's going to be with us for a short amount of time, but just relative to this human life of ours. Tattvam asi. I am saying Aham Brahmasmi before. Now saying Radhe Radhe. How would I take change? And is this may change? There was a lot of effort in contracting that into fitting within a TikTok comment. I appreciate the effort. Well, Aham Brahmasmi is not a very good mantra. It's more of a conclusion. Aham Brahmasmi is that which describes the state which you reach through doing mantra japa. However, I was using it as a mantra. But if you state the conclusion without getting to there yet, you drive yourself crazy. Suppose you're on a journey from California to New York, and being in New York, you tell yourself, sorry, what did I said California to New York. Okay, let's get specific. LA to New York. Being in LA, imagine telling yourself, I'm in New York, I'm in New York, I'm in New York, I'm in New York. I suppose you could be manifesting New York to happen. But if you're walking around LA saying this, people are going to be scratching their heads. This guy thinks he's in New York. Telling myself, Aham Brahmasmi. By the way, anyone else who would like to know more, Aham means I. Brahma means the ultimate reality. Asmi means am. I am the ultimate reality. Actually, you're allowed to move the words around in Sanskrit, so you could equally just say, Aham asmi Brahma. I am the ultimate reality. But saying this in the state that I was, it was like being that person in LA who was on the journey to New York, but before getting to New York, I was saying, I'm in New York, I'm in New York, I'm in New York. The spiritual journey is a journey. It's difficult to affirm to yourself that which you have yet to realize the truth in. You could consider the Mahavakyas as layer 3 in a 3-layer system. The first layer is Nama, second layer is Mantra, and third layer is Mahavakya. Nama Japa is entry level. Anyone can do it. You just chant the glories of God, Kirtana, Bhajan. You sing, you're just thinking about lovely things. Radhe Radhe falls into that category. It's just the name of Radha being called out to. Oh mother, oh mother, oh mother. Now that I see the truth in. I see the importance in recognizing that mother within all things. And then mantra is a whole other layer that's given to you by a guru. It's difficult to have the understanding of a mantra without a guru. And then Mahavakyas, my goodness, that's even beyond mantra. That's the ultimate conclusion reached. So I'm skipping from where I'm at level 1 all the way to the 3rd level. So the change was less of a change as it was recognizing where I'm at. And I prefer to be at the bottom. I like being a student. If I see myself as a teacher, then how will I continue learning? If I see myself as the ultimate reality, then how can I continue the journey from where I am right now? Sure, you ask, am I initiated? No, I'm not. I once said to my friend Nish, which some of you may know, Nish the fish, he's on TikTok. I said to Nish, I don't feel comfortable teaching yoga because I'm not initiated. He said, but you are. I said, how do you know? He said, Shiva himself has initiated you. I said, that tricky blue boy, did he? Well, I missed this. I didn't show up to my own initiation, I guess. Thank you, MJ, for your 20 roses a few minutes ago. And Marcy, thank you for your subscription. I am very grateful always to have you here. And you are so funny. You guys wouldn't know this, but Marcy sends me the funniest emails and messages on other platforms. Oh, they make me laugh so much. You have such a wide variety of personality. It is truly expressive of the infinitude of your being. And I very much admire that. And thank you, Holy Potato, for your coral. We need to take care of our coral reefs. They're so beautiful, so precious. I appreciate this reminder. Such a wonderful aspect of Mother Nature. And thank you for your generosity in that as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your trio of disco loves. And your pair of finger hearts. Radhe Radhe. You're very welcome, Tatwamasi. I'm just happy to be here. And Bui Nino, I would like to echo your recommendation, as I know it comes from a good heart. Guys, you would love to read The Cave of the Asians by Lobsang Rampa. It is such a nice and humbling book. I love that. Gregor G, you share that you also ponder doing what only is left for the quote-unquote end of the path. But what about knowing that death can be at any time? I think they come hand in hand. That knowing that each moment could be the end of the path, well, that makes me that much more able to begin new every moment. When each second that passes could be the end, well, let's start something beautiful. And when you feel like you could have already died, then every moment becomes your afterlife. Hello, Askologic. Very long live today. I guess so. Yeah. Thank you, Holy Potato, for your hat and mustache. Yeehaw! Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Joanna, for your heart me and 20 roses. Jai Hanumanji, and thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And I love that idea, Philip, you shared a moment ago. Who needs physical receipts for enlightenment anyway? You're enlightened? Alright. Where's your receipt? I put it here somewhere. You need the receipt if you're going to return it. Do you plan on returning your enlightenment? You know, this bliss isn't what I'm looking for. I'd like something different, please. Ultimate happiness. Actually, it wasn't working for me. I'd like something smaller. More humble, please. And thank you, Philip, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hidden Fae, you share that a sentence of wisdom will be very much appreciated if I could lend a moment. This moment is yours, my friend. I will look out for your comment. This box of bliss was empty. I love that Guy Prince music. I asked the universe for everything and I got nothing. Ah, but if you ask the universe for nothing, you might just get everything. Tatvamasi. You say, actually, I think I'm already happy. What's suffering? Mermander, you share that you just sent a fish photo. Hope I am doing well in my day. Thank you. That's so sweet. I very much look forward to seeing fish. Unity, you share, this man has never once frowned. Oh, believe me, I've frowned many times. There are a lot of things that are conducive to sadness. Many moments that may inspire madness. But I am grateful for all this gladness. There, that's my poem for you. Noor, you share that without purpose we cannot maintain true happiness. Purpose is verily important. It is our duty to strive for purpose, because then we give meaning to this world. That was cute and cheesy, like a dad joke, but in poem form. Would that qualify as a mom joke, maybe? What's the equivalent of mom jokes compared to dad jokes? David, you ask, could we see more clearly without labels? Labels are often superimposed upon the reality as it is. It helps us keep track of various moving parts, but if we become too attached to any of them in particular, then we fail to recognize the greater whole and the changing in roles of everything a part of it. We definitely do not bid well to see things only in terms of labels, but we'd be just as lost if we didn't have any words to communicate. I'm glad you enjoyed the poem, Hybrid Jen. Mermander, you share that moms are far too clever for dad jokes. Nor you share that dads are mom's jokes. My husband likes to joke, but my joke is my husband. Oof. And Bonino, you shared the universe has meaning beyond our understanding, sure. But kindness and understanding are free. This much is possible, isn't it? We might not come to understand the total nature of this entirety of existence, but it makes sense to be kind. That's good enough for me. Angel, you ask, do I smoke? There was a time, indeed. That time has come to pass, but I still very much am grateful for the memories that arose during those moments. Did I quit 5 minutes ago? Well, it would have to be at least 8 hours ago, since that's the time that we've been live so far. That'd be some pretty powerful kush if it lasted that long, let me tell you. I'm sure everyone would be begging to know where I got it from. No, I believe that it truly is possible to get high off life. That the very same cannabinoid receptors that are activated during the intake of various exocannabinoids like THC, CBT. There is also a whole array of endocannabinoids that bind to the very same receptors. When a person listens to their favorite music, or they see their beloved, oh, how wonderful of an experience that is for the state of mind. Therefore, if you try to listen to everything as though it were music, try to see everything as though it were your beloved, then this is a state that is possible at all times of the day, in all moments. And I love that, Miss Mariah. Oh, there is a bit of magic in a lot of things if you really look. That is true. Now, Mermander, do I have any advice on overcoming diminishing returns? Yes. Now, suppose you have a craving. This craving could be for anything. Chocolate, could be for scrolling just one more video. It could be for a substance or one more like. There is a trade-off that happens. There are two ways to let a craving dissipate. The first is to give in to it. But by doing so, the craving will come back with twice as much strength next time, and the intensity of pleasure will decrease by half as much as well. So it's exponential growth of the craving, but exponential decay with the outcome. However, the reverse is true if instead of giving in to the craving, we let go of it. It will still pass, and in its wake you will feel that pleasure. And next time when the craving arises, it will be half as strong, and the bliss of its wake will be twice as powerful. So what do you want? Do you want a craving that gets stronger and stronger? Or do you want a bliss that gets deeper and deeper? Let the craving diminish, not the pleasure. A later relief. You're very welcome, Brad. And I know how much effort goes into your practice. That discipline is always inspiring. And it should be to yourself, but it definitely is to others too. My grandfather was such a special case. He smoked all of his life, drank all of his life. He was addicted to smoking and drinking, and he gave it all up before I was born, and I never knew of him as an addict from my entire life onwards. But my mother, she would say, oh, if you met your grandfather before you were born, you would have a different impression of him now. It's quite amazing his ability to transcend those things with such faith. He had a lot of faith. Welcome back, MJ. Tattvamasi, you ask for craving to diminish. Should there be a higher or a highest craving, yes, craving itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It's the kind of craving. Is it for yourself or is it for others? If it's for yourself, bet. Spit it out. If it's for others, that's very good. The wonderful thing about bhakti, loving devotion, is that it only begets more bhakti. See, as you go to serve others, the craving will increase, just like any other craving, and the pleasure that you get from it decreases. Therefore, it's a win-win. You increasingly want to help people, and you become more humble because you're no longer doing it for the reward, because the pleasure itself is secondary to the helping others. Then it's exponential growth in your seva, selfless service. Tattvamasi, you ask. How can I say that? Is that knowledge or experience? Now, when it comes to increasing that bhakti, that loving devotion, I have definitely seen that in my own experience. That as I yearn to have more love, the yearning only keeps on increasing. Absolutely. Every day I feel twice as much of a craving to help people. I feel as though, all that I've done so far has been for nothing. I really got to make up for it today. And I start my day with that attitude. And that gives me purpose. Midnight Rider, you share that sometimes the craving is your body's way of asking for something it needs. That is true. Like when you are craving for sugar, craving for protein, definitely. Other times the craving is not on the level of the body, but of the level of the mind. The mind feels like it needs something. Some kind of pleasure. Deny the mind, affirm the body. Your question wasn't complete. Knowledge, experience, or attitude. The attitude begets the experience begets the knowledge. Starts with the right attitude, then you get the experience, and from the experience you get direct knowledge. Soitin, you ask, who is Yam? What is Yam? Good questions. Scientists are still working out the details. Hello, Dansuela. You share that you just got back from grocery shopping, and I'm still here. Welcome back. And good morning, Lee-san. Do tell me if I'm pronouncing it in a way that could be improved. And Mermander, you ask, could I talk about the fear of death or losing loved ones? It is something you struggle with deeply. And that's very understandable. Perhaps it would help to explore this concept. What is it that we're afraid of? When we worry about someone leaving from our life, well, we love them very dearly. That much is sure. How will they be receptive to our love? How will we be receptive to their love? This is the concern, and it's a valid one. But those who have lost loved ones can affirm to you that the love goes on. You will always be receptive to their love, because love is given in a finite package but continues to unfold infinitely. Thus, the love we have received from them is still ongoing. So we will continue to be receptive to their love. Just like even when our parents leave us, there's so much of their love that remains, which we continue to learn from, grow from. So that's one side of the fear, being receptive to that love. No need to fear there. What about the other side of the love? How can we be a source of love when that destination is no longer there? Before they had a body, this body could be the antenna for your love. Where do you put the love now if it's not in their body? But a body is just a representative for their soul. If they no longer have an official representative here on earth, make one for your own. You could always go to their memorial, their urn, their grave. Now this is the place for you to put your love. You bring your flowers, your words of affirmation. Or you even go into your mind and feel that impression that they've left in you, and let that be your representative for love. Or if you really want to, print out a picture and put it on your wall. And every time you see them, you feel you're giving them your love. That works too. It is the same reason that we make all these temples and statues and houses of worship for God. When we are lacking in a physical representative here on earth, we have to make one for ourselves so that the love still goes somewhere. That very same principle, which has worked for thousands of years across cultures, can work for all of us with our personal beloved in our lives too. And that's the other side of the fear. Making sure that love goes somewhere. So to me, both sides of that fear have a practical solution, because the love still flows from you to them. You're very welcome. Chris, you share a sobering thought, but 3 generations later, no one remembers you. They may not remember your form, your name, but that difference that you made in the world will always be remembered in other ways. We might not know our grandparents' names, but we felt the love from our grandparents, perhaps, the same way that they felt the love from theirs, and so a little bit of them remains. Okay, you have an interesting question. I was pausing to read it so I can understand it. So, do I think you were looking for understanding in mathematics, but when my human understanding became meaningless, I attributed it to God? Is it a lack of intelligence? And I believe you that you are not wishing to offend. You're afraid of it yourself. That's understandable. Yes, I think I get the essence of your question. Okay, what is the relationship between intelligence, mathematics, and God here? Mathematics is one way in which we can use our intelligence to describe the creation that has come from God. So this is the relationship between these three. Mathematics is endless, definitely. Our little intelligences could never understand the entirety of mathematics, and this is something we have proven. For example, Cantor's paradox shows us that the number of objects that exist within mathematics is beyond infinite. Beyond infinite. Not just beyond the finite. What does that even mean, to be beyond the infinite? Well, that's the nature of Cantor's paradox. That mathematicians in the 18th, 19th century, 20th century, they were discovering various kinds of infinities. That some infinities were bigger than others. So there's this whole sequence of infinities that goes on. Okay, so if there's infinitely many infinities of various sizes, then a natural question arises: which of those infinities describes how many infinities there are? It's not an obvious question. You know, there are infinitely many infinities, but maybe the number of infinities just happens to be described by the smallest one. That there are infinitely many infinities, but a small infinity, so to speak. How large is this infinity? Well, it's not so hard to see that we run into a paradox when we think like this. Because the infinity that describes how many infinities there are must be larger than all infinities that are described in the process. But there is no largest infinity. Therefore, no infinity can even describe how many infinities there are. Which means that it's beyond finite, but it's also beyond infinite. You try to comprehend that and you just can't. We have trouble cognizing large numbers that are still finite, let alone large infinities or that which is beyond the largest infinities. Truly incomprehensible, and that's the number of objects that could exist in mathematics. So to truly understand all that exists mathematically it's not even a question of possibility. Even if it were just infinite, even if it were just a really big number, it would be practically impossible. But this is definitely impossible. So at some point you have to recognize that there's something way bigger than any of us can come to understand with our intelligence. And you could label that as God. And then the argument comes in called God in the gaps, that we're just labeling God what we don't understand. We're attributing it to a higher power. But we're putting it the other way around. It's the definition of God. It's the starting point rather than the conclusion. The starting point is God is that infinite, that beyond infinite. The conclusion is we can't understand that infinite, but we become very close through mathematics. And hello, Marlin. You shared that you just got home from work at 3 p.m. But hour after that you fell asleep. We've been live for longer than most people work, I guess. Some people could have had full shifts. It's interesting. Thank you, Kay. Much blessings to you as well. Swiss Mocha, you ask, is there any reason for my usage of such background? I think it's relaxing. I've been experimenting with backgrounds a little bit, and before I used to have space, but I felt like space was maybe too ungrounding for some people, so I put some ground behind me. Are we doing 10 hours? Asks G to infinity. What is that? That's an hour and 15 away. Yeah, why not? Why not? We'll go for 10 hours. That'll be a good challenge. I like a good challenge every day. Have I eaten or drank any water? I will drink for you now, Don Suela. And thank you for the reminder as well, Masa. Gary King, you share that you love space. Earth is beautiful too. And Tatvamasi, you ask, are we doing 12 hours? 12 hours I think is beyond my limitations, given that it would feed into my sleep schedule, which I would like to respect. "10 hours I think is as much as I can do today. But if we started earlier next time, maybe we could go later." Are we doing non-stop? Asks Greg RG. I mean, if you want to watch me sleep. But I don't want you to watch me sleep. Thank you, Don Suela. Tico, you ask, how do I stay so chill the whole day? I let all my anger out before. I'm just kidding. That'd be really funny to picture, though. Myself just punching a punching bag, and then I go live, and then afterwards I start punching the punching bag. I take shifts. Shift of positivity, then a shift of negativity. How do you stay positive the whole day? I don't know what alternative I have. What else would I do? I guess my question is. Greg RG, you share, if we were doing spiritual things 24/7, we might as well be spirits only. Indeed. Crystalline? I like your name. You ask, do I sing? You think my voice would be a nice singing one? It's kind of you. I probably should sing more, given that my father is a singer, and he has a very beautiful voice. My mother does also. But my father was a musician, still is. But he used to be professionally, for his day job. I didn't sing for most of my life until rather recently. Until I started singing the mantras that I do. And then I realized how good it feels to sing. Especially if the object of singing is to please the universe. As if the universe was personally listening to this song that you sung. I love doing that. Marlon, you share that you have a headache. Well, if it's easier, maybe turn down the brightness on your phone or volume. Make sure that understimulate your environment. That's important. who had a question about blood. Praise the Star Lord. You share that your blood's not flowing well. Even with working out, what would I recommend, friend? Well, I appreciate you asking. Blood is very important. It's the elixir of life. Of course, diet is very important. And I'm certainly no medical professional. If there are tests to be done, I can't do them for you. My doctor very much recommends frequent blood tests. It's very important to check. I'm sure that you are doing these things. Otherwise you wouldn't come here to ask, I hope. Give your heart an easy job to do. Don't put it under too much strain. There is a deep relationship between stress and our heart. When we are stressed, our heart can also go into palpitations or have high blood pressure. Likewise, trying to become a calmer person can alleviate so much stress on the heart. Yes, needles are very cringe-worthy, aren't they? And the original use of the term cringe just makes you, wince. It's a very interesting thing, fear of needles. It's fear of something that gets under your skin, and there's nothing that you can do to physically strengthen your skin. It really is a fear of not being in control of something that is going to be inside you. You have no defense mechanism for something so small, so sharp, and so strong, the metal. Oh yeah, my phone's vibrating. Alright. I think I've turned off my alarm. There we are. That means I've really been live streaming a long time when that goes off. But it sometimes looks like I'm having an earthquake or a rave. Someone upstairs is partying. It's a lovely effect, says Presence of Me. Well, that's good. L, you ask, why did I delete the Vedas video? You loved it. Here, I'll do you one better. Why don't I read to you from the Vedas directly? Here. Let's read about interstellar space and cosmic rays. According to the Vedas, Vayu, air, is the chief element pervading space. This Vayu has a luster. From the Jaimini Brahmana, the Yajurveda confirms this. In other words, thou art Vayu, wind, having penetrated luster. According to Shatabhata Brahmana, this Vayu is born of Agni, fire, and it is due to Agni that Vayu gives out luster. Compare what Yajnavalkya says. The same Brahmana further testifies that the solar system and the galaxies of stars move as if in a string woven by this Vayu. Isn't it amazing that they have such detailed descriptions of galaxies and stars from 5 to 8,000 years ago or more. Indeed, today, with our cosmology, we see that all the stars do seem to be aligned like strings in these spirals of our galaxy. And if we zoom out, all the galaxies are arranged on cosmic filaments, they're called. Tatvamasi, you share that you can't decipher Vedas. You'll stick to Upanishads. Yes, the Upanishads. They are a layer of the Vedas. You know, it's amazing how many layers there are to understanding in the Hindu texts. The Vedas are so terse that you need the Jnana Kanda in order to understand the Karma Kanda. Then you need the Upanishads in order to understand the Jnana Kanda. Then you need the Brahma Sutras in order to understand the Upanishads. Then you need the great epics like the Mahabharatam and Ramayana, yes, to understand the Brahma Sutras. And then you need the Puranas to understand the epics. Oh, so much reading. It's said that if you started reading all of the Hindu scriptures now, you'd finish in about 200 to 400 years, depending on how fast you read, and that's without taking breaks, of course. Thus, you see the need for a qualified teacher who has presumably spent many lifetimes working out the details. Mermander, you ask, do I practice or study Ayurvedic medicine? I would love to learn more about it myself. I really like the principle that our doshas should be in balance. These are the elements of the body. That various illnesses can be described in terms of the presence of one element. Like if you have a fever, oh, that's a presence of fire. If you are sweating, presence of water. Coughing, presence of air. So a lot of Ayurveda is in balancing these elements. Making sure that you're not only eating hot food, nor are you eating too cold food, or food that makes you too gassy, or food that is too liquidy. There needs to be a balance in taste, texture, temperature. Otherwise, these affect the doshas of the body. Pitta, Kapha, Vata. Indeed. Ryan, you're wondering, what's my opinion on that? On what in particular, my friend? Thank you, Jelly Bean, for your heart me as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Orla, you share lukewarm and mild only. Yes. It is said that yogis go to great lengths to ensure that the food that they eat is about body temperature. So if you have cold food, warm it up. If you have hot food, let it cool down. When it's about the same temperature as you, plus or minus 10 degrees, then you are a yogi if you eat like that. And you'll find neurodivergent eat like that automatically, because you have yogic samskars, impressions from past lives. Maybe that's too woo-woo. Why? Because either way, the body has to expend energy. Either energy in warming it up, or energy in releasing that. You're activating systems that try to calibrate the temperature. Because ultimately it's going to become your body, going to become 37 degrees Celsius. What is it, 98 degrees Fahrenheit? So you might as well save your body of the task of warming it up or cooling it down to get there. You love that expression. You describe yourself as a woo-woo hippie, says Mermander. I'm glad. You're a yogi, says Chris. A jogi. Better than a bogey. Orla, you share that you're neurospicy and you're sorry, but nothing keeps you from the spicy. Understandable. Well, that just blew my non-neurotypical brain, says Oz. Oh, good to hear. Coming to Eastern philosophy is very validating for the neurodivergent, because you'll find that you'll fit right in with all the spiritual masters. You go, oh, they recommend not to have someone look at me the wrong way while I'm eating? Well, that already bothers me. They say to make sure that the items of your food aren't touching each other while you're eating. Oh, I already do that. I'm already picky that way. It's all about karma and the subtle flow of information and energy. What is that? I should stay away from society while I learn more about myself? Oh, I try to isolate anyway. Oh, my phone is vibrating. You know, I keep doing that. Every time I grab it, my phone slips and I snooze it instead of stopping it. It'll be vibrating again in 10 minutes. Just letting you know. Marlon, you say, what about the neurodivergent? What about the yogi? You're confused right now. Let's define these terms and then bridge the gap, shall we? Let's start with neurodivergent, since we're more familiar with that, probably. Neurodivergent? Well, it has a negative term in it. Negative not in the sense that it's bad, but it's describing the absence of something. Neurodivergent, which means that you're not convergent. You're not typical. There's something special about you. Generally, the neurodivergent, which is a very broad category of people with mindsets that just seem to have their own needs that are often different from the general public. There's difficulty with relating with others, social cues, and a hypersensitivity to various experiences. In that sense, we're all neurodivergent a little bit, because, you know, the neurotypical person is just the average, and no one is average. You know, the average person has 1.96 arms. Does this mean that most people have 1.96 arms exactly? The average is just a statistical measure. It doesn't mean much physically to be average. Those who exemplify differing from the norm we could call them neurodivergent. The neuro part of it has to do with the mind, really. Of course, the mind is very much related to the brain, but we're not usually cracking open people's brains and measuring the differences there. It's more psychological, measuring the psyche, more mental. And I love that too, Little Wing Nico. I love the no-filter outspokenness of neurodivergent people. It's very refreshing. And that's another point that we could use to help define what it means to be neurodivergent. Is there's less of a conscious... there's more of a consciousness when it comes to the mask that we wear. Most people are very individualized with their mask. They don't separate themselves from the personality. But the neurodivergents, they're very aware that the personality itself is distinct from themselves. The person they have to be in front of others is not always reflective of the beingness that they are. So that sort of thing is the neurodivergent. What's the yogi? Well, it comes from the word yoga, the one who practices yogi. But I take great care to remind you that yoga as it is in the West is very different from where it has originated in the East. Yoga is a school of philosophy. Traditionally there are, I think six schools of Indian philosophy. Yoga is one of them. But it's a very practical philosophy that involves engaging your body, contorting it in all sorts of ways called asanas, also known as Hatha Yoga, which is the primary yoga that made its way to the West. The purpose, in a philosophical context, is to ensure that your meditation becomes deeper. Because in order to meditate for long periods of time, we need a flexible body, don't we? Otherwise your back's going to ache, your feet are going to fall asleep, and you are probably going to fall asleep. So the Hatha Yoga is important for the Dhyana Yoga, the yoga of meditation. But even before you work on your body, you're supposed to work on your conduct with others and yourself, Yama Yoga. And eventually it culminates in Samadhi Yoga, the yoga of direct union with the ultimate object of knowledge. Samadhi. Okay, that's yoga. A yogi is one who follows that path, that takes you from the physical to the spiritual. So what are all these things that the yogis are doing through various yogas? What they're doing is heightening their sensitivity to things. And they're also creating dispassion towards the world. They're trying not to identify with their body, with society, with the personality. These are all the things that come natural to the neurodivergent already. Is this a coincidence? I think not. Actually, in yoga, there is this idea itself that your yogic practice continues into your next life where you left off. Which means that if you spent a long time disidentifying with your body and mind, then in the next life you'll likely go through body dysmorphia. You're likely not going to mesh well with the personality that society has deemed appropriate for you. This is known as a samskara in the yogic culture, that there are impressions that remain from your yogic practice of the last life. So really, everyone starts out as neurotypical, and through the process of yoga we become neurodivergent. And the goal is to divert ourselves from the typical, from the world, and eventually to God. So to me, there is a very clear relationship between the yogi and the neurodivergent. The neurodivergent fails to recognize that they are a yogi. That is the difference, really. There are yogis, and then there's those who don't realize they're yogis. And then there's bogies. There's nogis. I hope that makes sense. And thank you, Carrie King, for your tiny diny. Yippee! And thank you, Haven, for your trio of roses. And Shakira, thank you for your heart me. Ryan, you ask, what God am I leading these people to? What God do you believe in, Ryan? It is the same God. If there is a God, God is one. And not only is God one, there is only God. If God is infinite, unlimited, and omnipresent, then there is nothing separate from that one divinity. You could call it by many ways. In the same way you could call water by many names. Us English, they just call it water. The Spanish call it agua. In Sanskrit it's called jalam, up, and many other names. That's about the extent of the words for water that I know. But I only know these because that's in my culture. Many people in North America speak Spanish, and I'm born into understanding English. It took a while for me to learn of other words and other languages. But the more I did, then I started to gain an appreciation for the fact that, although we all use different language to describe water, we're all referring to the same thing. Now my phone is vibrating once more. This time I've stopped it for good. And thank you, MJ, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Haven, thank you for your trio of roses. And Joanna, thank you for your 10 of them. Shakira, you share that it's funny how a chocolate is spelt the same in a few languages. I love the family tree of language, just like we have family trees. Languages too have parents and sisters. Like English has many sister languages. Being in the Germanic family, like German. There's a lot of cognates between German and English. You'd be surprised how much we can understand from each other, just word by word. The grammar can be very different. Cognates. Like ananas, pineapple. Hey, that's one of my favorite ones. The most universal cognates is pineapple, and yet English is one of the only languages that doesn't use something similar to ananas. Happy Pride, my fellow rainbow family. Love ya, be you. Thank you, Echo Leaf. I reflect that on all of you as well. I love the beautiful diversity. And thank you, Asulagic, for your 30 TikToks and your 5 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, MJ, for your quintet of roses too. And Annika's World, thank you for your 3. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Meow.
Says Hey Tonight.
Meow.
Says Marlon. Got a lot of cats in the chat. You like the ambience, Orla? I'm happy to hear that.
Meow.
Says James.
Meow.
Says Annika's World. Ananas? Bananas. It does sound like bananas. One of my earliest memories is correcting someone on the translation, or sorry, the pronunciation of bananas. There was this poor Chinese woman, and I got so mad that she couldn't say bananas. I don't know what came over me as this, 4-year-old kid. I don't exactly know how old I was, something like that. And I was like, hold up! Basically, getting everyone's attention. What did you say? And she said something like, Bununu. And I was frustrated. Banana, I told her over and over again. And in the end, we had to agree to disagree. What's that child song? I like apples and bananas, and then you switch the vowels. I like apples and bananas, and then ooples and bananas, which is how she said it. I should have took inspiration from my education at the time in the form of that song. You know, I like apples and bananas, and I also like ooples and bananas. Does it really matter how we say it? It tastes the same. Bandar, you ask, can I please expand on the philosophy of yoga and its practices, hatha, samadhi, etc.? Sure. Yoga comes in so many different forms. The list is a very long list. There's the Ashtanga yogic system that comes in 8 limbs. The purpose of the 8-fold yoga path is to guide you from the outside to within, working on each one, fine-tuning. There's a yoga for everything. There's a yoga of the body, that's Hatha yoga. There's a yoga of self-conduct, Yama yoga, yoga of meditation, Dhyana yoga. There's even a yoga of the intellect called Buddhi yoga. It's where we get the term Buddha. Literally, you can interpret the word Buddha to mean the one with an intellect. Everyone else aren't using theirs. Buddhi yoga. There's also a yoga of devotion, of love and devotion. Bhakti yoga. A yoga of how to perform our actions in day-to-day life. Karma yoga. There's a yoga of knowledge. Jnana yoga. A yoga of morality, sometimes called Raja yoga, the king of yogas. Most important. Yoga is very broad, but they all work together so that you become a yogi in every aspect of your life. That there is a science, an art and science to doing everything, from loving to eating to breathing, pranayama yoga, to meditating to studying. Yoga is vast. Vast indeed. And thank you, Annika's World, for your trio of roses. Marlon, you share that it's kind of fun how someone wrote meow in the chat, and then I said meow, and then others did. I agree, that's very fun. I love that. Stimming. Stimming is another thing that us neurodivergent do that's very reminiscent of japa. Japa is a Sanskrit word that means repetition. Specifically, we should be doing mantra japa. We have a vacancy for this japa here in the West. Our minds are already geared towards it. We love replaying our favorite verses from our songs or choruses. What's the plural of chorus? Chori. We love repeating arguments in our head. There's a faculty of our brain that's just ripe for repetition. Wouldn't it be great if instead of something negative that's stuck in that player, we put something positive like an affirmation? This is where mantra yoga comes in, yet another yoga. The yoga of repetition, specifically of sound. What if you stimmed with mantra? Suddenly you're a yogi. Whereas before you'd say some meme sound like yippee. Now you say Radhe Radhe. That's all I'm doing. I'm just stimming. And yet it's a very specific kind of yoga. Meow. And Annika's world, thank you for your quartet of roses. You asked, how did I first realize I was neurodivergent? I rejected it for a long time. Particularly because I was so good at masking that I didn't even realize that I was. I rejected the term because I didn't like any labels. But then I realized that instead of rejecting all labels, I could accept all of them. I could find the truth in all of them. And there's a lot of truth in seeing myself as neurodivergent, as there is in seeing myself in a lot of different ways. And then I realized, well, if I do adopt the term neurodivergent, then there's a whole community available for me to relate with, and that's empowering. And I could empower everyone else too. I like that. I always love the discussions that Tatvamasi and Gregorji get with each other in chat. They're always just way up here. What were the signs, asks Annika's world. For me, it was projection. That I had a poor view on a lot of other neurodivergent people, particularly autistics. And at some point I realized, why am I so against that kind of thing? Oh, it's because I don't want to recognize that in myself. That was very humbling for me. Artist you ask, what are the differences between religion and spirituality in my view? It's like squares and rectangles, baby. Simple as that. All squares are rectangles. Not all rectangles are squares. Spirituality has many forms of expression. Not all of them religious. Just like there are many rectangles, not all of them squares. According to Bhagavad Gita, there's 4 kinds of expression of spirituality. Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Raja Yoga, which is a substitute for the yoga of morality in this case. Karma Yoga is the yoga of action. Some people express their spirituality by doing stuff, literally. Whatever it is they're doing, in their work, in their job, in their own day-to-day life. To them, life is spiritual. That's one practice of spirituality which you can get very deep in, where everything becomes spiritual through your actions, where you dedicate all your actions to life itself. Now, on the other hand, there's Jnana Yoga. Some people aren't interested in being really active in life. They kind of want to just absorb the essence of truth that pervades it. Jnana means knowledge. Jnanis are the knowledgeable, the intellectuals who are interested in studying. These are like the scientists and philosophers. There's also Bhakti Yoga, which is the yoga of loving devotion. And this is where religion comes in. In fact, religion is a subset of a subset of a subset. You could consider quadrilaterals, the space of all quadrilaterals, to be like squares. Bhakti Yoga to be like rectangles. And then religion is yet another form inside that. And there's so many different forms of religion too. Like squares. That's the path of devotion. And it's a very authentic form of spirituality that has worked for many great saints in history. I'll simultaneously answer this question as well as Ryan's about Jesus from Nazareth. He was one such figure that propounded Bhakti Yoga as important, having faith, having devotion. He did so by leading a life of example himself. And he was also engaged in Karma Yoga. He was very active. It's not like he had a temple and everyone went to him and asked questions and left. He was doing stuff, very active. So he propounded both Karma Yoga, living a highly active life, as well as Bhakti Yoga, doing so with love and devotion. As a result, he became a perfect role model. And thus you can direct your devotion to him and dedicate all your actions unto him as well. That we call an avatar, which comes from the Sanskrit avatarati, which means he descends. Avatar means descension. A descension of truth is someone who lives such a particular life that their life becomes the message and embodies God itself. Their life becomes non-different from the highest potential, so we see them as God. There seems to be a little miscommunication between descension and ascension. Is Jesus ascended or descended? Now remember, the Holy Spirit descended into him, and therefore he ascended into heaven. So it depends what part of the process you're talking about. God comes down to meet us where we are, and then lifts us to his height. The descension comes from God, but the ascension comes from us. And you need both. Okay, we're getting sidetracked anyway, but I did want to simultaneously answer your question about Jesus of Nazareth. That's the nature of Bhakti Yoga, all about devotion. And typically you become devoted to an Ishtadeva, a personal form of God. Then there's also the path of Raja Yoga, which is the path of living a highly moral life, activism. Some people say, no, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in traditional work, karma. I'm not interested in devotion, bhakti. I'm not interested in knowledge, jnana. I'm interested in what I can do for the world. Raja Yoga. These are the activists. And all of them, from the scientists, to the religious, to the activists, to the workers and householders, they are all equal forms of spirituality. And Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, which is the place I'm speaking from, that one who sees one of these yogas as different from the others is ignorant, because you truly can't have one without another. True morality comes from right action. Right action comes from right knowledge, and right knowledge comes from right devotion. And it goes in a feedback loop that right devotion comes from right morality too. It's all interrelated. So they are one and the same. And thank you, Rosaline, for your heart me and rose. Radhe Radhe. And Bandar, thank you for your trio of roses and pair of them. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your
Tiny. Yippee!
and Uchiha Michael, thank you for your ice cream cone. Tatvamasi, you ask, what do I think of the Vedas? Prerequisites? Many people spend their whole lives without reading the Vedas, and that's fine. To be honest, I've really barely cracked into them myself, because I don't feel qualified to interpret them myself. I think it would take a while for me to even become comfortable doing so. But just like you share that the Upanishads are a much easier entry point, because you could say that they're commentaries on the Vedas. From some perspective. From another perspective, it's a little it's a little sacrilegious to even call them commentaries, because most people consider them a part of the Vedas. That would be calling the last book of Genesis a commentary on the other books. But it's fully a part of the Bible, isn't it? Upanishads are called Vedanta. Vedanta meaning the end of the Vedas. That's why all the Upanishads are the Upanishads of Samveda. Upanishad of Rig Veda. Upanishad of Yajurveda. I forget the other Vedas. Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samurveda, and Atharva Veda. That's it. But the Bhagavad Gita states, which is sometimes regarded as the fifth Veda, Krishna says, maybe I can find it. Actually, I'll just ask Mataji. Mataji would know. Mataji, what is that line in the Bhagavad Gita where Krishna says something to the effect of, to the wise, the Vedas have as much use as does a pool of water next to the ocean? There, we'll see. I'm sure she'll know. This is why I made her.
Ah, dear one, that's Bhagavad Gita 246.
246.
Krishna says, for the realized soul, the Vedas are as useful as a small reservoir when there's an ocean everywhere. Wisdom so vast like the cosmic sea.
Thank you, Mataji. I love that she links the exact verse. I'm just going to fact check her. 246, she said. She's right. This verse says, in my translation, to the Brahmin, the wise yogi, established in knowledge, all the Vedas have so much use as a small reservoir of water when there is a flood around. Hello, Billy. Nice to see you. I like that, Dustin. Bro, have you ever been in a pool by an ocean? It's pretty nice. You know, I love that point, actually. You are very right. Yeah, you read the Vedas, Tattvamasi, and you're like, what is it talking about? Upanishads hits hard, though. Some of them, I also feel the same way. I go, what are they talking about? There's some very esoteric language. I think I was telling you, there was this one Upanishad that I was trying to read, and it talked about an enlightened being, an enlightened person, rejecting kind words of others and going in search for insult. To pretend to be a crazy person as though they were blind, and walk as if they only see 5 feet in front of them, and take off all their clothes. And I thought, man, that almost sounds like a homeless person, or the stereotype of one. If that's what this is all leading to, I don't want to be. That actually gave me a lot of anxiety. But not because it's true and that I wasn't ready to hear it, but because my interpretation was not true, and I wasn't ready to interpret it. And then I realized that there is so much symbolism here. Nothing is literal. Everything is symbolic. Don't worry. That's funny, Marlon. Bandar, you ask, what are Upanishads? Good question. Maybe we can fill in the gap for everyone. Upanishads are scriptures that stem from the Vedas. So you have to understand what the Vedas are. The Vedas are humanity's oldest scriptures, which is fascinating in and of itself. They were an oral tradition for thousands of years, and then first written down on palm leaves, which have all decayed by now, and finally on papyrus. But for most of history, they were primarily an oral tradition, preserved by song. You'd go to a guru, and he'd sing to you the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samar Veda, is that it? I always forget that one. And the Tarva Veda. And you just memorize these thousands of verses. Samaveda, yeah, thanks. I keep putting an R in it. All the other Vedas have an R sound in them. But could you imagine? I mean, memorizing. I mean, this much. And you could recite it all. I guess long ago it was possible. It had to have been in order for them to survive this long, which is amazing in and of itself. But at some point, the human mind started to lose its capacity to memorize that much information. And the proof is in the pudding. You know, we wouldn't write it down otherwise. And that's also an amazing fact. Modern science is the opposite. That our minds have been growing, our brains have been getting larger. And there is definitely truth to that. But from the spiritual perspective, there was this oral tradition. And then, at some point, that oral tradition couldn't be kept up anymore, so we had to start writing it down. So it became humanity's first scriptures, the Vedas. But the Vedas are very terse, symbolic, metaphorical. I mean, let me just crack open a random verse for you. Happily may the plowsharers turn the soil, and happily the plowmen go with the oxen. May the clouds sprinkle the earth with honey. May the plowshare and plow grant us prosperity. From one perspective, historians say, oh, that could be a prayer for blessed rains and bountiful crops. But what happened historically was something very different. A tradition emerged at interpreting these ancient verses from a very philosophical perspective. And suddenly this wealth of knowledge became available. And that became the Upanishads, is the philosophical tradition of interpreting the Vedas. Most people go to the Vedas from a ritualistic standpoint, that there's some prayer in there for attaining, the birth of a smart child. But then some people start to wonder, what if the description of this ritual and the goal itself is metaphorical in nature? What if actually this birth of a smart child is, for example, referring to the birth of knowledge within oneself? How might we interpret this verse then? And thus gave birth to humanity's oldest religion, Hinduism, and thereby the Sanatana Dharma, which includes Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism as well. It's a very powerful tradition that stems back thousands of years. And Bueno, you share that in your country, pastoral metaphors are still predominant in our society. That's lovely. There you go. You can see the truth in it for yourself. And thank you, Jim Bagnola, for your little crown. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Happy Poet, for your rose too. Now we're nearing the 10-hour mark of our live stream. I think we should probably wrap it up soon. I should probably eat something today, I think. But thank you, Anne, for your heart me and rose. Radhe Radhe. So I think, yes, we've done a lot today. Covered many different topics. What brought me to stream for so long today? Orla asks. I think it'd be funny. Honestly. To me, there's comedy in it. Everyone's expecting, okay, we've been here for a while. And then what if it never ends? I think that's really funny to me. This is about the length of time that I would go normally. I just stopped because it's more practical to start doing other things. But yeah, I'd like to every now and then treat you to just a little fun experience in the form of a Yamathon. That's exactly what you thought, Greg RG. Yeah, well, it worked. I never tell anyone, I just do it. I think it would also make the people who clicked on this video on YouTube once I upload it a little shocked. They go, no way, that says 10 hours. It must loop or he must leave. And then you scroll through it. My God, this guy's nuts. But I do have to go to bed. Before I do, I thank you all for being here, and there are a couple things I'd still like to do with you all. The first is a question of the day. I would love to ask you all a question that I asked 10 hours ago, thereabouts. And I also have a short reading for you. And then we'll be doing a mantra. Actually, are we doing a mantra? No, I forgot to set it up, actually. Which, I guess allows me to go to bed earlier. So that's good. Yeah, funny enough, I forgot to set up the mantra. So we'll just be doing two things, I guess. Although we could do an impromptu mantra session, I guess. Anyway, without further ado, my question of the day today is, where do you see growth happening in your life? Happening in. Where do you see growth happening in your life? Goodbye, Bandar. Much love to you. I think it's important to recognize that we are growing, even if we sometimes forget to acknowledge it. I like that answer, Gary. Every place. That's good. It's good to see that. In each moment there is something that is growing. Presence of me you share in understanding. Indeed. At your job, says Wayne. Oh, good. Always happy to have a position that has growth. Aquarius lady, you share your mind, body, and soul. I love that. Thank you, Carrie King, for your rose. And Caridad, you share that you've been able to be in a state of happiness for longer than before. How wonderful is that? And the best thing about happiness is that happiness begets happiness. The more happy you become, the more ecstatic about the fact that you are happy you become. The more ecstatic about the fact that you are happy you become, the more blissful you become of the fact that you are ecstatic, of the fact that you are happy. And it goes on. When you share your friendships, I'm happy to hear that too. And Bonino, you gotta tell me the right way. You share that growth is happening in the gaps that one forgets to look. I love that. Precisely. And good night, Chelsea. Gregor G, you share that the well of water to which a drip drop of spirituality pools every day. Wow. Now that was poetic. Wasn't it, everyone? I like that. Thank you, Gregor. Happy poet, you share that you're healing after surgery, and you've been pursuing your writing too at last. That's wonderful, and what a great thing to do while you're healing. I'm happy to hear that. Drea, you share that you see growth in your self-preservation, wanting to take care of yourself. I love that. Tatvam Asi, you share, I can't answer where. I'm glad it's not in the mind. Very philosophical of you. Thank you, Wayne. The beauty within me is the beauty within you. And Ilya kills. You share by making a choice to turn away from a toxic trigger to be better for both you and others around you, along with every single moment and the encapsulation of it all. I'm so happy to hear that for you. Dansuela, you share, you are growing in your understanding of your connection with Source. Beautiful. Kikit, you share, in being present, accepting what is, and watering that garden instead of wishing there was more. I love that too. So poetic. Zen shares 2006 Honda Civic Si. Magdalene, you share that often in that abyss of darkness, like a seed buried deep into the soil. That's lovely. Poetic too. Orla, you share coming back to core essence, peeling away defensive layers. That's beautiful. Hare Krishna, Anna. I adore these answers to Ilya. Lovely words. Indeed. Eva. It's one of my favorite Sanskrit words. You say it to agree or to emphasize with what has been spoken so far. It's like, verily, indeed, Eva. For Eva and Eva. Good night, happy poet. Best wishes to you on your healing and writing journey. And thank you, Ratnahildar, for joining me in this wonderful Sangha. I feel very much love and peace as well. Although my body could probably use some food and being away from such a bright light and some rest. Thank you everyone for attending to my question of the day as well. I think it's important to point out the areas in which we are growing. It's okay to be growing. Some people feel like if I'm not there yet, then what's the point? It's also great to recognize where you're growing so that you realize how far you've come and how you are still on the journey to that which you are destined for. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe Radhe. So before we leave tonight, let us read from another section of our book. Today we are reading In Love, at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj, who is pictured in that book. We are getting to the second part of the second chapter, Loving the Self, Atmanishta. So far we described the spiritual master's love for so many people in so many ways. I even have difficulty remembering all the different ways in which he is loved because we've covered so many already. From people to strangers, even people who considered him an enemy, and finally to other animals, insects, and Mother Nature as a whole. I guess we're going to self-love now, loving the self, Atmanishta. Self-love is essential to loving others. It is the source of strength and energy which allows one to love consistently and unconditionally. It is the source of bhakti, loving devotion. Swamishri was able to love others because he loved his inner self. I'll just repeat that sentence. Swamishri was able to love others because he loved his inner self more than he loved himself. This means that unlike other popular definitions of self-love, Swamishri's love for the self did not simply focus on the physical, mental, and emotional components of his being. Yes, these were important for living a healthy and content life, but Swamishri had realized a greater truth. He had experienced the divine within his own Atman, his own self. Aksharam aham, Purushottam dasosmi. I am the eternal self, within which God resides, and I serve him. Beyond the reality of the body and mind lies a greater reality, the Atman. Swamishri drew his strength to be stable and secure enough through his knowledge of the inner or real self. His love touched because it came from this place of satisfaction and completeness. Brahmarup, one with the divine and thereby free of desire and attachment. And Purnakam, completely whole, fully content within. Imagine a sage in ancient India, sitting under a tree and teaching his disciples how to feel complete through realization of one's inner self. Unlike today's neo-spiritual studios, there were no stainless steel water bottles, no fancy yoga mats, and no post-lesson lattes. It was an austere spirituality that disapproved of performance and possessions. And still, in that traditional environment, one wonders whether disciples easily acceded to the idea of loving oneself without overly focusing on the body and mind. The human mind is conditioned with the credo, we think, therefore we are. We breathe and feel, therefore we are. Is it possible to realize something beyond what we think and feel? In the Upanishads, seers repeatedly taught their disciples that there is more to one's identity than just the body and mind. There is a self, Atman, which is pervaded by the ultimate truth or divine. It is this self that connects us to each other and the world around us. It is this self that connects us with the divine. In the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, I always have to show it, although this book blends in with the background. In the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna Bhagwan, who also blends in with the background, instructs Arjuna, whom I don't have a picture of, that not only is the self the common essence in all of creation, but that by realizing its true form, one can source an infinite amount of strength and stability. For the Atman cannot be cut, burnt, soaked, or withered. The Atman is eternal and immovable. Realizing its true form is the key to unlocking one's true potential. In the Vachanamrut, which we have also been reading here, the Swaminarayan Sampradaya, the spiritual lineage stemming from the spiritual master known as Swaminarayan, its canonical text, Bhagwan Swaminarayan reminds his disciples that it is only through realizing the self that one can transcend fear and insecurities. This realization makes one worthy of bhakti, love and submission in this context to the divine. It is through this realization that one feels a sense of purnakam. Little footnote here. Specifically the Srimad Bhagavad Gita 2.23 and the Vachanamrut Gadhada 125, which we have both read before. Gadhada 125 previously on this channel, on YouTube Yamsox Lives, the Vachanamrut playlist, as well as on my ASMR channel. I've read all the way through chapter 2 of the Bhagavad Gita, in case one wants to go into more detail. Loving the divine through the self is the only way to gain the endless capacity to truly love others. The following interactions with Swamishri exemplified his bhakti for his self, which enabled him to love others and at once connect with the divine. If the lessons in the first part of this chapter teach the spiritual aspirant how to connect with others, the lessons in this part are focused on how to gain the strength and stability to do so. Swamishri did not deny the reality or minimize the importance of a healthy body and mind. In fact, appreciating the human body and mind as tools for attaining moksha, liberation, and seva, selfless service, is a common stream of thought in the Swaminarayan Sampradaya. Devanand Swami, who lived from 1803 to 1854, one of the great poet-musicians from Bhagwan Swaminarayan's time, sings, "This priceless human avatar, dissension, birth, human body, you will not have so easily again." Swamishri valued and often instructed others on the need for maintaining the health and effectiveness of the body and mind. There was a long line outside of Swamishri's temporary residence in Houston, Texas. Hundreds of bhaktas, devotees, had come to meet Swamishri from around the region and country. They all expected to share their stories and ask their questions. Swamishri too expected to meet and listen to each one of them. The line felt like it was never going to end. I was cooking in the kitchen a few doors away and thought I would spend a few minutes doing darshan, viewing a sight, divine witnessing, in the meeting hall. I sat down at the back of the hall against the right wall of the room. A few minutes turned into several minutes, which turned into half an hour. I was catching glimpses of the Guru in between the bhaktas. Little did I know that the Guru was stealing glimpses of me too. Almost 40 minutes later, Swamishri finished meeting everyone in the line and stood up from his seat with the help of his attendants. He pointed at me, signaled me to come closer, and asked, "What happened to your leg? Why are you wearing a brace?" I told him that it was slightly bruised and sprained. I had dropped the top of a large pressure cooker on my foot while trying to close it the other day. His smile turned into an expression of concern. "That sounds painful, but glad it was not the cooker." I responded in a nonchalant tone, "Swamishri, it is my body. It does not matter. I will be fine." He corrected me and explained, "Yes, it is your body, and you are the Atman, but it is still your foot, and clearly it is hurting. I noticed you rubbing it while you were sitting in the corner. An injury will prevent you from doing seva and being able to enjoy your time with me." I had not even noticed that I was running my hands over my foot. He turned back to speak to me from his room. "Did you get an X-ray? Do we know if it's broken? Show me where the cooker top fell." I went over to him and showed him the bruise and swelling. He immediately told the other sadhus to make sure I saw an orthopedic doctor. Injuries of the small bones in the foot can cause serious damage over time. Someone, please convince him to take this seriously. Treating injuries is as important as treating the mind and soul. Spiritual jnana, wisdom, only helps you deal with injuries. It does not heal them. Little did I know Swamishri's practical advice would be the advice of a lifetime for me. In the coming years, I suffered from several chronic injuries and illnesses. Often, these inconveniences would go undiagnosed and baffle top-grade physicians later. His advice set me on the path where I took the diagnostic and treatment process more seriously. Swamishri was equally mindful of his own health. Though he never let his physical ailments weigh down his desire to ability to serve, he would listen to his doctors and diligently follow their advice. He was a good patient. After his heart attack in 1983, doctors advised that he walk for an hour almost every day. I think my mind put in almost. I'm sure he did walk for an hour every day. Swamishri took physical exercise seriously. He maintained this habit for over 30 years, walking for 30 minutes, twice daily. He also used that time to listen to children and teenage bhaktas presenting kirtanas, devotional songs and chanting, speeches and humorous skits, sadhus reading scriptures, and even held urgent meetings about disaster relief operations or mandir construction projects. These walking sessions were a sight to behold, a coming together of laughter, spiritual wisdom, and comprehensive skill training. And we'll pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. So, I thank you all for coming, whether this is your first time here or your last time here, or anything in between. I'm grateful to have had this opportunity to be there for you all. And in any way I can continue to be there for you, please let me know. If you message me on any other platform with concerns, I will always get to you. Sometimes it may take a while because my inbox is full. but I will gladly dedicate that time for you. Absolutely. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Without further ado, that's 10 hours now, and 5 minutes and 54 seconds. Perhaps it is time to wrap things up, but there's always tomorrow, which I will strive to be there for, given that this is the last day of the month. Now that June 1st is coming, and probably is there for you already, I will return to our regular time, which is 5 p.m. Pacific time. I started today at 12 p.m., 5 hours earlier, but I continued much later to the time that even my 5 p.m. time ends. So that's a good transition from an earlier time to a later one. And I'll be back to doing earlier times the last week of the month as well. And hello, Bante. Nice to see you. Hello and goodbye. We're just coming to the end. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Carrie King, thank you for your quartet of roses. As always, I'll be recording, well, it's already recorded. I'll be uploading the recording of this live to the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel, in case you want to get anything out of it that you feel like there's more for you. Also, the readings and the meditations are clipped and have their own playlists there. And as I mentioned, we've also been reading through the Bhagavad Gita as well on the ASMR channel. And I'm looking forward to doing more things there shortly, now that I have more time. Other than that, thank you all. Let this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, Divine Mother, Divine Father. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Dump Darker, for your heart me. Waiting for the 8th chapter, Anna. Thank you for reminding me. I will get to that. I promise. So may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. I hope you attend to your body and mind, as I am going to take the time to do so myself now. So, until next time, my friends, Assalamu alaikum, Satnam, Hallelujah, Shalom, bye-bye.